ni penti eye den a nipa no ho beto chima na eba na pomden
asindium no oria obi ahwe bi obi ahwe pa kwasindium sesia any listo listo anu nwi no atimi se ye anibrefo anu nwi cheze we dey abra kasa odi akon wo lord kwam o hwe pa kwasindium de no a wadidi amen sata na wafrikofo abamu ana ehye no picture we to answer enwi no edda ho boko ba say if I go video hwe ni tru nwi nyina sore aso twa be ni tru nwi nyina gira so chenchen na no nwi no ye say on pa kwa sindio on na ho fe on ni sika brem na akufu ado e maaye no wo de hwe na no nwi no never compare so ade no who ne say ye on difference na upa pe ya jine bank ni wie no dabio when ya jine bank ni wie no enye we no de ye flag bearer no dabio we krampo de say that say wo ni true na yosro ha wo ba ku bi na say na no nwi ni pa kwasi ndo all right, thank you, that's okay. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show Tuesday afternoon we are here but mame me pacho say oparibia a picture no hey Kwame Canadian send Canadian enka ayi peasant pharmacy kra kanenka was oparibia ba chi e fia hey mi anka sampeso or arrest him na mecha Bismarck adebi na mabusa Bismarck adwen kyerahwe say anyambia nipa we police ni we wachiwa yakasa you talk no talk oh awasem oh boy ma mexen onya sam kakraba o onye omoyon Kwame ade emsa o go you emsa di man fam na wo go you won sa ho di o ade Kwame zme yele ja diam Kwame na ko hu ye uko yi wo meme wo okay, so Bismarck where are your police inspector I mean no about few so bechewa o meka bibi o say e your Facebook page you wait me okay brand say be a police inspector no so bechewa o kasa
ana dina bone awaye no so
David onya bone kra awaye bone
David police for mo ha o mo camera so mo tiri den no
so
tu ko di ahofo na ti bia no
you hear we bia
me dem ntumi ndire but and they obone a we di no
me dem na chimako all right, so Inspector Paribia, wherever you find yourself, happy birthday to you from your Facebook fans and members, street members, this for you. Come on, be you didn't half, you didn't half. Okay, so thank you. Obi be our team carry be Ahmed was say last week na me no obi di nkomo na me ka kire ni pan say look. Baby a Ghana sesi a yegina no. Kwame enema miensa. Aduane, electricity bills, water bill, and a rent. Said the young girls, young guys, brew we are no. Enye easy. obi awie university onya adwuma saa nipa we epia ontimi ntɔ electricity man ndi 4 days let's say we to 50 cedis endi 4 days anabebwa 4 days no endi 4 days abrantia person use fridge or person use eja system kakra bebo nyuma meneti AC kakra na AC no enya say eye luxury say yo abaye necessity because the kind of heat eya airboy ye wo kroma no wo de eya omo so fan ho ada no mo nka what they go through and a fan no ebo heat fan no waso no ebo heat enipa we sorry a water bill now omo increase eye points no I think 6 or 7 so now people are paying higher omo use so a household near the adeno. Who we are, then you come to food. Adriane. And over to me, send a message. We have just 20 cities to go and buy food. 20 cities. Ghana for first by Ansah. No, we don't do that. And Obio best sales cut 20 cities, 50 cities. And you're genuine because 50 cities no the confine yema koton enye ye no aka so obebu o mebu e kom de no. All right, so now me catch you be say look se Ghana yan shas ya mini food security one day ye money e nana no bechi atware one berry. First man, Kwame say, say yes, Monfanchame, because those delicacies no so ye obi Adriane. But right now, Ghana, we don't care. Say obi could eat dinner Adriane ye wanam, kramainam, whatever. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Say so be as a salani nas one yakrantia one fa. Me man proceed for a try. You know, man proceeds, they don't eat snails. Yeah, they don't eat snails. But right now they don't care. What's your man proceed ya kola on fa me be that even weekend I was in Asante Mampon. You know I'm not training they are there. They eat everything. Onya dianini na so den wa ya ben kwaya. Onibi. Kotema. Why is bebre baga? They say we krama no. Won't be to, won't be to. A punch no na say a punch koko 150 200 nebe farmer no boys say so person mo bochenku o ba so omunya dey but why ye ndi e ho nkomo GMOs in Ghana will destroy the agricultural sector as Ghanaian farmers will now depend on multinationals for seeds. But there are other issues. Bismarck, Mami Musa, you be ban komo we so, but me person me no di social komo keke. Among for fie, but kuyayo se sia baby a Ghana e jina se sia kuyayo at saying
obisa say I am mixed. Me can say mixed on say there are areas be where obeka say ya boy humodi. And there are a lot of areas so because also no ye nyadge.
Yeah.
But we share the net effect of it now. Do no we have a long way to go.
Like there
na mintation.
Yeah.
We share over the past few years about no be to say a bro are you do on money more. We share numbers now. You could argue.
Okay.
Say you see an about productivity say you be now. Yeah, which might agree. Even though
which areas?
It's no funny say I can a bruna I can. What I say be a family be dear a bone on an acre.
And here and Grobers is a techima
brody a bro is one of the crops that you do almost all part of the country.
But your baby or more
oh yes
more
call we northern Ghana. Northern region areas in upper west, Sisala areas, no, over upper east, we Kasana and Kana areas, no, over northeast, yeah, Nalerugu areas, no.
Yeah.
Oba Northern Ghana, the whole enclave, Savannah, Uba Middle Belt, the Campa, Omudi, Interbodia, is spread over the country. Oko, water, Utiris, the Campumudu.
Okay.
It's about because it's a brono acquire more of a, it's more like a cash crop. Even though a staple food, no, acquire more of a cash crop because so would be a, which means for also. It's the propensity to grow a brono very high. It's all share Ghana for example, be or none backyard.
Is it because of the consumption and I said, "Boy, a thing." Into Omunyam for so free.
A combination of factors. One, Tisiano, we share your diets, I do on mine more. Do na ye brune die.
Okay.
Ye banku, ye kinky, or momo share portrait, a bro.
Okay.
It's a common a bro cultivation, I was slow because demand on I was slow.
Okay.
And I say they can also. Tisiano, industry force, a use a bro. And the poultry farmers no use a brew. Omo years or some use a brew. It's a demand for a brew no akoso. Thirdly say no, likely for us no. You to me be a brew na. Ye nya a year omo mufi Burkina. Omo mufi Mali. Omo mufi Togo. Eba Ghana ebo to brew.
Okay.
It's the farmers no in him say omo to me dia. Anya krano obenya good price. So mudia. It is the appetite say be the bono.
But it's any boy.
And to also know the other leg of the discussion I make say, and baby so you am boy humodi. Because what should be to say bra, say we do a bra and one caddy no dorsum, and one a cano a dorsum.
How did you say basa?
Yeah, analysis be from 2017.
Yeah,
the different crop budget.
Yeah,
say we be do a brew 1 acre, a can hin or bebo. Now we do say boom.
My analysis.
Now, yes, analysis. No, as of 2017, I'm about 2020. No, we are averaging by 1,700 Ghana cedis.
Say a brew 1 bag.
No, we so do a brew 1 acre.
1 acre. 1 acre.
1 acre.
Okay.
Until who a brew 3 sobeto, and who fertilizer, and who labor, and who machines, and who harvesting, and who bagging. As at those times, no, they we crack 2,000, but you know.
2,000 Ghana.
As at 2017, about 2020. In them, the same piece of land, no, won't crab bear 5,000. What you mean?
2017 to 2020.
Yes, net price average 1,007 to 2,000.
1,700.
They call 2,000.
And right now, no, you need
a crab bear 5,000 now. Won't you mean a brew 1 acre?
Uncraft 50 million.
To me, near a brew 1 acre. Just say why you say, Ope say would you the right variety? Ope so apply the right fertilizer. Ope so your land preparation. Ope so harvest ye, obagi, uncraft 5,001. To me, neighbor. And to because cost of production no cost no a bar marketer no bonus hide akoso. Because farmer no a boka in Odi brew. And it's all ton a brew bags now. And so all ton.
So which means you are talking about materials to say a honsekai
and never say campo because it's here no everyone so wasasi. Wasasi do we start here. Farmers do more prefer say on me clear assassin. The so called high tractor services. No be ejuma assassin so.
Nebu cost.
First tractor no cra 120 Ghana. Ubenya. And then Romo 400 cedis.
How much you say?
400 cedis. And the campo depends on location now one.
Because of the fuel.
Apply 10 bags with the calculation. Ube apply 5 bags with the calculation. You know, labor na be ejuma and buy you. Who harvest?
And this obe apply 5 bags, so you need 2,500.
Exactly. And the fertilizer and no. If I were doing so we apply 5 bags fertilizer. That's the cost you are going to incur. Labor, baby, almost person me do be say weeks air bubble so to 2 weeks.
But to us here.
Who almost penny to normal apply chemicals. You advise some money. But if you labor ni want to know, almost apply chemicals. But so for labor camp, I say labor ni pa bako. What do you think? First was who cry those that who cry 50 Ghana so be labor. And the almost 151 to 200 cedis. Labor. Oh yes.
Yeah. You cross near can libra for libra.
And there be a quiz kase. And by the time obey you na a bono e wo bag no mu no boka. Even in fact, we have a stable we bag. We are, and that's all we know the market pecope.
There
we be out the core warehouse. We be movie a bono a few farm no alcohol and home transport cost, fuel price a cost, and that cost. Until by the time now ebo out travel from farm no ebe do market no na bono cost. It's even the make say about no ebro ya yard no. The other leg me say a bono no we've not been able to do a lot of work on that because cost of production are costly.
But only my dear me one. I buying eba, I buying co. They pretend doing something to support farmers. Meaning the previous government is saying not to spite them. Yeah. I'm not saying.
Now I buy no fertilizer no or a boni bi. Now farmers no suffer boni bi.
Oh,
until after the time now, Joe Mufis no. Now I think say I buy no far a boni by 30%.
I see.
And now farmers no offer 60%. Na na do ba so no. Omo program me buy. Omo friend no plant of food and jobs. Now first job that program no. Omo ye say instead of that percentage na farmers for do no. Omo chemu mienu. Now just say I buy no ebefa half of the cost. Now farmers also offer half of the cost.
50-50.
Okay. And to be very honest with you, around 2017 no, Emma fertilizer ebo ebafum. Emma farmers soon do one now umutumi ekonya toy. But along the line no, every year biano na subsidy components na buying Emma farmers no, almost teteso. In the first year no, only 50%. The following year no, only 75%. There's a farmer no able to 75%. About 25%. The following year no, na asati. Until after 2021 no, now buying year just about 50% pay.
What pushy bed and not the call now
Equafo. Now the amboy around that time they say around 2020 COVID didn't who be dimu Russia UK didn't be dimu fertilizer production no eco foam exactly ebi mo so no omo protect omo your friend food nationalism na just omo protect Ghana and akade efio mu ko other countries so mo release fertilizer in terms of fertilizer no be short in supply into bono is shooting up astronomically in case it be over 200% a bono cost we pa until at that time no now we expecting say na PFJ no ebe cushion farmers no but unfortunately me anya say juma no to the point say there were even times now fertilizer na PFJ no en cover no ne bono kra e wo fom e send the PFJ ne cover
how
Inti oho and
no how
and no
but you are a researcher
no
so no at least I say mutimi di motri wura to know exactly
ye komu
mo ko mo no mo dey
na time nyama you see sometimes Ghana won ye tenase na ye draw program say e be ya e bia wo hwe concept na naka it makes sense to do it but ye statistics ye implement here. Now yeah the politics afra program.
Yeah, say no.
Sana Ghana iti. Inti PFJ isi anka concept there fantastic. Na ke tumi konesa na ke be boy. Madam see. Before PFJ be ba no, fertilizer companies say what Ghana na almost supply fertilizer aye na yini omo no.
Yeah.
No mo do 20. And farmers were buying. PFJ buy a precope companies should to over 100. Just like that. And 500 companies no be more crowd omo ni experience no omo nya contract. Now amount for a small girl fertilizer no akama no. Now you the tax
no but companies never be brain which means they pick the fertilizers from the PFJ.
And they have PFJ the arrangement they say who company no who be craft fertilizer na ba e be aban no be ma okuta.
Yeah.
Say be a wo no for this season no ya ma 10,000 tons.
Yeah.
So ube provide my farmers no. Uton we are for evidence in the what time farmers no. Uton 10,000 tons now. Farmers no it you are half. Other half no buy it you are. And see who company who we new contract now. You on your own to go and import the fertilizer and supply.
No dey aba.
Companies who do now no money experience, money link be on import. You don't know the contract now. We no no cotton. Ama companies now omomo system no dada. And before I dey connect kind of price no, you shoot no because no contract no cannot.
Or the be got so.
obi so or the contract now or so what no the invoice abra ban say me supply farmers 5,000 when you to menya data NHS was about 5,000
and so no
now
buying this kind of man
and that's what's happening.
So which means so when your party bar wouldn't mean grass system
me
you don't count research.
It was pervasive across almost all the districts. The research be 2020-2021. It was pervasive almost all districts. And to the extent say, on say normally no say farmers no almost fertilizer na e some register.
So maybe mobet me put it together over the period as I and course and how much a free a buy or my name yamfa so be.
Oh yeah, what man fast I win. Yeah, yes, I will not present him buy. Yeah, present him. In fact, it's now before omudi PFG 2.0 ni buy no. Na ye kase. Na ka PFG 1 no, ye audit. Na create to me your forensic.
Omonya forensic audit. Omonya. Ayi your friend say branch am be take you over you know. Akoto afie de no. Omonya forensic.
So my yes.
La
result in ban here.
La.
Inti a can we na wo huni na no.
Omonya.
And now we are starting another process all over again.
Ti ya di ba ko na wi. Emu anim ko.
Now even the one of the saddest parts me how many say we share even PFG ba ko na ye na.
Yeah.
Just last year I na Nikki. Omo compare company bi say omo take data of farmers now ebe benefit from a year PFG no. Company starts northern Ghana. Omo di data from farmers from northern, northeast, upper west, upper east, savannah. The plan is say this year no do descend to the middle belt, about southern belt no. Data no over 2 million farmers. This year, PFG 2.0 no, it's data no yempebium. Until you are 12 not 13, we are starting a new process again. Yes.
After using the taxpayers' money to collect that data, Ghana buying so on pay you. Person the content no one need near na say what?
No,
tell me, I'm interested. Tell me,
but
tell me. Omo nyimun samni near na say and try I don't know omo.
Uncharted waters.
When I say you don't got for you and they didn't come. No, but you see, sometimes we need to have this casual conversations.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
and
just to
start.
Being Crawford.
Start say. Or mine no like.
Blah 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 blah. Oh, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that is the say.
Come.
About baby to say. About BT say.
This one, if you read it,
about BB to say value for money. We don't pay attention to it. Now, And I think say for me, no, we need all people to be on board. Media, because so why
no, but I won't say the other side of the issue. Yeah, media and also your problem with the institutions to say mumudi. But most so no yentimi blame mo. Ebi anese me ni wudi nkoma. We got to a point and you are like, no, I don't want to go here. And yes, what said that?
Yeah.
And yes, obi abraibu. But the aftermath reaction, even how they will antagonize you. Ebi owa
also no dey ya famous anti no.
So me na make catch no. Enti baby a wo dey see. It's answer one come once a man me because you don't want to go into that waters. No meso mejai. Ya po wa obi akọ. It's answer nyumre obi akọ feed na busu enti no ye nyina erafi. Na ade na nka ese pie no ase akọ hyase. Na omo no na ye omo mte so na ye beneficiaries. Because the more they are hiding on, the more that they are safer.
Yeah.
You get it. Tiana media no blame me bebre.
Oh, me tiasia.
Because obuokrano for you to beg him say get me this document. on person de be ma na me de command na say ye kochi me oh ye society no ye sura de me Bobie Ansah de me abaya adwuma mu na me hwe na nkwase se na mudi a me ye pie ni ma gya adwuma but don't say yeah society no the way we are brought up no
yeah actually no yeah some work on it into that me person me release we okay we are now ready
munye because it's very important me war challenge and my challenge you know come up both administrations okay because now we have only two alternatives I keep on telling people that look, don't tell me you don't care about politics. Because you wake up every day and politics they control everything you do, the water you drink, the light, the food, your clothes, everything, the fuel you buy. So be interested. Come up with your opinions, your thoughts. Now when we put on microphone like this, say probably I may not be sitting on a FM. But when you put on microphone, I want to be a partner. I want to be part. So when I hear a media practitioner say me a neutral, I feel like you are a thief. Like you are for because when and this in the end is here the Bonia Unim, and this here the MPP here the Bonia Unim, where are the Papa Unim, where are the you don't know. You should be able to tell that this one is wrong, this one is right. I mean, we should be able to decide. So my point is say Sanyama ye bobu anu nyina no. Aduane asem de me ko ba bia I keep on talking about food.
Very important.
Say aduane.
Very important.
Many am musa we Ansah ne akoya asem so. Wo ji say Ghana e betumi aduru ba bia aduane be cheaper.
Say a person ye betumi aye.
How?
A person ye ya.
How? Tell me how.
Let me tell you. One. On my no e say you problems being na you face every sector. How do you address them? Yayana, aye. Offer your document na if your policies and your program. We have done a very comprehensive assessment of our problems. We know the solution. Yenim say ebano irrigation a major factor. Yenim so on my way no ye Ansah here.
Obo irrigation so jana me no nantisa in so kakra. Say Ghana, are we still practicing seasonal cropping?
Yes.
Or
most of the time, because we share.
No, this government told us that.
What I mean, we share your irrigable lands. Let us say, in Sasia, a potential. Say to me, I hear irrigation was so. On my no share potential now, and no share there is so far now. We have done less than 10%. Yes, and this according to Ghana Irrigation Authority for Makasomu data.
Things are in the
in Sasia your potential. Say able to me develop a dams no. Yeah, just
now they are supporting farming.
Farming no, yeah, less than 10%.
If free crime Kroma pens will pay.
Yeah, our woman pa just to MSM highlight. One village, one dam. One program now are binded by no. We share idea now. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because we share Northern Ghana. Ne ewian ebusia untumi enya hwe this is started it's the idea ni sran ko be mo dam nanka the whole year do be cropping no it was great but then you see one omo the contract omo conform mu experience say omo to me to dams because for the contract no ono okobe bia ebi obe engage community ni say me mamu dam si won no o engage no akopɛ no ani site at all. Dams so ya nye ni dry season okowa iso na asa na for each dam no you see you spend 250,000 Ghana cedis a year dam back now what's now dreams on money in year and I say yes and
the Bismarck say sad dams ne ebi wo ho hu bi
okwa wo say dam no you two efom nti ebi wo ho okwa bo say two efom like they've dug the place. What I say? Insuonim. Ebi so what they tunu no so dangerous in so to na overflow na come among because yeah no from the dugout you to from the jar to but dam nya dam sa
even but no defense
defense you see 250,000 into millions are defense now open Until we are boka or mine. We check record some year almost 146 dams. Into come multiply 146 by 250,000. A car your boy for dams. I don't know. In there we are.
But even the budget no crown one try for Saudi and it's more than
in there we are with the Northern Ghana a dam bend that supported that is in family. The second part is a real Palugu multi-purpose dam.
Aha. Mete said, me bow, educate me, any a tier for. Me, I said last week.
Yes.
And I'm also be at the to Facebook say, Omo the contract them man crofobia
Chinese will be.
Yes. What happened?
It's a Obakaya in 2019.
Yeah.
His Excellency Nanadu and a buy machinery no. Omo call Palugu. I'm call Katsi sort for a Palugu dam. Now Palugu dam now. It is a multi-hydro dam. Now just say apart from Serema issue for agric no, also for electricity. It's a multi-purpose. Now, almost to me say dam we are able to cover over 26,000 hectares of land. For agric, yes. That's how huge.
Ononkwa bet me a feed.
To me, yeah.
Bet me a feed 26,000 hectares
of land. We share design of the dam now. That's the plan. In Tiano, Nana do a call Palugo Hokate so in fact, in the year papa. In so way there a year transformational. 2 years down the line, Yenteshi into your core site. Mania, you do site on contractors now that the normal short cutting. Almost see some structures, no some see there, almost see almost structure. Structures in no, on my packet. Nyama matoto they say in Bobo near here community man. Oma ton ama community for no. Meaning they are not coming back. Until we're like, how come? Until just in Drana meeting say apparently no, the state spent over $1 million or so on that facility.
$1 million.
Bro, just a me checking we know in Dra M say public account on the figure nearby.
And no I'm gonna tell you.
Public accounts form the figure nearby. Amount na amount spend no who call site to or site.
No, but Ghana government Pesika funds to do that project. Yes. And the funds no running more than the $1 million.
The total budget for the dam no over $900 million.
And Ansah and Kesika no ana so omo disika no ana say no which is which
one the Ansah say on what who near ready on what basis do you go and cut a short I want to scan ready almost say COVID Russia in the sea. Yes but what cut here dam in 2019 that time what cut here now COVID Russia and buy so that not the next can war until how all of a sudden this is scanning you to me and twa dam no
COVID that is cano
on top of that, you know, you His Excellency, that the Baumia.
Yeah. Use microphone.
He did him say, this is the issue about the dam, and he acknowledged say, a idea be bois. Now Abano had plans for me, but you've been too much money. And Abano air plan say or going to arrangement with either private entities, a bioma and PPP. Normal almost facility.
Boy.
Yes, okay. With the new campaign, your pennies at least. They hear say,
BBO
this facility no. Since that time, the following that year na budget no almost $200 million cedis. So I'm going
for the Palugu
no 2022 budget no.
I want to man no kind.
$200 million now budget no so do allocate to Palugu. Okwa hwini ho.
Any sas can away.
Any. Ghana they know us. It's the enemy can say problems soon I say anymore. We know what you are supposed to do. But we are dancing around the issues. Yeah, dancing. Now Obi Ethnic Council. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Right.
Only yanka GMOs, no answer.
GMOs
Issues about GMOs.
Yeah.
Besides issue we make kai say. One can want so much. I could tell free in the lead this idea, and he signed, right? So it has come to stay.
Well, we also share GMOs now.
Okay, so educate me on it.
We share GMOs now. Emra, and now on the guide GMO processes.
Okay.
Now Ghana has in 2015. And now, on my opinion, I sent to sign for the establishment of a National Biosafety Authority. Now, so authority and regulate the commercialization of GMOs or mining. So that was way back in 2015. Now, since that time, it was difficult to say GMO from on mining because not only protection be a message. Say omo ba omanu mu na mo do mu seeds no eba na omo be ton seeds no na wo ye farmer na wo gi seed ni bi na seed na wo gi ye no wo try so wo be ma wadanfo bi so no sun ko dua emra bi ni ho a ebe protect omo until they were not interested in coming to Ghana even do ya pass sign now until then the omo training say Ghana be pass emra ebe protect omo rights as breeders.
Okay.
Internet na aban no air forces say yem pass and man na friend no those that say friend no plant breeders bill but see no
plant
breeders
bill
but see no ma pass your friend no plant variety protection act. It is some man na air protection mo see no mo nim say wo the GM we ni ba omo copyrights omo rights to the patent of the crops no. It is a way now in friend they can sue you. Into with that protection woman say now it is now easier and conducive to come to enter the Ghanaian market. Because on passed GMO Biosafety Act 2015. It's a question they say, since 2015, how come someone for GMO be about mining? Until say you pass PVP Act 2020. They now pass Act no, now they are releasing their varieties to the system. Because they know. Now GMO no, yeah fear.
Yeah.
Yeah fear and they say, one, yeah no you say as on my piano, obetuma ton o bear fight amobia. But one thing I should keep, and that's the point I also emphasize here, anyway, Adriani. Adriani Awubedi as for mine, you should have control of Adriani Awudi.
Because Adriani Awudi Komuno determines who you are.
You should have control.
Yeah.
We share Yankasa as for mine now. You ban Adriani seeds, you want different varieties. You call Northern Ghana. Near mount a bro varieties, you'll be surprised. And now beans varieties, you'll be surprised. You'll be brave. A bit more hard. A resistant to a drought, a busy way short term, be a long term. You'll be brown minimum. Now, Yantia say, with that issue never home. Now, ya say, upon all your varieties say, oh, minimum, and no enough.
Yeah. Now,
GM will never solve a problem as on mine. And I see, how is that possible? What shall be to say last year? Last year, no, if you had to year,
yeah,
a banner production, we say a money brewer. We did very well. Farmers produce a lot. To the extent you see how call Northern Ghana, and we did all this so that energy and crops were able to produce a lot for the country. Now, problem is now you see more solving money and then produce more than that, more no. But you are rather interested in technology. The saddest part is that technology in a bar, it will take the control if you ain't it and I shall bro from into the next 5 or 10 years, no. Say we na GMO sister to India.
So young fan say, and no buy a base and menu ya no and who bet me aka says where yan is seedling GMO seedling India.
It is here no, we share varieties on my passing on my pass 3 crops. On my pass varieties no. First one a cowpea. It's a cowpea normal
cowpea no yeah.
Cowpea beans.
Beans, okay.
Pass here no 2022. Normal approval.
Beans, which means any form of beans.
Beans, you are different varieties.
And did I mean?
Normally no, almost say GM no. A biomo to resist against some pests, and yaribi. into almost engineer crops and says I are in a bar into me attack crops.
But says I are in a bar near him quite the faso.
That's the point. But almost
yeah,
but that's the point. Almost said I be almost the technology a yamai. Into cow no my bako. A bro on my varieties bears 8 a bronqua. Enough soya bean on my varieties 6.
But is there any other way? You bet me a preserve ye dear no.
You see, the issue of
you need any way.
The issue of preservation is very important. You see, our Ghana has here, you will different forms of seed preservation. You have a traditional system. We call amount for farmers need fee, but more we on preserve seeds. In a Ghana, casa your friend National Seed Bank. It's all cover your various seed varieties are here preserving. What I say, until we have that system in place. Now the problem with GMOs, they say, that system now you want but that system no, you need a lot of money to push and invest in it. I just saw this car would invest too much. Those cannot take over.
Pen a young person, a be ya na say.
Made them only say interest. Interest there may not what I can say because we share the bit say soya bean. Me that example. We share soya bean markets now. Last time we soya bean we value chain so is a committee. Now presentation be omo here no. We share soya bean export market now. The value of non-GM soya beans no premium price no e was low. GM de no. Until your mind now person will penetrate a soya bean market now. Where do you focus on? Is that their price level so?
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you already GM soya bean buy no price level. So you should not say there's an interest somewhere. They are local collaborators are omo konaive. Say omo there obina agent no mu pushing as against the national interest. So that's what the problem is.
In the basement omo ebe
e person yin ebe ni. But say the suban way we are looking at for ourselves as against the nation.
We be bringing $50,000 be. You create a dollar account, amobi. You create a pounds account, amobi. Na abrofidi tumumano. No
koyidi no or best sacrifice ibia. That's how the country is.
Because
seriously, it doesn't mean no and undun akribia obisano. Say who mine, who ye mine. Uni problems well documented. I didn't know who found effort to know and address issues.
And the Bismarck, may bow, may be swasem. Would you have Momonia Mokwa sorry, maybe sorry. And the Bismarck, a young motor say a catcher gun and penny for so what Jimmy Pa a item did you? No, what a catch, what a Nadia, and Nadia boomy for Nadia, my bow and him.
You to me. You will be sure to be some radio.
No, but David, would
you me represent a group? Yeah,
David, Mengaza will come, say, so what to say? Bobie, no, say, Ghana, pretty boy, Jimmy for pa. I say, you said that you did we didn't have solved the Casa. But what Casa already was in your bonnet?
Oh, certain quality.
No, because
no, but I get your point.
I didn't be frustrated. Say, what co school? What board degree? What co school approach? Also, old mind to Kwabena a year civil service you may. Oh, every right to protect or mine free any generations are ever. We say ya create account amabo sumi bia no broni bi ti baby chow $50,000 we the BS fie wo krom wato Land Cruiser wo de ne hia wo wonya jimi for bodam for na ya den wo ye nipa see ehu a na say akola hwe anim because you see Bible no say enkola muni moaja ne munani nya sa na monkwa na aware owie ye no verse 7 no eno se ejanom ene nanom mamo nhihye nkola no ahoroba na omo anyam kasetia nkase mo agimi nekre enti se wo ye pani ne de oman hye wonsa na wo ye oman ne basabasa hye nkrofo ahoroba we should tell you that you are a very stupid man
ayasemu ayasem Into the end,
because now we have every a BIY bit me they are protected a seedlings near the other. But trust me, sometimes a young nenye I will be before you your back home. A buy beba and this beba on beba Jimmy the same Jimmy because and you say NDC as NDC for but I buy the beba no instead so but to the near show so okay I say you be injecting money. Eddie Akwase to protect yen mano.
That's what the interest.
Obi also be by Kwakwa Jenica Krebi. Na where did he? I mean
that's what the interest.
And me who say mu issue statements here. Ya na me busa me who say tia mu nyamfa so.
We say but yeah no luckily for us no a coup of farmers. It's no sometimes no say system no person will pretty you also find a way to resist the system. It's here no for the meantime you can't remember business say once on my yes assist available no momo ento
Chairman
100% minimum
beyond that no abrafo no omo two ya two no
minimum
omo share the next 50 years keke
minimum
you give up
minimum
would the year say what is 65 now?
No, why am
I?
We are right.
Mamma got remember, be that was a suano. No.
We are right.
Because I'm not there beyond baby. Ano. Omo shase se ombenya a year resource. They look at us the next 30, 40 years. Okay, by this 30, 40 years, no. Now, some group we are almost no. They are out of the system. Now, no. Yeah, they are so
no, you are very right.
That's all.
You are very
that's
right.
All.
I think so.
Unfortunately, we can't plan. Say, oh, my baby, I 8 years. My mania, they are a best sustain your money for the next 40 years, 50 years. We don't have that plan.
It's true.
Yeah, we don't have that plan. Oh, yeah, never told Rolls Royce, cantonments in Sasi, Wajibi. They say, we shall guy watch it. I call ye. Also, ye. Wajibi, they are Canadian focus. They don't care about what happens. I mean, and so what?
You are very right.
Not just some Korean castle.
And I try to say castle.
Can you say castle? This Mark, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right.
Yes, we are available anytime.
Pacho, but I'm interested in agri matters. Some more researcher, more framing or tell me, I'm driving my car a doom watching. I'm in a more I wasn't maybe for Santiman, maybe I prefer offense. Okay. So, yeah, we are quiet. Okay. So I enjoy going to the bush. Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you so much. All right, so that's it. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Become man for sir. Meto at your mama. Star 413 hash. And a bit just kakakra. Yami admire what a holiday. Unya bibi kakra. You get it. And Colano so of you. Then Colana Maquai almost fear. Trouble of fear. You know, get it. Charlie, senya se ayi for be ha ya ayi Facebook for ya come but chase those crazy boys out of the yard. They're running and they're running and they're running away. Oh, they're running and they're running. You can't run away from yourself. Then do this.
better foforo ko Edu Motors ono beyen hyehyɛ ama oka foforo Edu Motors inti trotro taxi drivers bebre wo kroma omo ye car owners for driver's license 2 passport pictures and 2 guarantors omo ni wachi enko Edu Motors netu ya 10% of car na openable why ye car owner wie niaka no obetua no small Edu Motors dia ho to aba insurance no obetua man free na se we engine no kra say a omo ba ko asem free to America ko ye head office e wo Kaswa Winneba Road Barrier Junction baby a won e ho a me pato G number we ne frɛ ye betche we Edu Motors branch e be wo no akwaje wo ka
0591 780292 Ana 0591 780727
Edu Motors your light has car.
Hey, say the mako hu e Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me ho kra dweme say enu nti no manya award a e world best. Obi an transe e ma dompem ya de ka say anase me boya de enka nto dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Asanya want to say ne ekuro etu no, ne enka e wona num. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarewan kaye.
Nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho e kan ye no. Greenfield adaromenti ene wasa so le gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. Ashushe di pediadi mo ankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction. Last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe.
Yeah. Suzuza.
The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zima National Democratic Congress. Also, in Chiamo Bibera, or it's a democracy. Sara, Ekayem, Maniganama, Grata Shishene, economy, I wanted to apans. In education system, I was saying, friends and family governments are all called the current administration. I watch her, Misha Hashipa, or Kodo, a shepherd, Afraba, Obibiara, Osgana, yes, Zide, and watching that dos. You know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, our everything crap to we. Erica Bob, they have built Ghana together. As a market few support in the campaign for 2024 election. JM 2024. As a market few NDC good governance card in the B. Good governance card, the Kada, Edge was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card, what did you do? And Mawusi Kanyama was in the bottom. Now also Ajawasi. One saw one pedal watch good governance card. When it's 40, 30, 10 citizens or so. About to abo short code *248*6#. Now also ascend the was it. Good governance card. Pedal was in support to JM 2024. About to a friend 0534 000 261 and now 0531 033 503 and now 050 982 3400. You can on internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. My young Cambo, they am build a Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama. Nyaminsha.
If you're right, my wife knew. Menina na baba trefia. Akia, me fear knew. O wife no ho fa pa. That's it. Na won moduane ye de. Ne nsa no bo.
Share, if you're right, me nsa no bo papa.
Ene obetumi atrefia. Efiafo manya tipa tomato mix. E di yes stew e bon kwan a. Jai.
Hey, if you're right, say wo krom. Wonim tipa tomato mix. Bi di bia ba ware ase why. Me popo bia moadi bi.
Say tipa tomato mix. Said ye amaduane e special nti. Me now for marima add down when you know that say one for binya biane. That's some cute oba the tipa tomato mix eye duane na wa hoho kura bedibia. Etu wanim what the vitamins A, D, E, K egum. Enu ye fortification. Enye no nko a o what digestible fiber any lycopene so aka ho. Ama product no aye kama say.
Ene esa ebo no so da form ebu Ghana dwaso. Upedo do afre 0203 403 400
tipa tomato mix.
Taste happiness. FDA aji ejwede nkrato yatum.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furuku be puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you what you can say Kwabena keja guma mne enko.
What they want no fe fire ho. What so ye mrade? Say ye ma utumi a o mai mu ba ye de.
ya brabo be ye fe nenu pe nya pa be ye bia ya pra won yama ya kwa be baba wo sikanso ni medi ye o okoji esi tra no abra ye bonyo memu obani esi kontompo yire ye hu fitempo ye se koko wana obeka sem no ya hye wan frumuma ti memu fo na ye bre dollar bako seed intiminto petrol bua ye den driver intiminto igedifo kwanso so intiminko kakra boys be die su intiminto. Let's do this. Thank you. We are back. Tuesday afternoon.
What to him, brother? It's a mouth to me. Oh, my little baby. Yeah, bravo, baby. No, no, my baby. The day I brought him, my baby. Papa was he cancelled. The baby here. Papa Jesse, Shana, Brian, one more. I'm a more one, yes, he go to a boarding. The movie can quiet, sit cocoa. One hour back and some of Yasha wants no more. Take move for now, you pray. Dollar bako, sitting to me, the drop wire day, Gavin to me, I 24 brands, so I went to me, Kakoya, Indians who always waited to me. Can you sell me now, man? Crazy, they are when you're in a shame, I go my mama, yeah. And your door, when you're not me too. Crazy, they are when you're in a shame, I go my mama. Cut out to share, any project.
That's right. Don't mind them.
So corruption can dirty games. The more refugees yeah. No say what you swap for. What you can need, and now what you for. But since the day you can hold on.
All is to pay. All is it. Don't mind them.
Thank you. Thank you.
A big thank you to slow down.
Yeah, man.
5 music.
Aya.
Daddy, what's up? Is there another
Aya.
spinning up?
That's right, eh?
On the beat. It's a big.
Yeah, maybe any morning come on. You see, on a more serious note, sometimes when you put on your microphone and then I make a say me producer. Yentimi nchutu, yentimi nyashe. Se obi busuani eba politics mu na se onim se ebusuani mu se wajimi. And if we can look into their eyes and tell them that you are a very stupid man, you are a very stupid woman. Omo busuafo beka se ebe ya omo ye ntime nko politics mu, then we save ourselves from destruction and we save the country. Because look, when we keep on having foolish people, stupid people entering your political circles no more, Ghana will break. We will die and go, and we don't even know how Ghana will be like. Me Bobie there me problem. When I sleep every day, and I know that one day I will leave, but I ask myself, after your generation, we know Ghana be saying, I want Ghana to be a better place where my unborn grandchildren can be proud of us. And I have said this. Os u dware na u traka mu tu se wo ye broadcaster akoye adwuma me dem akoye adwuma na magime bosu me akatu akọ. Whatever happens, I don't care. You are a fool. You are a fool. You are a damn fool. You are a stupid person. You are a damn fool. We put on the microphone to shape the destiny of a country. We are business partners. We have interest. We talk. The microphone is there to help shape. So when somebody is stupid, you must be able to tell the person, you are a stupid man. You are a foolish man. Yes. Yes. Me be a radio station. Adia me presenters. I don't know. We are fucking man. That's what we catch us. So we are fucking man. Kwame, how can you tell me, say, oh, kwa see a yepualugu? What is $900 million? What may be 1 point something over 1 point something million dollars? Where di oko wasesa ne mako. Anyani adia omdi begu na ya buying taxpayers money no. Omo make us a scan say a loan no. So we are going to pay. Ye no. Obi abegina parliament 2022 akatre say only $200 million air kwase Pualugu project mu. We can't find the money. We can't see the project. Also my man can't say ni panasa wo we kwase ampani. Now me kasa enye radio ethics enka ye societal nonsense ho. And that $200 million is waiting for me and you to pay. And that is the reason why a stupid government like a Kufuor government Ansah say taxes no and kwaku thing you what MPP mu catch and say COVID tax ni nyansa nim but omo disika ntia so omo use COVID tax no omo de jijis can free what the kotua say obeyis can free bottom director or kronfo but when you state power and state power no e man kwai so or the policy se ba eye beyis can free bottom and the obey no no use policy no e dia fa e dia kwakwa koshim nipa wo nya kwase no e this person is not a fool. What's my man can't so what you Jimmy for? My man casa answer no. Where is the $200 million? Ama look when him and a Juma no me no parliament no. Even Nadia no ni be good Pualugu site no. Oma for Nadia na auction at home. They have auctioned it. The reason why you see Western world look, the kind of insults about Jiwa America bonte. Oh no, Donald Trump. The kind of insults about Ubed say or non cost sweating first no mu up and down. Now biba. Now you just chance on the money and you chop it anyhow. Who says any Panamanian can't chance with Jimmy? You walk to the northern region right now, and everybody is saying it. You can't find one dam. Kwame,
Papers, spend your time as production crew. Check from 2017, 18, 19, 20. Budget allocation to PFG. And that is why the peasant farmers are sitting here telling us that even with the first batch PFG, they don't want to constitute auditing, forensic auditing. How can somebody go and pull a data from somewhere, not the court district office, or say, oh, my supply a year fertilizer 50,000, 100,000 bags near you who can near their mano because your man instruction so a party ba and or ba. And let me say this, me, I'm not a zombie. I am very sure that there are other policies, there are some 1 or 2 infractions under the NDC administration and Kufuor administration and Rawlings administration. But Kufuor, because he's a criminal, they decided, say, their data, peasant farmers' data, says it happened across every district. Go and check the only amount to know it more. Says getting and for us to pay a young BTS cano, MPP near Jimmy, when him Yansentino, Oka, or no TS cana Massa Kufuor Fesca, Eddie Bia Maneba, as a hotel 6 million. Abadam say, Sadian when it jim. What forward D on phone because your government policy, yes, here for be government a propaganda machinery. Go and defend. And you see, sometimes the reason why I have issues about Kufuor, also what politics move 40 years. You should have done better than Mills Mahama. Yeah. Because with your age, you have seen it all. You saw the mistakes. You saw the loopholes. You saw where we can build on. But you decided to tear it down. If at 2016, Ghana forced about inflation 15%. You should have done well to at least, if you can maintain the 15, or even if you can go down, just maintain it. What do you do 24, 25, which is a figures a wawa massage you. Because someone more a Ghana Statistics Service almost through a Kufuor. So they massage the figures and they go and give it to them. No. To just imagine if we are having the real figures. So Aka Kwabena, what double the 2016? And you are still not shy. You are still not ashamed. You are walking around beating your chest. Abadam. Yeah, Kwame. Look, you see, if we are not able to look anyway. Good to focus here. Urajo Mahama. Remember just 2 videos. That was yesterday. Now remember just 2 videos of what transpired. Right? What transpired. But my main car same way. Say Urajo Mahama Timia. J. But my a good governance, come and do something better. But my good governance, and my who say somebody can do it. You have done it before. You showed us so much respect. Your mama showed us so much respect that even the mere say Obi, I can wa audio so when you $1 million will be jai politics crano. You see, JM who Ghana for reaction, and he kicked her out. That is respect. And I know your mama can do better. Give us good governance. That is all what we ask for. What the loan won't jia, the 10%, not 90% no. What the farmer ye? Eko fado kojia, no wieni nyina no mache. Chaman kwasia 4 boys we num. You hinum foolish boys we kwasia 4 we omo mo brother. Near the ye dia kwaji loans near chama womo. Neska gugu polytank mu, ska gugu mpase. As we speak say isa maame no. Also ekufa ka say maame ni case na nkosi hwe. Na ye kasa. Amfa anso bi atwa so. Enkosi hwe. Judges no obi abegene de. Oh yeah, obi abegene de. We have a very corrupt judicial system. Very corrupt. Because President Noah was say, or no, a lawyer no, I predicted what will happen. Just give us good governance. Kwame, Ghana. Opa, ye investi, ye ni kronon frio. They invest into farmers. Kwame, if they invest into local farmers, I can be a farmer and I'll benefit. You can be a farmer and you benefit. So at the end of the day, and yes, and this we want to know. Bobie Ansah sorry say me ko Jubilee House. Akwaji free money a good polythene bag. That is the problem we are having. Atamis was my friend. Mama was my friend. Mimini NDC and took that for 8 years. Never. I don't want to depend on state money. Never. Dominic Kisi from UK to US, Guyana, where Dominic Kisi na memanoko. And yes, I mean to me, but I don't want to depend on state money. That is why I've been able to live for 8 years without going to any MPP member. I want to prove that I can live without state money. I can live. I can survive. Me, I can survive. 8 years. So let the government invest in farming. Mikro mampo asase ho mekwa kwa yebi. And I'll be fine. Shasanra, I'll rehosem. What a yet local a form of printing books. Any school in Tare, Kwame, now Odi Malebanese ni. Obikachos wa Jimia was who did matem. Nakanda penny abre. Say we did penny for them. No more Jimmy to me and can't also we Jimmy for pa. So to be a sardiano. Kwame, young guys and no bar. Young guys. What say Omojuma just like that? Omi a Ghana fool. They voted for MPP. Bako papa ye MPP DC. But me and family MPP ni ye or a Ghana ni. Why not? Last time we list to them. We copy accident so. After na menko yese nipa no MPP ni ana o NDC ni. O ye nipa o ya Ghana ni. Se metimi agene nkwa esa me fight na meje no. Waje edi amalebanese ni ya ka just wa jimi a na wusu na nkrofo gina nche complaining. Oh, why are you complaining?
ade nipa na ye no enti Lebanese ni Syria ni ho nto no ade akra nan kamba be ya me refi kamba bi bion. You see, yeah, I'm out for motieri. And Yaman may say, and Yaman Boa, a Kufad Niba Mianumaya, the day they will go out of power. Ebeyareho. Ebeyareho. Empire and say we need reforms in our education sector. John Oba Yemaye. We need infrastructural drive. Said here John Oye no Oba Yemaye. Unim say infrastructure kosa. Hwe enamity as there be. Sampai. Even as I'm fine in radio, so I think I was listening to either Joy News or City, one of. Yeah, me flippy. Now, me as I'm fine in radio, so say, I say, Kumasi KJT phase 2 no. I cut 20% penny for kasa. Till I cut 20% penny for kasa. And chakra. Abani Piscadi Ababe. Now a debt restructuring no. Debt restructuring. As if almost can't say the amendment I did debt restructuring and buy and Ababe destabilize almost. The amount I could find in Crawford no side Jimmy Casa and Yana a more or more many pabufu. Almost can't something to say as a obi and a creative debt restructuring no. And how warm pass and can ye no come on ye bibia tikanipa krono awo yes and wanyade has obi na ye who created it, who took us there, how did we get there? Then you could do that restriction then you could do explain. But they talk to media men who can't ask them because Ubusano say then honorable bedru ha when ye me no nka sabiu and I know when you say paka or yerepa isa asibo say Jimmy for no also on man granting interview view on my paka granting interview view paka ya dey we are regional minister kwanya nie microphone nie minie wunie and I want to challenge amen this for say and this for me more your friend say projects 10 Ashanti region and also now we are good and this for no minyama mebusomo na wo tie 8 years ni but wo de won say jina so say ya na kim esi bo so ka that tija o sorry free wa no wani abre abranti so wani abre paka so say paka oni ni nya interview bio mo mfra woni program so bio ada ya o trapo no obusano o trapo no why we are regional minister what also a commission projects can was my trapo wo Jimmy no every presidency if Kufuor was to form we are regional minister we the commission projects wa Ashanti region aya wo na what to challenge ana obi ka kira say bobo was what trap me what trap was say into ubabo no ubabo no say ubabo no say ubabo no say pacho boguta mame na fire for naba.
We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One thing I observed from that meeting was that you take your time and listen. Your Excellency, you remember that when we were talking about how you were going to finance your Savannah project, we had said that how are you going to finance it? And then we have suggested that you have to go to the edit fund, which is being misused, and that you listen to us. You remember what you said? What say? Small home are doing any back of trim. What you say? It so Pia, what me a casa no who say young normally are near friend ordinary traders. Now ordinary trader be two or penny abedi at that time before no catch a train ni back of trim. Next or you're listening, President. We are among the first group of people who came to visit you at the castle when you became the vice president. And if you remember, your own friend Ofori was there, myself were there, and we talked in details. One
President
thing I observed from that meeting was that
or you're listening, President. You got here on 24 hour. 24
And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it makes the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And I've actually thank you for this. At that time, people were just opposing. I said, no. If even you say that it is already there, there's nothing wrong for us to enhance it. And there's more that we can do in the night. There's more that we can do in the night. There are so many things that are creating nuisance in the afternoon. A lot of them. That when you go to Opera Square, when you go to Kantamanto, when you go to Okanshi, in the afternoon where people are shuttling around, that's where we are offloading our goods. And so it makes the place very congested and can. So, Your Excellency, let's think about the things that create nuisance in the day and put them in the night. So, it shouldn't be difficult for us to say that when you are clearing your goods within the weekdays where market is going on, unless maybe it is Sunday, those times you have to come after 6. Some of these things have been there. And Your Excellency, let me give you one thing about your 24-hour economy. I think we had a program at School of Mass Communication. It was live. And actually,
yes, star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. And yeah, just 1,500. And then Cheska said, Paddy says truly, I tell you, nobody can tell how much we miss JDM. It doesn't matter being MPP or an NDC person. We are all suffering. Patience Ofori says, Nyansani JDM man with integrity and humility. John Gaza says, we are enjoying the show. Thank you, Senior Man Bobie. You're welcome. Bozet Kwesi is here. And Divine Nkrumah. Citizens Kennel Nkrumah is in the house. Mini Kwaba. Boko de.
Nyame adom bia boko.
Bibia dan kwamu.
You say Yankopon there, why not from there? It's your system na. O man na ya wo ya tunu. The system no so by we take care of
ya. BB something which is there.
One kasawa wo mu dia.
But unim na many peasant farmers needing come. I don't know whether you were following. And they were talking about Pualugu Dam. No, almost sending my ko.
Only
$200 million missing from that project. Crofona is solving him.
Only Mammy Chetty for you. Only say. Maybe me catch her say me pese and na ku for do buy nanka me da sore one day nanka e bia me ba studio ana topic the day bia makruma ye the day so nanka e be ka say oh okay asem say na aba che say unim say me anytime me ba betena ha bia me start say me kasa na me lament bia no me wieo nanka for so wakasa pa ba unim say me do down makai foforo because problems no a does
is
sir peasant farmers for us here okay one say what do we need Nana Akufo-Addo e ba yi a Greek sir so called 1D events planting for food and jobs. Oshesa policy in implementation any the outcome na the Auditor General's report no onim say fertilizer yedema amanfo say they support you no the monitoring team omunkwa amufu any hotel amukoda yenkwa chensa fertilizer ni nyina oh yes say yes you omo round no abamufo no omo so omo round eso mo kwa monitoring na mo kwa hwe kwa be fa so a yen peasant farmers for no sa planting for food and jobs say kosen no unim say mo rounds ke kom ye no dos chen supporter ye ba ya ye de ma farmers for no na me ade ba kwa ye ha me ni say unim say under Nana Akufo-Addo abanwe eniama na identify as oman eniama na yetumi ka say ade we die system sana operate sana function no under this government no either say editoriate and now say they don't give a hoot, they don't even care. Bobie aban bay and now betumi aka say fiti Kwame Nkrumah pencil edi besinde say yi agrek efi yen budget ni mu a ye betumi survive yet to me. And so, under this government, see, if you listen to the challenges and the plight of the ordinary farmer, you'll be amazed. Now, you see, it cuts across all the sectors. And now me no can say, Meba agree for him say na me no can say fitinanado. Time about buying. Unim say ade na friend in Tako, you go school. Yes, you are free BB in Tako.
Yeah.
Like one near board districts, inter schools, near board regional zonals, near selected the best people. Wouldn't say under Nanado. more than 4 years in here. We private individuals are see cash more invest in Ashanti region. All the regions in your baby are.
Sir.
Yes.
Obana say Kumasi de na de pa.
And I see Kumasi de no a private initiative because someone say nko ye.
Sir.
All the regions wouldn't say
Kumasi de na private.
Private and government. GES.
Obua.
Me boa. Bisa. Me person me book company didi.
Oh bon.
Joy product for.
Joy ointment.
Yes, sir. Joy.
That's public. So.
No church. No so. I buy GES in count. None of my GES.
But they give the money to GES.
No, say you have to partner them because say schools they are under a certain agency. So you have to operate. Only madam die PE teachers no. They say PE teachers are there na sports, physical education no more. You know to corner so much no. You so many na integrated science. Into mo interest bio, interest sports for school.
Divine some men are kind of excuse my language basa saro.
Me basa. Be your phone line too ne be ne frɛ SHS second cycle institutions. PE teachers for said then no much say. Omo nyina integrated by order.
I want chess sports.
Me see, not sports no go chere we because I can't hear any supporter omu here from Aban and mama to buy sports no Aban jaipa to see emba bio. Wouldn't say and Ronaldo fertilizer na de come peasant farmers no. Wouldn't say ni nyina I spy. Na I spy. Fertilizers I see de kwa come yi. Na nim Nanado mo ekoje sikabi. Eye ho report e de come World Bank. Say oma ye training workshops e de ama farmers for across the nation. Unim say enye farmers for na beti omo to oma kwaje sika no. Unim say omo sanso baaye no. Workshop no oma anye na omo ji sika no. Yati omo to no omo ye workshop no. Unim say omo sanso charge farmers no for workshop no organize ma omo no. Tio, omuchro proposal eko dada World Bank for say omo ye event say training workshops e dey ama farmers achiro omo ko mefa so omedua observe your friend is saying climate change in the keka ho e dey this kan mo omo to bedadi no other farmers for no complain omo san so ko no omo ko training mo omo no omo san so charge omo workshop fee san omo dey teachers for laptop no before e beba no Uncle J grant see a teachers for training I workshop among unim see a teacher be salary 200 cedis abo
oh they were here.
So you see under this government you know some of the things were no more so better na wo kai e be ti sese nya wo high because usi enti bi da yenti na bakosam da o itama ne ma ne bebre yehu I'm telling you and nama bebre say wo betina ayo one say hey me last time na me new obi din komo and I make catch no some of the things that happen under this government or say also having on it say on GND say a bit to me happy me man evidence no have do time no mo say nkofo itrimu adin nkofo ye wiki do oh scholarship secretariat asemi e beto dwe ya na ye ka ho asemi ya the same thing and all propaganda omo de aba beto dwa say ye ma fourth estate for 900 beneficiaries din ade no mo select na wo ye source no so obi abe publish nipa e bia 20 na say unim say who information variant to the event say they are publisher also publisher
they be say GBC agu
omunim boni omu akasa omunim
GBC agu crusading guide ya tutum say your more papers a friend say statesman agu asase radio observer agu nti omu publish enye yi kasi asemti
unim say che say omu mom say all of a sudden ni mom journalist na onu mom atumi ay expose no the information about no there he's being attacked say on the information about if you have anything contrary to what the gentleman has brought up publish it
sir almost say is it miracle boaja na one of our police boys no be say scholarship is not there for poor and liability citizens
And you say obi was kakra na say oye ne ho minus on fasoa they will give it to the person.
But Bobie command some of the courses no ko ye no. Share the policy
obi a double.
No obi a double. Apart from that, wouldn't say some of them no courses no ko ye no. Share the establishment of the act na the scholarship secretariat na. You share that by say some programs be no more as a country no. You running na be a to say even say oil and gas. Time now you discover oil and gas in commercial quantity no. Now your human resource no our form. So there was a deliberate scheme say you be empower secretariat not the more youth ni young people akwa bonta kusua oil and gas ni mining no honiama. Now obi a scholarship so akwa communication yo
ba akokra de oje $51,000 wan kwaye ombusa no so nya accident na no honam ye ne ya
unim say UK
or the sika na akwa hwe no ho yare
unim say UK executive baako ote honu mu since 2008 on ba Ghana da unim say ono say opese onye law UK on ba Ghana da no or dual citizenship Ghana sanso kukuru Ghana yen poor taxpayers money e dey command your UK honum so fan go school in which like or member money is in whose interest na ye beka say ye wo sika ma na bu yasunti obi on ma Ghana on contribute to onye hwe oye party member ntina dis kanako ye ba na ye ba beka na mu kokọ apai say mu buafu. No, you see, Unim say me, Bobie, I blame some of you media guys. Unim say, dear Mahama, we couldn't forgive him for now. You can't who some kesa no. Last time we show we asked, you didn't observe. Now make us no. There was a texter. My share that channel screenshot or say some of the things kind of simple no. And Mahama no, some of the things in your money yes so wild until no once no be say NDC for no more for no moon to me kasa some more because it looks like Oma from where the too much.
No, you see way first now many used to I was of the view that a NDC should push. Now many used to as well no the citizen also must know. Recently we were talking about the safety that position is a swap it. Listen as well, NDC must push to engineer for those things to happen. I was also of the view that the citizen must rise up. So
I think, sir, you rather misconstrued my point to mean, say, I am only discussing that the NDC should rise. I'm saying that.
No, on the first, no. On the first, no. Not first, not first, no. Me resibia now betumia now you argue that no and you be na sorry me kan kire say ade say yew.
Yes, I still stand by
then recently I was talking about the citizens about yes our boys in you born at time.
Yeah.
Then you made an argument that MPP made things happen.
Yes,
and NDC should follow suit.
Yes,
however and yet divine accord raising issue be ena ama me ba wo say on say the entian crofo busa no John Mahama decided that mintimi mfa oman sika bribe CSOs and the so-called statesmen Christian council pastors to start speaking. I won't do it. Then John Mahama believed that a citizen be a right to question,
express a view,
to question the government, to ask for accountability.
Yes.
So Mahama and the NDC they were okay with the noise. What I say? Unfortunately for us, you are dealing with somebody here recently, Penibi Ephraim Nilis to well. When you have a system where they share gold bars,
and security head for no motimin, you know, only Madi Crow. What you say in the name of we are going to meet security heads. I am for Jiwamo dear. Pastor say Jiwamo dear. And that thief, that criminal, Reverend Mate, sorry that I've added the Reverend to his name, Mate. Mate no mutombe kachire ye say, omo bae no, omo me ma omo sika no omo video omo. Ni confession a video ewa.
Yeah.
Me bo o say when the Kufado no buy no, they gave them money and omo video omo go edem. And nipa no boni trim say me ba be di boni. So you ask yourself, how many media men and omo video omo from Joy FM to City FM to Asempa FM to Peace FM to OK FM to Accra FM to Class FM to TV3 to Metro TV to how many normal video omo good them? So they came in with a plan that we are coming to destroy the country. But how can we destroy the country? We need to tie some of the watchdogs. Those we can't tie, we will go after them. So some are not talking because they are afraid. I spoke to somebody, a friend at OKFM. Okachem say, Bobie, what dear? Who were near the multimedia for you at the star? Who was treated me? Me when you didn't minibi to my mentor me OKFM na minidi. Oba wanyem ewo UTV. No let enough frame. Sa kwasiano I Okujeto Junior no MPP no. Boy no MPP. Pero Okujeto. I send the message. I'm at Father Dex and say we're disrespecting to Omunyinedi. Oba wanyem. Hey, yes. Kwasiasa. So I'm telling, look, things are happening. One multimedia, City FM, they talk to us. Me, they talk to me. They call me, they tell me, Bobie, this is what is happening. They talk to me consistently. I met Kumasi guy back last week. Offer me and I was a Obram person news here. Why you interview where ya? No nipa no how you interview na friend Adumawura that is not happy with the interview. Hey, yes. Wa friend Adumawura that he or no how you interview no what Jimmy Sanwa ye busa na so on me nya no. He is not happy.
Say busa na asem.
Say busa no Ghana asem. No want me nya no na ni anye ho. Now I'm catching say next time we give me a microphone each soon.
Now I'm say yet here ye show our frame as a resource person and member no. Unim say some of the platforms yet one more near frame producer say next week member name baby you.
That's all.
Oh yeah.
Won't the attempt one can be how is it that so we have media houses say independent too? I'm coming. Why is it that we should have independent media houses so then a political party MPP 40 national headquarters normal slots. It is sometimes important. Do you know that NDC Kwankasa members are representing 30 media houses and your body say Sani Power the Onya the Mofanenko. Do you know that is true? I've been many experience in India. Almost say no. This particular topic we did, Memfa Wimba. And you know, they will be embarrassing on the topic, no. And I have night say NDC for the don't know what I say.
But on say NDC as a political party. Omun now sorry, you sad the Honda.
They have never done that.
Say, Omun interested. The Obeka radio should be a form. They don't mind. They don't care.
But that is wrong.
I say, okay, Mpacho, to me, I am wrong because of a nearma. For natural Ghana for, but in natural sense, no, and Kasani running country. Say on my as a party in government, you don't sit down, waste your time thinking how to manipulate private media and even the government, you know, it's unnecessary. What you say? But also, I'm more what you say a governance.
Yeah.
But in the civilized world, look, who is going to call who that we don't need this person? People say worse things.
You see, Kwabena, what I think about this whole say, it is wrong for a political party to sit and fold arms and watch things happen naturally.
No, you know a different issue. Me say, the many way come on busa say, the entire crop for media for. No, me chen say, media for about 3 factors. And on where they be one dance.
Yeah,
they can call a jumeura. And this will not do that because it is a good governance.
Yeah.
If you don't to be claim say, and this is
okay. No. I know it must not happen.
What you say? Then another issue of threatening people about what they say. Then umo media needs can know a video. No, these are a criminal world. And as I didn't call American ones say NDC, they don't have time doing that. 2 months NDC, waha, Obia Kasa free. Because nobody will come to you in the night with national security. Nobody will chase you.
Yeah. Nobody
will video you.
Yeah.
Obia Enfro Jumera say Yenise. Me one day, Kwasichum, Jeche. And now lady be a HR or multimedia. We had a meeting. Make us see a question and praying for. And that is why after me, you know, and 24 frames of men compare question tell me, yes, menko say question to me repe, minimum fee. Menko say ne baby ape, minimum baby a. Ni krom kwa minkobu den wo. Minko twa nka mu. Oye kwa ni the microphones next one mean two being cotoni. And the being copper chasm for a chance I found your Menya,
me patch or menya bonnie,
don't go see them. I sent me a quality 7. My quantity of situation, my catchers and poucher, menya bonnie, so fat.
Where do you mean?
Ubajiminti. Now, Mimi Croba Santiman po Jimmy in Frigo.
Was any man pong?
To be catcher, I'm praying. Some me Bobie Ansah me come up a camera so offensive. Cocotte, menya. The upper be and at this point, we don't have any option than to let you go home. I'm to go home. Something about that. I'll go home. But anyway, Baba Joe, my assay no. Ya catch now say, Aqua where you're burning to money to the or best or mine. That's also on Tiasia. Over to you, Jolati. Do your worst. What can you do? I don't have it behind me. What do you fool? 8 years in me, need you view. But I am okay. So the point is that other guys, they don't have that heart. They don't have that lion's heart. They can't go that far. They can't go to the last limit. Say, look, at this point, the basic. They can't. Because they want to live a high life. Normally, they fridge.
Or their condition.
Or they fridge. But the point is, so far in this MPP, the reason why people are quiet now, the system has been bribed. This to one will be a gold bar. Gold bar. The gold bar.
But I say, Mikoshia MPP penny will be pa. Now, and Amama alarmed. That's why I said the opposition parties, they must rise up above the normal politics now. You know. Do you know that? The Biameka say under this government say you're complaining to say Pualugu Sikaya almost 253 million yakoji ya budget for enkodu. Unim say project na buy unim say nyama kochi we say nyina no. They don't care. Or see they have put in place plans on the berreki December 7th election. And all the stakeholders, especially the media, now mobile use no. It told him say problem be one more. Instead say ombe use 10 million that's solving problem no. Ombe you 5 million the media.
Exactly. That is what they are doing.
Instead say like everyone say yes yo Kolebu urinal center machine break it down. ye here $400,000 a fix it there be no akukuru $400,000 no no the akoko media 5 che sa asem no mama mayem so my can you pani we nya asem.
Do you know what nearly happened in the last election, Kwabena? During the last election, no, I had to walk out of a meeting, which meeting was by some MPP bigwigs, and they were trying to get me to get them closer to John Mahama, to decide as to how to get people to attack radio stations, because they had knowledge about plans Akufo-Addo war to use some media firms to call the election. And until say attack some media firms now so maybe the omo John Mahama hona omo akra our boys ombe use boys no to attack the media firms, because Akufo-Addo through Gabinom I use a certain way or the media guys no be calling the election against John Mahama while winning election. I walked out because I saw a snitch among us in the meeting. Today the snitch is working with Bawumia. I was in that meeting. He knows himself. The snitch has metamorphosed from being part of us and working with Bawumia. When I questioned why Wakwako joined Bawumia camp, or say yeah serious.
Na Bawumia is serious.
Yes, or say Bawumia de obe boama omo dibone.
Okay.
Edi awini.
But
John Mahama, that I explained to him, said, John, mean ko kasa se mo nchire John Mahama. Because you're too gentle to want to ever be part of any criminal.
John Mahama will never do that.
Or ko attack media firm. But Kwabena, I think, say, I'm tempted to believe, say, we are fooling.
There be Obi be Yama no. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Aja?
Hello?
Afa, 500 no.
Hello?
Hello? Otibenka? Hello?
Hello?
Pato, Otibenka?
Yeah, Pato Mituka.
Pato, I say.
Oh, network no breaking.
Oh, too bad. All right, so that's it. Anyway, we have our first winner for the CMG Scatcher there. You start for 1-3 hash. Obet me to draw. Since you just follow processes no. Now on our corner. Mesiaba studio. All right, so
yeah. Those things no.
Anyway,
me no. The reason why I think say we are being foolish is because
Amamu ka say na yeye no.
Enka die John no ye no
is the best.
But Kwabena,
allow everybody to express himself.
Kwabena, it is not so spiritually and biblically when you see wrongs go on and you think Jesus Christ twi abano.
You know, but yeah, me Bobie there, I will never preach say Akufo-Addo use crude method. So any other government, also use the same crude method.
No,
I don't buy into it.
Before, let's not jump it.
Okay.
Where I'm talking about is when you know, say they have plans to rig an election.
Onya juma onya hwe na de ande say
juma na was so no onye o na adwene say o so wie election no na wote ho say me ye hwe han because me mpese bi a moja bi begu ana say bi a obi ho beka
o say o wie anya hwe yin Ghana for
say
o wie anya hwe sa na wo ka
say sa na tie dia ene then let's leave it.
Oh, we will not leave it.
Oh, because
we will not leave it.
And your man, ama
yeah, Ghana for yes, oh, you are
when Omako joined Bawumia, Omo Crown Affairs system doesn't know them, but another system knows them. Sisi no, they are working in the favor of Bawumia and Yomano. It's because they have said, say, John Mahama, and Yadia, or Bepeneso say, be grandpa, ubi this year.
No cry, we try it.
But, Mensono, they made two for, say, Pentecost of Ukrano.
Oh, yeah, one idea. Yeah, Ghana for say, Ghana in it so. Yes, sir.
Because, okay, but minimum, dear, I've seen say the only thing that will help, it may not be because of NDC or John Mahama. The Ghanaian people will not allow for it to happen.
Now you are talking.
Meme dear, mehu sa
say Ghana for be press Bawumia catch us say we nipa no say me nipa kro ya okọ Bawumia no ya do omu fie omu abusua na e be sha se afiri ho catch no
ba unim say
e be sha se afiri omu abusua fie
me na me strong room
ya unim dia Ghana for unim plans of Ghana for udi obe hu dia mba Bawumia.
That is the only thing.
Yeah, obi on the police phone go ya dio
unim say Kwabena dey bia say we dey na ma catch us say Ayana NDC for omu behavior no, I don't get it so much because I say me ma en hame because I've seen things come naturally to face these people.
Oh yes.
And yes, I can be a radio so because I see don't get me who na honke kan ye. Fifi kwete me who na honke kan ye. Me who obi honke kan ye. Yamin kwade was shocking me to my marrow. Yamin what Facebook and I would photo. Yamin, hey, do you know what job there is that you are undertaking?
Yeah.
Organizer.
Yeah.
Organizer has not even organized one demonstration in this country.
What can say?
One. Yamin, was shocking me. Was shocking me to my marrow. Say, eti Yamin now tell Bontia now ye de na. By that person me Ansah ye kodidi na. Ebinita aboso. Hey, Yamin, was shocking me too much.
Yeah.
And I'm not so reliant on them because Kwabena, if now we are in the streets.
Yeah, now me want Mampong over the weekend.
Hey.
Many MPP boys be say busuan for like my cousins and the Kotra baby. And about ko catch them say well who say boys be free she be aba behind dan go kromo na MPP for na de omo ba be ya adwuma na omo nyira ya MPP for omo nim kwaye a omo do mbe fa so unim say efum sa akode ekọ
yes
independent bolo kruso ko independent acheremade
yes
na ekwaye acheremade any tunsomfo ni zongo for be ka bo ma ya MPP for no
man point is gone
chebi for no on some crowd free chebi they will run ombe dwane me so ombe omo hunu so ombe fa kofiase o so ombe fa chirimfa so so ombe yusu nsutaw so ombe yusu mprimo omo hu ba bi ombe fa ya to asa na ba ko de ka atwam na MPP for boys no frɛ me say bra ba ko na ekɔ no na me so de gya no wo de munya wo mo so omo so ombe sra wo mo omo ensenum na ayi jankoma ɛhɔ na ofiri ntino omo na me so gya wo mo ye nyina ye ba kyerɛ mo sɛ ye wo krom ha ansa na omu firi chebi abetena krom ho ombe so unim MPP for na be sɔre wo so
MPP for na that's the whole secret
enkoma enkoso nyina MPP for no and the best sorry.
But you see, you don't have to be casual. Kemina was strong room 2020 elections, you know? And I can tell you, say, some of the happenings, you know, and yet you have to be deliberate about certain things. Casual. You don't have to be too casual in a room. Yet me met me raise concern say no normally wa hase obehwe ni aba ye beto aba mushroom party CEO ni akwa assemble be say 8 ni a oppose nipa 2 ni ete ho no bi anka bi mi wa no na political party bi de wa ye hyehyɛ ya every now and then every minute bia national officer onka event saying set strong room ye submit din ye submitting crofo nipa onka ho obu wan say we aba ni crofo room ho na ye pie ye be pie be ba na vile mudu na sasa all these things you know you planning that is my concern. Say, won't nothing extra hands, sir. Esana, at the end of the day, you baby, you know. Near Sanso, the Ansah be good.
But Minia, and our mind is a Ghana. Should we get to that point?
But
young policy, Makame policy, about to do swa, Obiatu no 1-1, way to correct no coffee, we are to we are, ya collecting fair, yes, assume sin we knew Ghana for so on to us, Ghana for so we imra, di Obia Konifie, Yeshia, Yakrase, Yadidi, Yasre, Yakoya baby, Obim Kobi Fien Cosrediane, also no, one tiasie, because we want power to destroy the country.
Yes.
And you use every way and means. Okay.
But I'm say, Nina emanating from the fact to say some people have some superiority complex. Be some more Ghanaians. Che bi no munti. Unim say, uno mudin komwa in their mind, you know. Omumbu. I mean, like,
ude chaso.
Like, you know, it's that disrespect. No, it's that disrespect. And that thing,
I before come why Gwenia who can people who say no? Would you me a chain takes in?
Dabio, me call my Busa almost say. Send I must say, as a man for more to about Matani, now patch about me out free. Robert Duffo was ye, Kwabena, so that dear by you. It is a dear, you pull, you really put a pusage, and I'm so very pusage. Hey, you can't remember us been to about Matani. Not the Akotu, Muamusimudia Mukrampo, Mukramusu, the Biamusu say, Nipe Kamunimua, and Kayanimua. Guta, Sankro for your Macasay. If you know them personally, you will know. See, MPP for champ, and no more like Omo said, no mistake, Omo bomb son, no, the cock blushy. And I call Cantamanto, Nako, a year Venice, Abusukai. We talk to people. Now obi ko clear car part keke car part a door unim say COVID-19 levy that door no so keke na or clear no mpo no more than 700 cedi meanwhile den ankasa no first no yen turn more than 1,500. So they know people are angry, say nkofo we ma disappointed, but you see the anger is not enough. The way I think say we have been too lenient with Nanado. See me, people see me and they question me, say, also when you one man the mobile. I don't know carbon team you. And me myself, I blame myself, say, yeah, ya man prefer from where the total. But you see, 8 months, 7 months, 6 months, I'm telling you, say, as a second of 1 mom who so waka. See, those people are mobile home and they are say a friend is saying a red carpet. They don't deserve red carpet. Let them have X in their faces. That's what they deserve. Sir, Ansah. Omoka somu be wiem because omunim say Ghana for adwina sesa. And I keep on telling Samuel Kunum. Say obia ni police ni ko ye. Oh. So abusu afoti akropon.
No na how say ni ka say danduru waka.
Say so obia ni police ni nkwa. Danduru wa. Jesus omo for police for no omo omo national security for no omo fie no omo chem obia 1111 na o guard ho. Because nobody will waste time at the polling station. You started at the polling station. Na bi ma shase wo fie. They don't know. They don't know.
My main cancer. You
know
what I take consolation in? You see, what I take consolation in is the fact that all the security forces services in Abomwa. Omunru 100,000.
Yo.
Omunru 100,000. Ghana Armed Forces. Omunru Abomwa. Omunru 13,000. 13,000.
Welcome 8 a 10. Obianka show. Ubakumbio.
Ghana Police Service. Omo Edward 52,000.
Oh,
52. Omo population in 52,000. 52 plus 13. Are you saying? 5 2 13 5. So 63,000. Fire Service Odumja. Kwabena. Omo dudu nyina enu 5,000. Prisons almost same. Okamu nyina boma omu nu 100,000. Omu nyina so wa busuya. Sadia na see what Techiman South no. I was in north or south.
Techiman South.
Yeah, ma. Kwasia Jimmy I aboy be ye MP Jimmy for no. I Mateje Mensa kosa Krasini Jimmy no. Obey MP no. Yeah, moja ukum nipa de be ye MP no. Kwabena. Hey, we very prominent when MPP mo. But on who buying? Because you see, Obia Nebusuani aye ye.
Amunkum crofobio.
Afra say no. Afra say na yakoto aba no. Say ye no mo nye.
Even with
ye be ye kura na. Ye be ma ye na ye fe. Wo ye na me sumi ye.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Also be
because
what you yo. We are so jani awo kwa. Me ba busua fo so ye yo.
Me ba this one. Me ba divine. Yes. Yeti kromo a wakum 10. Ukum 10. Christian cancer and kashi. Peace cancer and kashi. The president himself. A year at least. Oh, a beer. Asema 2 years. Enya de papa. Ye be hwehwe nkofo kro. Ya omo yes ade no. Na embra no omo di. Dabi Joe Fu concert boy no kojina parliament catch say we a criminal now do nsako kan ballot paper enye 20 years e boku ni enye ode. Okay
we na Carlos ni nam ho.
Yeah na Carlos afa ballot paper ario. Yeah ware on the ware. No ni nam ho ya monitor
with impunity on nam ho.
Enti this time around, the ordinary boys and girls on the street will let you understand that nobody will go and waste time on a policeman or actually to avoid this near Kuno.
Who are was no? Yes,
your friend nearby police station. They will report at the nearby police. The next house, I will bush your fee.
Ah, na Kwabena.
Amonte ase.
Sabi ya nena moyi. Na me na poku. Wako me this year. Na Akufo-Addo your president. Me kabje me kamaye. Am here the matumbi. Hey, na Akufo-Addo na wako jina microphone anim na wako care speech. We are there your president.
Debio.
Ah now then.
But mini anti.
One day born, one day die.
The point is.
Na bet me akwa nsuom nam.
Unim de omo yesu.
Adan ya oba no. Wono de oye nipa ten me mabusuani no me this year no. Ah.
Unim de anti omo yesa de no. Now, Oma Suma Omon Kola said they should go around the country telling them, hey, MPP the Omu Nyem.
Ah, you know, someone Mimitia. Wouldn't say, see, I know my Omadri say, Zenjamu Masako. Unim Zenjamu Masako.
Maybe Unim de Tomo Yasa. Omo Yasa, Pesabaya, those who want to vote for John Mahama will not waste time.
Yes.
A tactics, a psychological warfare.
They want to bring apathy where apathy.
Yes, they want to bring apathy. But you
an apathy in an opposition party. So but do you know that message now what they call around?
Yes.
It is militarizing the grassroots. It is giving energy to the downtrodden, the one that is meek and weak and feeling say me kotwaba ajeme sebre free won sam awo
ya brand
me no me kwa akwaji me kotwaba ajumi 2 million free won sam wo so fa ma me eduru ho a wo behu look me na me dey because look anybody that was ever informed about say nentin kofo yi omo si abano mo we ni kro mo fa ma mo ne ba ne sa mbe den Ubo sa unka hwe o onu agina ho sa ana se gade besi onu na ye kan sa me che no mi minimum pp fo on aduma kisi constituency wo ena me mo mudin executives bi omudin komana me ye se voice they say the election ye just mo kra ye se mo ye we ne kra mo fama of the chief me catch them. Mumma ni nyadi yo na ye kura ye nto. Executives. Party executives.
or your full analysis in tandem with Guta meeting and everything.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay, so and sa interview if you want I have interview on Joy Joy TV, right? With Akakpo. So credit no Joy TV and because a national issue and it needs to be discussed, and we are just playing it back. Or office or come baby, I will be take your time and listen to Professor Frepon Boateng with Akakpo on Joy TV. Yes, we are ready.
But the Cardiothoracic Center, your brainchild. Tell us about your journey, how it all started, from studying in Germany to wanting to come back to Ghana and serve. Walk us through that journey.
Well, it's a very long journey. I don't know whether we have the time to go. But just when I get to a point, you stop me. It started when I decided to do my postgraduate in Germany. And so I left Ghana in April 1978 to study the German language first for 6 months. And then I got a place to study at the Hanover Medical School. Actually, that's the only medical university in Germany.
Wow.
Dedicated to medicine. And so because the person who invited me, who accepted me, was a cardiothoracic surgeon, I decided to stay with him. Because Germany, we need that kind of protection. And so, although initially I wanted to do trauma and orthopedics, I decided to stay with them. And so I did cardiothoracic surgery. And then later on, there were really 3 or 4 reasons that solidified my resolve to do cardiothoracic surgery. Because when I was in Ghana, there was a time we were medical students, and there was a young girl called Teresa, who had a hole in her heart. And the newspapers were soliciting for funds to send this girl abroad for surgery. But they were not successful. And unfortunately, Teresa died. It stuck with me. And then a friend of mine, Kwabena, who in the rental school in Career, he finished from 4, went to Kumasi to learn shoemaking. You know, shoemakers have a wooden board they put on their laps, and they use a small sharp knife to cut the leather. One day, the knife slipped into his groin and cut the big artery in the groin, supplying the whole of the right leg. So he was taken to the big hospital in Kumasi. Those days, we didn't have the experts, we didn't have the material to do things. So my friend lost his leg. The whole leg was disarticulated. And so he lost the leg. Then the third reason was that we all know Professor Ismon, who performed the first open heart surgery in Ghana in 1964. But after the coup, he stopped, and then a lot of things were happening in Kolebu, and he wasn't happy, so he stopped heart surgery. So when I was in Germany, I said, well, with my knowledge, my attitude, and the way I look at things, if I don't go back to Ghana to continue from where Ismon left, it might take 50 years, 100 years before another person will come. Or maybe it may not happen at all. That was the third reason. The fourth one was very personal. My own father, who died before I was born, died at the age of 24. And my mother was, I think, 5 months pregnant with me. Wow. And apparently, he was traveling from Bibiani to Kumasi to buy some things for his business. And he had an accident on the way and died. He didn't die on the spot. Apparently, he died from injuries to the chest injuries, internal bleeding at the age of 24. So I said, well, maybe then I better do this so that I will save young men so that their children will not be semi-orphans.
So that's basically how the journey began.
The journey began. And then but when I came back, interesting enough, my own mother had an aneurysm of the aorta. Wow. And I had to operate on her. Because those days, I was
the only person. You operated on your own mother?
Yes. I was the only person who could do that. But later on, of course, we trained people and then...
What was it like, though, knowing that your own mother's life was in your hands?
No, I shut off. As soon as I go to the theater and see, then I disconnect at all. Because if you don't do it, I'm not that emotional. This was the first time I've operated on relatives. So I shut off and then I did my job. And she was well. And
interspersing the conversation, you would see some of the pictures and maybe even videos will be sprinkling in there in respect of Prof and his work. But let me come to Ghana. What did it take to put up the cardiothoracic center we know now? Because this was basically your sweat, your blood, your effort. You did something that no one probably does. I mean, you came and all of this was on your shoulders. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was difficult because I was determined. I knew, my mother was very young. My father died 24 years. I don't come from a rich family. But one thing I know is that we came to this world with nothing and we'll go with nothing. And so I was determined to do something. The money was not my focus. I wanted to do something. And so when I came down, the Germans were prepared to give us surprise credit to buy the equipment, but they said they were not going to build for us. And the government was not in a position to build for us. So I started.
Which period was this?
Well, this is 1989.
Okay.
So
the PNDC?
That was PNDC. That was Chairman Rawlings, who was the head of state at the time. But he did very well. I mean, I give him full marks because, strangely enough, I had never seen him before, never saw him until the day he came to commission the center on the 4th of April, 2nd April 1992. And so what he did told me that he did that not out of political expediency, but a genuine concern for the health needs of the people. So I admired him, and I made sure I wrote to him to thank him for what he did. And not only him, his people, Kwesi Boche was very helpful.
Professor Kwesi Boche, of blessed memory.
Yes. P.B. Obin also, Misata, strangely enough, all gone.
You mean the former vice president?
Yes. He was a deputy minister, deputy secretary for health those days. He was deputy to Kwesi Boche in the finance ministry. And Owusu Ajay from Winnipeg also, he was there in the MPP those days. And then Nana Kweku Sapon was brilliant, Ato Ahoy. He started everything. Mrs. Grant was more or less a mother to me, and he was very concerned. But the difficulties I had was from my own colleagues, in Kumasi, especially in Kolebu. People were just bent on making sure that the thing didn't come on.
Wait, hold on.
I've chronicled everything.
You were trying to resuscitate because this person you had mentioned had done something in that area and then got frustrated and left. You came down, spent your time, your own resources to put something up, and you're telling me that your colleague medical practitioners, doctors, were trying to sabotage you.
Yes.
To what end?
Well, so it doesn't come on at all. I mean, I'm saying this. I'm not conjuring stories. I've chronicled all these things in a book. Deep down my heart. Maybe we'll come to that later on. So I don't want to go into those details.
Let's talk about them now.
Which one?
I mean, some of these challenges you face from your own, those in the medical fraternity.
For example, that I should not be given a ward. I didn't have a ward to admit patients when I came in each year, when I had no ward. That's why I was determined to build. I didn't have an operating theater. I didn't have people to help me. I didn't even have doctors to help me. In the first few years, I was alone, taking blood from patients, taking them to the lab, running all the rounds that house officers should be doing. I did all these things. And people were just trying to make sure that things became tough and we wouldn't get on. And even someone suggested to the head of anesthesia that he should go and fiddle with the equipment on the intensive care unit so that when patients are put in them, they will die and I'll be discredited.
Goodness me, no. I don't think you're saying what I think you're saying.
I'm saying this.
Someone wanted the head of anesthesia to fiddle with equipment so that people would die and you would be
I'll be discredited. Heart patients that are operated on will not survive and I'll be discredited. So the head of anesthesia
told him to put it on paper.
What he was saying?
Yes, from implementation.
Of course, he would not be able to.
Of course, he will not do it. So he came to me. The head of anesthesia came to me and said, Kwabena, be careful of this man. And of course, what that person did subsequently told me that I had to be very careful.
Have you ever felt, I mean, at that time, and we'll come to even the current dispensation, has your life ever been threatened?
My life?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, no, I will not say so. Maybe through some other means, but not direct physical threat.
Not direct physical threat.
But people try to do some things. Someone invited me to a party, and from what he was behaving and what people were telling me, I didn't have to be a soothsayer to decline that invitation.
There was an attempt on your life, you suspected.
Yes.
Let's go back to Korle Bu, and I want to walk through a few things when it comes to Korle Bu before we move on. The Cardiothoracic Center is now what, 35 years?
35 years.
35 years.
Look at how time flies. 35 years. When I came down, I was a very young man, 39, and so...
And now look at you. After all the years, decades, and now you've grayed. I look at some of your pictures from back then and I look at you.
Look at my gray,
But that's life. When you look at the center now, what do you see?
The center deteriorated after I've left because of the way I was driven out. But then now...
Why do you use the term driven out?
I was asked to leave. It's just like driving God away from the universe He created. They were behaving like atheists. Atheists are people, I think, who drive God away from the universe He created. Anyway, so, but now we have a director, in the person of Professor Mark Tete, who is trying to, bridge gaps and do things, and I think he's doing very well, and he needs our support. We have to support him.
Do you feel the Cardiothoracic Center could have been bigger, better, offering, because you look at Korle Bu and the role it plays in the West African sub-region, and this is not now, even in the Gaggisberg era, it had been playing that role. Do you feel there are missed opportunities, that it could have been better than what it is now?
Oh, yes. In fact, 3 years before I left, I started a program, first of all, to train people. That's the first thing. Train people. Some doctors were sent to South Africa to learn pediatric heart surgery. One was sent to India. I wanted to send one to Canada to specialize in some areas of heart surgery. And then we designed a new cardiothoracic center, a big block, and we thought we could get land in Legon, because the medical school has, I think, 400 acres of land. That was what was reserved by Nkrumah for the medical school.
You mean the University of Ghana campus?
Ghana, yes, campus.
Right.
So I did a presentation before the Vice Chancellor, with the drawings and everything, but we did not get the support. Basically, we wanted 20 acres so that we could build a new cardiothoracic center there, but it didn't work. And also, the director who took over from me was not interested in any new project and so on. And so I left, and that's what happened. But you are right. There should be, because we were on top. I mean, when we started, we were just at par with many heart centers in the world, not in Africa. When I'm doing something, I do something to the world standard. I don't like cliches like Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or West Africa, sub-region. No. We aim at the world standards, and that's where we are. We were. But then, now the technology is also old, using 1990 technologies in many areas. And we need training. We need to train more people, anesthetists, surgeons, nurses, technicians in many fields in heart surgery. Heart surgery is very complex. And so, but we lag behind, and now we need to fight very hard to come up again.
Speaking of heart surgery, if you go back into the centuries, at a point it was contemplated that you could operate on every other organ but the heart. It was a no-go area scientifically.
Yes.
And then I think sometime in the 19th century, it was proven that it is indeed possible.
1896.
Exactly.
Actually, even before then, there was a black person, Dr. Hale Williams in the US, 4 years before the official date. He performed the first heart surgery, but he was not recognized in the US.
The typical stereotype.
Yes, and then until 1896, when one German, Ludwig Rain, did the first heart surgery. That is, there was a wound on the surface of the heart and he stitched it. And that was the first open heart surgery.
For you, at the cardio center, while you were there, what are some of the milestones in terms of heart surgery you performed that readily come to your mind? The new innovations that we brought to the world, and not just surgeries, like there were many of them. But then, for example, we were the first in Ghana to safely operate on patients with sickle cell disease who needed heart surgery. Because, yes, because throughout the world, they say they have low hemoglobin, and so they will give them, they make stage transfusion, and thereby introduce infection. No, but we said, and also that you cannot expose sickle cell patients to cold, because even when the weather gets cold, they get into crisis. Yeah. But we devised a way of operating on them.
The reason why your boss had the way, and now more your documentary be heart attack diseases arise across cardiovascular diseases, and the rate so I have spoken to Professor from Pomboatin on this matter on phone in private, and it seems like you call a probo you didn't come more, but nobody talks about it. But you know, so ne yarea a clear and crofopa as we speak now, because of the kind of foods we eat and other nema you consume. And I don't know, Divine, just 10 minutes on this particular matter, because yeah, politics, but our own health. Even I don't know, Mpachonko from Fanchemi, Sebia will be Kokano Boneswa, but even our brother of Kwabena Kwache. Yeah. That is what I heard. I don't know, Mpacho. Me who any me who any evidence be I say need any cardio disease Mpacho. But that is what I heard, Mpacho. Mr. Mo. Me family who be atisembat we nipa nipa, and they bet me to be at any point in time. Just quick comments on it.
Unim say they be a sama mekan say so only obi benya o bibia mu wiase mu ase ya enye bibia yare sisi ame no kan ye plans afa nyina no empire ne be sere yankopon so be ma ya hoden na December 7 fa beto yen so you wo a last rapper bibi fufuro bia e kan ho bia yare bia na beto a obeye mobo na ma wasam yedin and the ya cramp no say be prolonged, like yare a be stretch over a period no mu na amwa no na wo ye hu si a enyi si wo ye si a ne enyi yi ya na ya say yare betumi aka wato form na unim sa dimension sem we no abroad na the wo pa ne say as a nation, because sometimes no a kind of pomudin sem there is no individual or we are see or no say or no na pomudin sem or wasika or resource our to me aka se wa boa ne ho ema obetimi ahwe ne ho akwakosi da bi. There is no individual and enya dia a privatizing ma obeka say oh at the private level na we can manage. No, that's a kama health issues no dia at the top states and they take charge of.
But Divine, these are things we hardly talk about.
No, but you see, a social service. When in Dentia, a do baby, I am penny for no. Omosha na omomano, omu pese omunko amanoni. Because your health sector, Nankazangazano, a idea, Sasamu Toa, who was Kasa den Krana, and to me, and solve the problem.
Can't be fee.
Unim. Our mama kaya sembi. In 2012, ne o campaign manager be no conductor in the campaign. na yɛyɛ campaign no ɛna onya some mimi hu some friend gal to sɛ onya bibi wɔ ne nan ɔna ɔde kɔ kɔlebu ɛna ebuki no sɛ yɛbɛtwa ne nan nti yɛma ne date ɛna yɛbɛtwa ne nan no wɔ kɔlebu na wonim sɛ ɔno atena ase anɔse no we deɛ ɔbɛma ne gyi because ɔmo si na yɛ cancer ɔmo ma ne yɛ huhuhu sɛ cancer de bɛn de bɛn ɛna ɔsi dɛbi ɔno ankasa ɔte US nti sɛ ade a ɛbɛtwa ne nan deɛ a ɛneɛ ɔntwa no wɔ US mu na hɔ no at least ebi a nhyehyɛ ɔho no bɛyɛ better wonim sɛ ɔkyɛ ne bɛtwa ne nan a nyame pɛ n'anim wonim sɛ ɔkɔɔ US no ɛnan twa namba so bio wonim sɛ na me manage ambulance company bi in 2016-17 eba 19 mu hɔ no na ɛhɔ na mebehu sɛ yɛn health sector no kyɛ sɛ agye nsɛm kyerɛ sɛ wonim sɛ na me no kasa yi when yɛkasa yɛ provide ambulatory emergency service the amount is here ya na si anya arrangement amfa ma wo ahead of time wa wonim say be referral say ya do fi one hospital akot say 37 kolebu obetumi adaka mu 3 hours ni enya bed den fa ma wo ye oh yes wow. It got to a point wonim say we had special arrangement with health doctors any medical superintendents our hospitals and health facilities no say na be ya uwetua at the end of the month you was typing there the ma omo say na be ya how the patient ba ho no mo a ometumi aye arrangement quickly am here to me admit no there was a time where one patient you didn't fit tabet you didn't fit central region you refer no you didn't ba kolebu wonim say oda ambulance ni mu 4 hours am ye pebe bi mani panded na to ye nya the bushafo no hu sa de ni mu aye den no of voter region e na omo ye omo adwe say sa de omo form ani nkire voter se na be ya owu anu aban fie o say that is the reality omamu has say reality no ye de ni ban ni fie se na be ya ho at least akoso mo kwan no so no
na che say de na to aso
de na to aso ne de ne ko that's what happened and that's what happens in our system na unim say some of the enyama ekunkum a manfo bebre no see Bobie enye expertise na ye ni sometimes the man dey
but we are not prepared for
no we don't have the equipment are omo be use for facilities no obekọ na ani ho and you know sometimes no what the price sa machines wey cost wa kakrebi you know say our leaders they don't think about
that. Na kan no instance ni pande $400,000 beko your friend say kolebu o ba ko $200,000 ama media
na yen ka ho asem because on pay bad name but me the make akwa see so about this matter is about lifestyle yen akasa so ya pomudin sem no exercise kakra no yen ma no enkum entumi yen wo ho no mu a tretre wa po mu na asa ne edidi so times bi wo no mu a edidi a ebi wo no ebi wo no mi say mi pesokins pa but oni mi say ebi wo no mu a those days na me di say obi na e peso nkumi one day bi na me sorry ahomachi ebe say around 9 mo na me real sokins ne milk pa
anopa 9 na say
anwumre 9 me dey me time bi obi oni mi bia me minyeska sokins pa na me di na onim say me down no mahomachi no na me home esizi ye wow yes enti my dear me says I don't know call radio I call fire my dear me so osibesi na ade che no na me ye koda menya heartburns
Jesus Christ
me call hospital near check here no ye hu say no sana onim say me lactose intolerant I didn't know.
Okay, so the milk
a chair na digest it me diwie na me koda I say na milk no san begu me trim it me system ni nyina sizi ni nyina no lifestyle na recommendation ba konso no say yenyi no ade abrofo ye ne say o birthday dan na ankasa na say o birthday na enfe ba kwa be kan ofe so no sa dan no mo call full body check up say utumi check your body because hono obewu say BMI or system no asesa ana ensesa
yeah this can go top of chai
but odi enu na esi ehwe but onim say ka wam
asonim
unim say ya kasa asem we cardiovascular disease ne cardiac arrest and gofonya bebre no she ni nyina nkanfo a ye see exercise obi wo gym owu ni nyina nkanfo no say economic issues and the high on the ladder.
Thank you, but listen to them.
Economic issue no yeah share remember be brain to mean that because kotokuom now over news maybe to and share used to me the message be serewa me what as be send me message you see the school fees this is the master's number please send the money to not order the what do you say me 8 o'clock 8:21 me sorry na me who message no
bro
makuma
bro
say me akuma yale anka mewu
bro and then who say na dream man
it go be now hey economic issue
I mean no kra na me ra wo say many list to echi na MP say masa me je me hu bibia enye yie
because you see I know share school fees any rent and that madam will be friend me or see the rent and the landlord so called their channel cra 19,200 you see echi no friend me oni sani pa kro we okoda onya cardiac arrest we edrobe the exercise be the bit
economy no kum
for chain sa exercise say be pa the betumi agi obi a ni landlord akache no say eyi hwe hit na wo ankasa ya provide o na unim say minimo bi a oteneka mu na jo 11 okwa ohwe no gauge na opose no gina ho no ohun so aka no
so onye dey you
because of say or drive to so aka no ebeka no kwan so e no park si so to me ko e no nim say me dey bia me hu na yes me experience me to car bi 17 na me to for 72 Ghana cedis na me dey fill the whole tank unim say andananado so obi sa me say see sa car no you try say o failure ahen na be komu a me nim because the last time I me try here no me sika say me do onum na me my instructions 900 the trim na car no still enye my 900 cedis na so car na enye my say me nim me kwa na to 250 sa na me de nam na nte wonu say me ebu a me timi nam na me kuma ye ma shim say kim na me pete be do fie me hu kwa me do because chale me che okwan so it economic factors no e kun for chain because they see a pressure a bankrupt so and only say an excitement in for 3 more like only go be din komo a fan ade be man krofo akoma atom yam no ma on my expression mo be bre inti marriages collapse under this government endra hwe go kosofo endra any mami bi so no nko an household on the household sike koka go cause Dr. Indum company no or say na omu from 56 na ni nua ba ko 56 ono ankasa o 62 omu ye about 9 household omu manyina wa manoni o oso mu nyina ewu aka ono nko a because of time ni na so ade no ni kunu ankasa nya stroke ye na so ye collapse ye no ni kunu nya stroke ni nuanom na aka nyina so nya heart ina omo na mu so da for man see ono pe na entire family no aka na o exist it no economy no na na so that so called banking sector no ekuni pa chain
enra me hu say your friends also Gold Coast fund is different and microfinance no is different and some mainstream banks no I think one of the Ekum nipa 900.
Yes, I know you investment banks.
900.
I'm sick of what ewu was had me madam for adonu. Madam for Erica Donebusia for some team in campaign for chairman. We the Manusi Sumenas. Well, me on the last message. Bobie, me just screenshot that sendo. It's Russia. And on no born bra and on the Sikabegu Jin and the Begu Gold Coast. I'll say or per like what bread Russia no obon the brain na your person san so be settle e wo Ghana enu nya kidney yare kakra eno o say onu an sika wansra ban say owu oba ye no say ni sika no person fa transplant onyeska the guy had almost 600,000 cedis 600,000 Ghana cedis on account mu o so hiamu 100,000 owu ye pe wawu and I'm no say ni account no say na kufa do a say sika no wo mu me the bank statement ni ID card ni bibia kitam sisi am no say Erika do no agbahia enti no ye care about your health service near you na lifestyle o me tie pressure o me so no me ni hypertension ni blood pressure ba me ka kire pressure me so no pa ebu am timi hu messages me ignore ni nyina ba ni nyina ye microphone so you can see who say yes and raba ko bi o send me message you timi so owu but chale dem ya say e bia menya invitation but because I can't do anything about it deep on so ne ho akire no me tie my bo me nya voice note no and I'm a friend my friends so we say and everybody was telling me say Charlie and your mama heading so imagine what it means and they said this girl senyakupo amfafia obewu enyame na mekunu but the truth is that I don't have the means even if I will me donate 500 cedis the condition and 500 as but unim deti ame kase it still boils down to politics and say Okoboy honorable Okoboy ebe kan simbi or say NHIL levy no ye jeje no o majiji so far our port ye to ade electricity or say sa sika no senka ban assign sa sika na ye mobilize ni nyina de amafoto no a or say even the most complicated disease that we are seeing nyina no Ghanaian should pay a dime a cedis to have that kind of service or the son ho yare meanwhile no yajisika no ayen fa man NHIL yen fa ma obia aban fa momo
awe recapping e discount ko Jubilee House
so to asum yanko so mi yanko okay
for your information so ni baby as scan wa aban free recapping wa recap sika no se capping no se den akapu sika na kwa kogu Jubilee House about 90% of sika yaje wo NHIL na wo san ke de ko hwe ayarefo no ko Jubilee House ko ma omuchedi Kwabena for your information omukọ Alisa Hotel ko hwe running mate ene I understand say omanpanini na bedi akire our flag bearer ma MPP Joe Monkey autistic Baumia onko Alisa Hotel echo running mate. Most important information I was say abendi eche no ehun hia mo but I can tell say the end shall justify the means.
Well, it's so say so you running.
No, they need to. Why not? Why not? And I think say so far no I'm rooting for Napo. I'm rooting for Napo.
Yes, so I'm rooting for Natoshi.
Natoshi in Kenya bad. But me kai the other year Anthony or say Akutona.
You know ntina me root emano.
Na amama dream I me say
oye nipa papa
o ya de mum otimi kunipa kama
ya de
otimi kunipa ama papa enya stroke awu hey na to
masa oye me candidate
me so kam candidate won asem me kan no aka
isa kama minka
ozo kam candidate won asem
ozo kam candidate no asem
say anyo no na so de ma Kwabena Japan so enya bad
Kayo
unimuma say the speech now my answer na
ya bossa
o yi aduma say na na nwata dem o be ba no paper one
ke bossa
fita
hey anybody embrace
ko pe bibia be difo
anybody embrace
ani be ye den e be
ba me on bad frame paris hey debi
ela de frema ye manu si sumina so me pe frema
me so me pe eslo
they say about glass.
Me first lose.
Say about glass.
Also obuadie, eslo obuadie.
Me persla.
Obuadie.
Oh yes, me persla.
Persla. Obuadie onyimi.
And I'm person who no be ya this year.
No, me first lose.
Anyway, but I wish them well. I just pray say it's all in the accrual of accolades for democracy. You know, I pray say ombe yusu wait na omochusu running mates. However, you see the coming election no enye for MPP. Kwabena me tie from Boatin no. I heard messages I think say Senka or expanded the communication on Dema, and I would have seen a Nyoma ability to giving NDC some citations. Da free amanone bedro my way. The NDC government knowing say we have one of our own who has traveled far to acquire such knowledge. He's the first in Africa. He's the first black man for Paul Boateng. And when people discuss him, and they say Akufo don't know Gabi Kwasia Jibi Fowe, now Omo discuss Frimpong Boateng in a certain taster. Who is like Frimpong Boateng in that family? Who is like Frimpong Boateng in that family called what friend is saying? Ofori Penny Fee. Who is like him? They should tell me who is like Frimpong Boateng. Because me, I don't have his kind in my family. How I wish. Because Frimpong Boateng, I'm not so sure. The last time I checked, he doesn't know his mom and dad. He's that type of a person. Onim ne mami, onim ne papa. When who ni mami da, when who ni papa da. And I think so obe free me busuem. Because we when the nimna, and the woman cry. I say cry me yase no. Uza. And I think some media me who Frimpong Boateng or busuem. But oh Gabi no mune san kwasi afona. Chrono amo bonti, you wanted to tarnish the image that you can never build. You can even not have, or you can't even aspire. Even in centuries to come, you can't have such a character in your family. That weak family, criminally minded family, a family that cannot even rebuke its own, a family that is very denigrated to the point, say, you have to only be thieves to survive. Family that can only build a palace on taxpayers' monies. That family, useless family, that can only survive only when they steal. Family that are thieves, broad daylight, armed robbers. They were tarnishing that image. But sometimes, I feel I should tell Frimpong Boateng it serves him right. Because you see, when you bite fingers that have fed you, your end will be near. For example, if you listen carefully to the narrative now, NDC built Frimpong Boateng. Yeah. NDC built him. Yeah. NDC understood why such a person must be put to a purviewer, a bebois, in the interest of Ghana. It's like Jekotanko Bichebilante, who was saved by Rawlings. He came against him. His end was very near. Biting fingers that feed you. Ansah yedishe nkunu enwan yeditie. And he was mentioning people. Omo and tried to make it possible, say, Ombesi Cardiothoracic Center no. Enya ono na nakuma be ne ya ama ye dia koye ono operation ono ye dokutani Kwabena, what Frimpong Boateng has not done, I think say it will get all of us thinking about what number, and I say how many persons has the Cardiothoracic Center saved. If that statistics is put out, you see the importance of that thing that Rawlings built. Yes, I see. You will tell the story that number, say it has saved this number of lives. Then we are able to put that analysis together and say, but for that hospital, thoracic center, this number of persons would have died. Because apart from going to that thoracic center for a surgery, you cannot use any other means to survive.
But yeah, under the Fourth Republic, and NDC are building Ghana.
They have. And I want them to be able to understand, say, So who are you won't allow Obi to say Akufo-Addo to ever be president. To come and waste our time.
Build Ghana.
You won't allow for
this hospital. I will come once me. Until date, yenya any other.
There is none. Onwa pet Frimpong Boateng pen. I think say through his other partnership, I think they have built a private one. I don't know how, because I read about it somewhere in the dailies. Onwa pet.
That is super.
There is not like that. If you want to even check in Africa, I don't think we can have about 3 or 4.
And it was built by Rollins.
Yes. What is that Rollins Akuma any other? Did he build it for himself?
They
don't. What is NDC National Theatre Assembly? What is Omaka Cultural Center Assembly? Me say, many minuati hey. Abuane ntakra ne mane ho yefe o. Na ntakra bone ti se Akufo-Addo nom ti se bawomianom de e ti se kwatere kwa. Edom nipa dom ne ma party yefe. Ye bobo din ye bobo Frimpong Boateng num din ma MPP animonyam. Ye bobo Alanchematen num those times na ye bobo sa din na yetimi ka se oi we no omusu bi ni wiase omusu bi ni Africa omusu bi ni onom no na ye busa ye kan ne asade akoso NDC for no so say monso mon tell obi o te se Frimpong Boateng ye boa na ye busa omo. But they are the reason why Frimpong Boateng could ever be part of the discourse in Ghana. NDC.
And unfortunately, the current MPP is the reason why Frimpong Boateng anyway guasi.
Yes. Oh, but they are trying. They are only there is none like him. One kasano krano, eh? I'm sure say Otiwa, Utimi Buzano say, I nyame me no one nyame. Because I'm sure say sometimes he's surprised that he has been able to attain that pedigree. The first African, the first black man, had surgery successfully. The first. Ebini we are say. Eti we no senka ye your man ye feria de buadea. Eka said you we no kranka ye kan ke beka say his honor.
And they are shocking me no.
Hey, his honor.
Oma denigrate man no like.
We obi a e wo senka ebia King Charles a friend no on 19 no. Nanka onama o friend din kwa wo so ka say Frimpong Boateng. We don't have his kind in Africa. Not anywhere. Yeah, after him, they have also attained the skills, the knowledge, the wherewithal to be able to undertake what he does. But he is the first ever. Now, in the ages of Jacobus Capitanum, Omono, Oye Ghana, Oye the first caller, no, in those times, na Edin say, you bet me crack say bibini crab to me crab a scholar. Now, Frimpong Boateng tie na yetimi ka say your pride as Ghana for ne say ye will be a utimi has surgery. Man people ni bi nyare ne. He would not even think opa magabi ya onenam ho ya ne na to say a friend say abebesre no. Opa man heart attacks is here. Frimpong Boateng, no matter what Gabi has done against him, obekwa could save a life.
That is his profession. That is his call.
That is his own. And he does it without any. But Kwabena, another point I say kind me tie no me say and say say or you pained or you very much pained bitter or you worried say as for mine yentimi kra beyond the NDC building you know entre mu e ma ne nye kese ehu the need say e wo say ye ma ya dwene kɔ akomayare so as for mine enti the run see ye no the NDC fo see ye no enu ano no ye entre mu And he's worried. He's a private man. Kwabena enye nipa omo benya akumayare nyina na ebitima akọ ono ne hospital ho. No. Atimi afford. Look at the NHIL analysis. Okobo is right too. Kwabena, look at how many times they have increased it under Kufuor.
Okobo is right about what?
He's right about Sika Yajeji and the NHIL, no, the National Health Insurance Levy, no. Obi koto milk, ensure we am toy NHIL also.
But on only problem is
the problem is Sika no. Yajeji a yemfa ma enkoto futua. E wo say kotomma National Health Insurance.
No see the or no see the kwai.
Ontimi nka.
Ne no ya
there be no kran ya waka. We are not able to.
There be Wakasa Jimmy.
Come and when you at the Atoso say what you are buying to at that time no National Health Insurance for penny in see you no. And our church and I see no.
Your friends say okra come mine or
I do
no
I bank him.
I call crow.
And then 5 days as I said.
I didn't call crow. No, I didn't call crow.
And you bring a party.
So okay. Now I didn't call crow. That's a call crow. That's what because I didn't call crow.
But so what can? What Chelsea Sika?
I don't know Chelsea. Almost see I call crow.
The call crow and call man minister.
You look at him, me, the man.
Aye, or Casana.
Daddy, you look at him, me, the man, and you're a crowd. You look at him, me, and the man.
You can tell, say, we have people in government that share wickedness. They enjoy as an accolade. They are too wicked and mean. Say, they don't even care and think about human lives. But when you say, Adebisi or Rwanda, well, I think it first happened in Tanzania. You see Minister Biyari. Now, he was looking forward to Senka Bino and Mano. So, Kwara, where governments are abba in this Fourth Republic, men can kufu anymore. Men can your friend is saying kufu hunfin. Kufu wa yebi but wa mtimi anyakese. Ye betimi akyere NDC asupiti ahodo a omo committee oman sika ediesi. The first day I went to University of Ghana Medical Center, Kara na Nyankopon fa me ofa kra isie, ofa ne kra isie, ofa ne kra isie. Na me ofa ene da ho na me kohwe no. Kara me duru ho no, na me refi se me gina Ghana. Na me refi. And when you say the second phase, Sika akodi Akufo-Addo no ho a omo diska no omo anfa anye Kwabena Ridge Hospital second phase sika bawo omo diska no omo anfa anye second phase no directly opposite the Ridge Hospital no e sanse krono any sika eye Akufo-Addo de eche nipa nkwanti no o si ade a o say eye multi-million-dollar Bank of Ghana headquarters. Kwabena, between baby a womo manage your money sika na asai no ebetena any baby a obi yare ede ne beko. Choose which one of them, and I will say first on the priority list. Which one of the two? And if you have a president like Akufo-Addo who will choose Bank of Ghana headquarters because a so-called girlfriend is a deputy governor or a so-called ex-girlfriend or whoever friend say LCO say wine ɛna ɛwɔ so osi dan no na otimi ɛma no your friend saying ɔmo frɛ alimony sɛn kwamra alimony yɛ ka ne pii sɛn sɛ wagya ɔbaa na yɛsi sum no
menya ɔbaa da
sum no
wagya ɔbaa da
ɔbaa na gya wo deɛ fine but me deɛ menya bi da
wonya bi da
na wo wagya bi da
menya ɔbaa da
ba ɔbaa gya wo da ebia
yɛkeka
oh so you can tell say kwamra priorities now it is born out of a nneɛma mmienu pɛ krono any the spirit of irresponsibility because you hospital I mean to me more krono because budget be out the hospital ni be no parliament but semikosi Bank of Ghana headquarters even when I don't go to parliament sikani taho menya bi awia na mdiske bi ato so that's all and that's all but I'll tell Professor Frimpong Boateng say a man throw the hands up in despair or don't turn a papa Ghana fo buni papa Akufo-Addo ye mu no mfere no ye mu no mimi mu no ba me hu Frimpong Boateng me koto because me hu sa nipa ni bi da wo wiase etire we esi Akufo-Addo tisu yi se nkodi ko sua Frimpong Boateng de bia adwinboni ntin ka kokora wakoma no kura ye adwuma obetwam
but obi send him message about Sentuo refinery no
yes omo adia
and awie temafo boys no ashase e monitor omo activities serious
bibi besi
the kind of things we are hearing from Tema enclave no serious
na obi
say Tema
oil tanker ni adwuma ye o
Tema oil refinery omo nkwa adwuma o yeah they don't go to work obi ankwa adwuma because they are not doing anything
na Akufo-Addo why you tick kakraka A plus ena odi Akufo-Addo anim ko ye believe in Ghana concept you obegina Kumase Asanteman Ghana man
masa be time ko wa be ko ye badwuma David say A plus crowd no wajai party no hello Aja
hello
what for the form
what for the
form pacho send about phone so
500
tell yeah that's it Mama confirm me another winner Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic the bright soja capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules the aba top choco top choco chocolate spread the fabrudumu and a top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink now the biaba mpacho for Gridco for tour Gridco for issue statement be any day okay Tuesday 9th April 2024 so the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited Tema Region wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Great Company Limited Gridco has curtailed power supply to our smelter 2 bulk supply point, resulting in outages in the following areas. So, One Hin Cement, Goyle Bitumen Plant, Leyland Paints, Oyoko Aero Parts, Japan Motors, Mankwaze Fisheries, Jensen, Akasanoma, Central Medical Stores, Cocoa Processing, Irani Brothers, Amandi, We2C, Asempa Co Stores, John Moore, Car Bank, La Bianca, Unilever, Dry Dock, Tema New Town, Asaswa, Cars Fisheries, Ocean Fair, Afco Fisheries, European Market, GPHA Terminals 1 and 2, Toll Pumping Station, MPS Terminal 3, Refa Terminal, Asat Tech, Jata Cement, Dangote Cement, APM Terminals, Avnash Industries, TCT, Burkina Faso Commerce, Save Bond, Golden Jubilee Terminals, Committee 2, Cocoa Board Warehouse and its environs. A whole year off. In ye. Munshanka Bowie so and so. The Thomas. Way different so Tema region. Okay, so Gridco Ati. The Electricity Company of Ghana Limited, Tema region. In the Gridco NECG. Wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that the Ghana Grid Company Limited has curtailed power. Okay, so we have Yellow Krobo of Lower Menya, Krobo of Royal Senchi, of Atimpoku, of Adome, of Edukrom Booster Station, Suchari Township, Volivo, of Golden Exotics, of Akole Pumping Station, of Tay Kwame, of Glamour Farms, Wildlife, PW Quarries, Eastern Quarries, Twin Quarries, Recycling, Japan, Aquamufie, Frankadua, Nudu, Enum Boso, Dodi, Asante Krum, Kisifo, and an important munina. Oh, it do nina.
I was reading.
Yeah, Samo.
It do nina. Auntie Adam, in short, the whole Ghana is off. It do nina.
I'm sure we are even running on a genset.
So when you're there for
where the message say mama me happy birthday song yi mame unim say DKC emia me nana DKC
DKC
ne wife the late DKC
we so manfa ai statement ba kwa ma the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President 2024. Your friend, bam, for President 24. Bam,
bam. Bernard Abantayila
Mona, bam, for President 2024. Okay, so a press release abba and I mean, go through Kakrebi. United PNC beyond the court ruling. So the Accra High Court has on the 8th April 2024 given judgment to affirm decision of the National Executive of PNC. While this should bring finality to the matter, the Bernard Abantayila Mona for President Tim wishes to call on all PNC faithful to exercise decorum in their commentary. This is a family affair and calls for cool heads to integrate all persons within this truly incrementized party. We need all and sundry within our ranks to be able to sell our messages to Ghanaians who are despondent with the state of affairs. So it goes on and on and on. But I
say, Ohineyere Georgina Konadu Kusi, aka Mommy Georgia.
Mama Georgia.
Keche mami.
Keche. Yeah, and now our friend.
Keche mami.
Keche.
Benito Usubio. Senior Benito.
Mama Georgia so kwa
Senior Benito. Unim say. Okay, we the mechanic.
Benito. Once Mama Georgia say ya mami pa o. So na is your name grow.
Oh, enya here only. Mommy. And then mommy 80th birthday. And I wish mommy happy 80th anniversary. Now, mommy, and a party in the Ukraine,
party in
I don't even want to know because me come mommy party and confirm me who mono. I bet it's a macquay. Mommy, me jina na ma wish you happy birthday.
Yes, you are.
Or a council of state member. I wish say Yankopon Bemano and Kwa. Will be dear me. But mommy, we are council of state member here, Miss Srel. So to Akufado for no on fire. Opa, recuse yourself.
Oh, maybe mommy, mommy no me. Okay,
mommy, happy birthday,
Georgia. Georgia Hotel. Say on Georgia Hotel.
Yeah, many
Eugenia,
Bia, Keche, Benito, and Omoma Kenya.
Oh. But I like catch the shirt heavy.
Oh yeah, heavy. No, only say one way.
Na me shisa na ayi.
Oh broni sa.
Me nko da nko da ihu mi.
I was catch so right after Gold House.
Sir,
Baba Hona. Ehano.
Obuwa.
Ehano. Oh, ehwa.
Anyumre yanko e.
Opa, any meet me do akọ.
There be a kufu be kwa share ho.
And we will go unannounced.
Ya ke ya kwa no ate ho hwe ya jamma
happy birthday mami.
But tell me say me hwe ba ku bi. Problem ba ku da me hwe ye. Oh, we school for uncle e share be. They say, oh, I fe. Say, Bobie. Say, Bobie. Now, my gas prefect was stage right.
Basana uja fa kan kwato.
No me mama de o fe de ga share.
Akan kwato.
And I only say Bobie. The gas prefect no about for one.
Bobie.
Gas prefect do about for one no. Then you dey fuck it.
Philip you pal me can sure say omo ye omba be ye some demonstration petition be against
Womra ye de oje ahinyafo oje ahinyafo all right, so that's it live at Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Accra FM. That's how we do it. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Friend Bobie Ansah. Done. I'm out. Enjoy your evening. Keep safe. Whee! Let's go. Citizen Show Yamamu nyina ha Yamamu Kwaba baby bia obi ano emra so se Ghana kasa Ghana din komo na ya wada right enti e be adwuma na yeda edom ene mpempem ase papa yeda ma ase ma wo mai mu sam nye wehia sem na dwene hu anopa ewia mebwa eni anaju nyina se o bompa ya kai Ghana. Let's do this.
Ghana.
right, so that's it. Meka was a citizen show and I would on Accra FM, powered by Class Media Group CMG. Yeguso Ghana for achre odo, Ghana for achre ahofama. Oshe eniema eba, any contributions are eba. So any papa. And yeda edom ni nyina ase. Yeda edom ni nyina ase. Nyame nhyira mo. Mo entimi emeduru ha sei. Mo atimi di aba. Enra ye kan ho asem. Owura ba ko de osem ye moni din. Enra owura Hamza Samu. Yeda ase pa. Ena eye bi yenu aba bi enso yedana se o my enso 50 bags kwame anim ema 500 Ghana cedis se fanton so ni bi nana kwasi pokuminta enra nana onana nom yebepemre ne aba na kwa utwafo hene nana yababa ba chia wo enra nana eboa 2000 Ghana cedis nana kwasi me pokuminta Rafia Imurana yedase papa Nelson Kwaku Kaiko yedase yenu bako ewo Holland enra Amsterdam ono so oboaye pa Denisanan yedase akwasi amuna yedase Jankula George Doro nso yedase pa Odi no kura de eye efe akono echen obi bia. Look, Jankula, let me say this. And we talk about the widow's mite, right? This gentleman, Jankula George, unim oma voter regime for 20 Ghana cedis. Do you know what it means? It tells you that the owonyina no diamano. Yeah. That's all that he has. Senka owo. It tells you that will be bikasia. Enka obebwa. And it's so touching. It's so touching. Bismarck Boating Papa Nyamin Shrao pa Nyamin Shrao. Kwame Pacho and your man bo me huni so unless you are here. Auntie Mercy's 26 bucks or 25 or 2 bucks. Which is which?
6 bucks. Intare.
Anyway, Auntie Mercy. Baby I will be no Auntie Mercy. Yeah, that's a pa me am frɛ entare or there ba Professor Martinson ene ne ho kani Auntie Rose Martinson na Auntie Rose yeah that's Auntie Mercy my entire 2 bags entire 2 bags. And Prof ene nere Auntie Rose so MIA 6 bags of clothes 6 bags of clothes Nika ahomeka Abba Isa and so amaye clothes Ghana must go no kese ebako. Ghana must go no kese ebako. Hajia mama ama enso 50 bucks. Hajia Nyamin Shrao yeda sepa Nyamin Shramo yeguso ye hwe ni mu se ochena yebetumi abo epono awie na kakra bi ensa aka no weekend yede asikwa so na yedi akọ obi amwa me hu se eye nuanom Power FM omo so eguso Captain Smart no so eguso onua FM for City FM omo so guso we na ma ye Ghana for we na kire se ye nipa baako
Yes, we may disagree on issues, but when a clear example say yes, we are Ghanaians. A true summary we need to stand with each other, shoulder to shoulder. I say ye chrese ampa. Ya nhwe ma oman we break it down. O hwe de ekoso ewo Gaza. Obi ewu no da obi nsaso na mrika. And yes, we troubles for her say. So as much as we are sympathizing with the Middle East, yenu anoma yewa so yentimi ndani echi emma wo. And for that matter, Ghanaians, yes, ye be sorry. Me won say, in fact, media stations na abomodin papa. Media stations na abomodin pa. Nyame enshira wo mo papa. Nyame nom obi biara ya odi na fidie e bodawro. Wanya bibia akura dawro no a wo bosa amanfo nkoboa no. Ye no nko a eye bibi, ye no nko a ye bibi. Unuya baby a unuya da. Ochina, you can be in that position. Ochina a bit me ato. And now more mutie Dr. Park no can send be. Say you know can say enough a hawkeka. Lucky me be rested ya na mete say almost say enra akoso mo down in so level no for 24 hours and rise ejina baby ejina no a ye bompa ya srewrade ye pana cho se onom ye na omboa ye ye bedi bronya enkrofo ma enkrofo niema asai chuma city asempu e frɛ no saman enipa no ne farms ne project kura wo ho ne shop wo ho kura no a wo ye adwuma kakra ne da asai na se de kra wo da sori a eno ane se wa sori se onipa na owo ho. And I keep on saying this. And yet votarians in Kwana etiti those areas. Ubekwa koto gas, ubekwa koto asantifo, ubekwa enipa biya bi ho, enti ye Ghana ene ye hwaka. So you don't sit somewhere and claim say ye votarians ene omanya ye issue no. Ye Ghana ne ye hwaka. Na no me ka kire o, me ko afegame na asantima mponi ewo ho a oye adwuma abie ni shop asifie wo ho awo ne ma wo ho. You can imagine from Asantimampon all the way to Afagame. Sale enye easy. Hesani pa we wuhia no a na wosu free Asantimam na eye wadwe se wahia ho a eye okromu ni ne ketre mana ada ne keke because watra wa che enenye se ye kwowo no ho ofri Asantimampon ne kotra wo bobra ono so de baby opese otena bobra no te said the votarian itimi migrate ebetra Asantimampon no the same thing. So clearly you can see say ye nipa baako and sana say ye no timisraw baby bia obia no entwentwa wona ase na yes, so yonko edanoda. Yeguso so ye number no. Also a Facebook page ya de momo number na to us 0245 0241589538. Namely a class media group reference a citizen show. Okay, so that's it. But before you be share a juma seno mame enye a juma ketwe bi and many Dr. Aka Heartbeat Homeopathic Clinic. Heartbeat Homeopathic Clinic. Ewa La Paz nyameche. Mwa nim La Paz nyameche pa no. On se Kata Hotel na echi. Kata Hotel no echi. Ewa na omwo. Na Dr. Aka say mopeso ni edi nkomo ketwe bi. Look, uwa shop mu or if you office or take care more nyabotrenity. There are certain things you just need to listen to it. For all you know, the symptoms are who body muno a beer. So nyabotrenity. All right, so that's it, Dr. Akwaba.
Major do munia Bobie.
Boko de.
Yehuye, who to the name?
Yamia dum boko. Doc, Kajatume.
Meda wase inde enwabere yebechia hien etefo. Inde hina pomizan chetre fa uterine fibroid eho. Yata yakade fibroid. Wapatoka semno uterine fibroid. Yakade obi of fibroid oyabaze. Fibroid another uterine fibroid oye efifir a okodo wo emba another mesiafo hona wuzim. Onya na wo emba ane mesiafo a wedu hon awo infedo. Wiase afande nyinara yefemba another mesiafo oha yedi siwa nemu inchichem enum zukodu that is 5 to 10% wo uterine fibroid ayeka ho asemi. Na ayemo hawadwen ononye de besia wedu na wo mfido ane emba a wedu hona wo mfido oha sihwa ni inchichem edonu that is 20 zuko edona that is 40% wo imbribim wo hona brabom ze wo benya uterine fibroid dem amekan no oye fifir ane de asoso a onye kokrom a osisi emba hon awoze no do anempo de hon awozen ne banen no do mesretifo na inde wata sembi fibroid a owo wiase nyinara oye baasa pe bisia kado wenya fibroid a oye baasa na first one we find subserosal fibroid onon no chede fibroid no wasoso ane wesisi wawozen echi your submucosal fibroid no chede onon wasoso wawozen mu na yewo intramural fibroid no che fibroid no wesisu a wozene banen anede intinin no do obi bebisa de fibroid na mpo aya omoka abaze mpo na ozeba in fact nhwehwem wa meyehu de aze potsin a ozeba ne zo biara enyim na emom no nzeme bien bi de dansoa anede onu na okire de damazi ewo bi a ebotum enya fibroid ekoye genetics so wo maame wo sister bi when your fibroid da another owo a likelihood there wo so erinyinin is 30 years rokwan na echimen kotenzi ebenya bin oho nti oya ade ekre fi ebusuam na secondly no so otum oye hormonal imbalance yeka hormonal imbalance na o chede wo atsenkan se oto fa ho anede no ho tochema no so etumenya fibroid na oyabatenka yewo estrogen na yewo progesterone yaka progesterone na oyabaze impe biara na wozen ane na wo nkosuan that is ni ovary no ehwa why there nyimpa ejina ho na atene wonsem nti yimpa ni mun onon mfende se bi tefracho ebisia na ase na nanse abie na watentini mun onon oye ni tubes e konkon wonsa na the mazen oye wo ovaries no hwehwe ho na ovaries no why there flowers we bodo na embroso there or there etuntefu a ye fa bibi corpus luteum onon oye atenka bi a oboa madam flowers no obey a na ovary no wa fam no wa bafa wo nsenum that is the fallopian tube no wa koto wa wuzinum na Ansah na implantation bi areba kodwen odo make sure anede ebe bia bokọ do wa wuzinum odo make sure they are wuzinum bi biara enyu ho nti dam progesterone onon oyatenka bi a okapa pre anedo kesesi a wuzinum Ansah na nchefo no wa ba na wa abasan so hye banyin no hu nso a oyeba wonhia banyin no hu nso a ono basan de moja nti dam progesterone say oto for ho a no so or the fibroid or the ba na ya akọ estrogen yaka estrogen no so ye honam atenka onwen normal ehu besi a ehu de ye oba ehu banyin a ehu de yesu ye bema o sande dam estrogen ye atenka bi a o besi a nimpoku omba obobo meka dem a otum oye na enufu ebo na wa abobo anede no tun na wa abobo yes yata hunu wo Africa fu hu pa de wo shape the mazen or check estrogen no him no onon oye mapa ye kanka 100% nti dem no ti that the mazen to for ho so a no so otum or the fibroid or zeba nti wo man hwe centreze a obetre the obi wo uterine fibroid ozi kanen oba no bosomoso de odo obunensa ana ochima anempo konfitiri anempo do ye ne mensesa obaye na oya ebohu de embro susu do ojai anede moje no twa
ebonde me pa cho ya kai wo mo say odi bibia to your Facebook page nti o follow ho
very
so
good
so that o kan nyina no amanfo betimi ahu ade pra woka because I have some pictures be on your Facebook page which is related to what you are saying, right?
Okay. Madawa Simuni Bobie. Inti umwana world team online and mesran walk of Facebook Accra FM 100.5 American yinara no mfanyine no wo hu watase ye ebi ho mfante no se no mu piu no mu so mpiu o no ma mfante ekọ ho ebo hu American no o fibroid na ne protocasem wo bi ntumu kada myoma anempo the uterine fibroid ono ho asam na American nti wo ma hwe centrezen no bosomoso de o de besia no confeture anempo do ye no mensesa obaye but o ya mogya no time so o de mogya no otwa na mogya no ntwa ebonda wa abrodo nti mogya no botum wa wahwa bi ho mpo baye indefua du anan by 14 days na oda hwara o blade onon oyen kaibo a ode hu de more fibroid bi mo no so ebi wo hwa oye ne mensesen ebonda mogya bi wa ahase de ono ososo ko sebiota frache wonyim sabi woni drossing damazin onye mensesen na emum oye mogya bi ono wedue ho orugugu damazin so yen kaibo a ode hu de asema doctor ekin ibi na mre menya bi na eyize nkofo pin wokom obi yo ho ase oruchima ana ore ne mensesa mewo na obonensa no mewo impambro o Sunday o odo obi gen or bro na yaso ho no oye ne yew otwen montum crowds mo hena onje dam ijo no rukomin oye nkaibo because be se biara ye mensesa oyin de et dam yew no bebre sadama samni sa ono mpene pii no okane sisiw okana lamba okane pelvis nti o ma ebu na nan ase ho no oye ne yo papa na mpene pii no ebu no we san nasrem ne we san nan nti ebu ne pokro bom pempen ontum ngina ho ono so ontum nko ho na ndo wo yo mu pa beka de obi a sabi etafracha wo wakan onso ho ho na wo fibroid no mpene pii no obo de mogya na nka wonyim do ba de bosun biara sa woruchima de mogya ebu ne this time round no obo de mogya na wa doso why bebre ono no yen kaibo no so de hu da asema doctor eken ibi na mre menya bi na more than soa obi biara or fibroid aya one way or the other obo hu onenye de mogya na obaba no ayo onhwe ibi ho a clot obotwa aneda obonkotwa ebu na wa clot ehwo ne hu pe eyi o simple o ya rocket science o de hu de our fibroid nti wo ma hwe sunsuanso bona enya fibroid na enya anu yi papa mfa nka se bia onyobokom ozi kanen otum oye obaye osankaw de ebutum awo oye very simple military mu no mekade fibroid nangasa ye umeba asa nti depending on baby a wato wo wawuzini mun onu na obekire de ebutum awo anede ntum wo nti nkofo bebre wo fibroid wetum wawo yes o sande baby mo wonze no owo no onsiw awokwan anede onsiw de be se no bafa yifun ebi ho anezin baby owo no osiw osi no kwan bia mo no so oze oye kaseda mana ebu no oze how oze aboto ne ne dwanso to aba no do ayefa ne urinary bladder nti ebu ho na besia no oswanche onye yi kire was draw brain was to sebio na se ne urethra na wo void swanche o ma swanche no obasan bia mo no so mogya biara a obefi ne ho aba na odo so chen man ka odo oba no ono no o ma hemoglobin no woni ni mogya mu no okofom o ma no mogya du no ohi nti o ya anemic anedo nya anemia bia mo no so bia o fibroid in pen pii no o ya so owo hɔ a na original nan anede orko baby so anemporo orko afọ anese bi eta fracture orko toilet ote ye wono tuno ho fibroid ye kasa no so the how about to rectum no do nti wo menhwe mbo a eba mo ho na your fibroid am bo bozi kanen eba mama homeopathic remedy mapa obokwa wozeni hini it doesn't matter baby owo oba resolve ni nyara so long as size and all fall within the range near 2 centimeters to 8 centimeters but or 2 meters is on order come your surgery if we are na aba ma mo edri o sande won wa surgery no wo betan there as no wasan wa aba na order wasan so woko oye hawa kwa eba mo modru a on ba biem wo poto kasem kakra makaka woni that homeopathy is the best alternative in treatment for uterine fibroid. Inti azeka kre botuma ya abro ho fie say ho na your fibroid oni mesro say hu de moje bi so so odro sma membubu wonyo mfo ngodo na emom no bom mazam de ebekọ asopiti onya doctors nyinara and doctor fu nyinara no wotum treat fibroid wonyim yes but ebo na wonyi hu ano yi nti mesro ehu de akọ ekor ebie na ototo papa do oto anansama onya me ne mutufo wora to hofo na hwehwe be kira kwan am na maka topic am so mutum abo forever and ever nti izini your doctor aka clinic in your heartbeat homeopathic clinic aha na pomizin chechem de besi mesro me kira kwan oni ebenkrana ebehu la pass edula pass endu clinic bisa nyameche traffic light Rabrosan kasibisi wo friend Kata Hotel na chiri ho school bi ho wo friend Crown Prince International ni she wo ekọ bo asa mo time FM na chiri ho nyame so mo gabe junction ekọ sunyane a mo sunyane original hospital ni hwe second gate penkwase ekọ Cape Poster mo menya menwu mesrel na fama number or 0243 33 7826 0243 33 7826 another number 0541 152 443 0541 152-443. Good afternoon, Munya.
Yeah, Joe. So, Doc, yeah, that's bebre.
Masum dasi.
Yeah, that's bebre. Say, but now, one, was the bro no fry, you know. Yeah, ni spectrum, ni scrotum. Doc, thank you.
Masum dasi, I'm sure.
All right, so that's it live on our 100.5 Citizen Show Thursday afternoon. Okay, so this is how we do it. Make also Doctor say friend 0243337826 0243337826 and 0541 152 443. Nase bibinia. Na oneno edim komo, thank you so much. Maunyo Freddy Agbana vi Latelela is here, senior man is here, David Apple Mouse is here, Isaac Upon watching us live from US of A. Thank you. My main fan is Josephine Apia. I bet you 200 Ghana cedis. Josephine Apia bet you 200 Ghana cedis. Stand up and be counted. Stand up and be counted. Idi Bazango, Abre 20 bags of water, sachet water. Thank you so much, Idi. Thank you so much, Idi. Okay, so yeah, but some more Kaswa Kwano videos near the day. Okay, so at here for Munsha be quick one. We just 5 minutes something, and I think Claudia MG, yes, it is our social responsibility. And yes, you better radio kasa. Tiye mu bi ani fa voter no. Ebi so de omani kire eye Kaswa Central Region. Obi esu naniwa. Obi ekako ni kurom. Anyway, and Ebasa, I feel great. I feel great to be part of such a team. That look, we are not sitting ideal. And yes, microphone nkwa na yeso ya na kasa. Amanfo asetena mu so ehun dwumadie bibia ahia ye. All right, so baby to say Sefas Agbaba commander boko there. All right, Keoje commander say migirim now aba busumfi aba abosom wunya huru say the drone city a ka o
commander ye be blame Osha anya there
oba edem aba be hwe nananom first day so oba yes osi ro ya no yes agwo enti edanu na agi ni tu mu every say enkrofo madam was hard that Freddy Ameku aba na noa
commander meba yo acha you read demonstration
yes oba here say the esi no akaka there's a grofo impedi bonne from part of what to kwancho ya kwati asom kwaro but yenya sorry many bi aka ho awurade adom
ye de rade ase
ye bi aka ho
evangelism me so me evangelism kakra
so
enti meba
so okraba ko asakra be kan ye ho amen wasi nyame ya adme chene free chene ko no oni ejina esum no mu a
ye de rade ase
ti ye de ye girls fellowship side be hye nsa
okay
no wahwe so
na
enti Come. Women's commissioner. Hey, na Sefas so.
Sefas be him man so.
Me hu dwiri me. Sefas na ni sa dan impinti so na pipi. Hey, Okwa wi akura wudwire say say fast. Say what ben. Woni
Amanfo ni mu ncho mu suban.
Mami jai. Woni Mr. Dutu. Anyway, members. So Eugene, yan hwe ka so akwan a quick one so that amanfo beti nkoma yenuanom ebedi na ase. Ghana farm tie ye. Baby a wo bia no oso betimi aye initiative ewo community. So yen just a deeper doesn't I don't know, but kaswa enie yaba be du nkomo other videos no matchere mo na me pese me ma mo hu nkomo kra ye mpanifo e ba bedi na kewoje macha ko menchia ye duaba ole edi obi a wo se de osi bono enti anya no mene okwa wi anam so ko ya teten na gi ni twi din ma ye I say ya some more. Do you me here now say any baba ko so ti. Na twa bi bia so no bi at the baby di because
unya sem.
Ti eri baba ko. Ya ko doka. Eri baba wa ti eri baba ka.
Ya obi ade pacho unhu ye de.
Oh.
Mama ohwajo. Oh.
Me ran now. Anyway, so it's here for the more share your Facebook page and more share your YouTube Citizens TV Ghana channel. Your colleagues, your colleagues, your nominal office, but my initiative on the Kaswa Road, and we need to talk about it. Keoje, we now take Kaswa Road. Yeah. So, what is the issue?
Commander, but I say, now, in fact, Kaswa Kwano, Bia Yatsana Kaswa, for me, I've lived in Kaswa since the age of 5.
Oh,
yes. Oh, yeah. And so, for me, I know the history, how in Penifo be share ball a kind of start to say both MCs are hold up be kind of na boshon be shin we know all the history. Yeah. But the issue is udru otra tobut no ufika so na oba akra na otra tobut na ohwe soro be bia samojan fie no won ne ho ne nyina no omu eye mining sand winning e wo top na eye illegal ama EPA4 abohu de wura se bianka manfo nja ibi mtukwantu free ho but they throw the number of high profile people let us rowa
nti anya no mtu no enya approved
Dabi,
illegal and no in daytime
yes illegal na your body one here kurun bendane iti ye de better for another day iti inso no to a etwe anwan free soro ho na ababe gu ekwan ni mu it's na man kwana block it.
Oh.
It's anytime you be to bia obi otisa kwan so de either so be bedjuma late and asa bedjuma kra.
Wow.
So that is the issue. And it's been there from late early 90s to 2000s. And asadia wo ho. Sa time na Wejagbawe and ga south na assemblies ni boom. Then the MC ni Akwe Thompson ebe share bo oba obeye wambe. Then ye chemu yenya Wejagbawe ni benya ga south. MC sa hura be disu nyina have failed. The issue is that until we say one be proper drainage e wo ho no anaso be ja illegal sand weighing ne wo soro ho ne die commander enya dia
no but I think the main problem no sand weighing no more
sand weighing yes
because even say omo drainage na say omo enja ye be ba choki
o
they are say
yes
omo draji mu kura be se aba so I think the fundamental problem here ade no a koso
yes
serious
serious it is here wow to when you so talk kakre be now we am show because ade ba be you don't know what's going to happen and there was a time me never ni ban very early in the morning so toy the traffic na start free amount from to Tuba on traffic okay so they are amount from just after Kaswa the next town after Kaswa on traffic is free from ABC Reverend Kojo Boachia sorry ho resurrection ABC Tuba Kosi barrier.
I see.
It a bansa the police from the Tuba junction would have to direct some of the cars back crown to join or more back Kaswano. Senebia you be in your check that lane.
But KOJ, adia wokan amount for nim say bibi say cost was royenne community nim. Of
course, you all know from baby Akoso Japan on the Tuba Kukrubi Tekwan so it starts from there. Baby see Tuba Kwanim across Seko Bibi Samajan area how to Atala. It's a huge, a very long stretcher that activity in Ekoswo. And MCs are aware, the MPs are aware. Honorables like
community are aware.
The communities are aware. There's a church there. One more track cross on Besa, on Soritia. The members of the assembly went ahead to attack the church. That Master, you don't own himself bonana. That is what the members of the assembly said. And honorables like Tete Ebe Shebo MP for Botan English amount from Ebe Kaye in his first 100 days of solve the problem. How many years now? It means solve a problem. That is why the entire team will put together. So no, we need to fix that stretch because Anya Kaswa is the gateway to central region and to a western to other border. It is yan fix it quite now. Yan boom de roni yan fix it quite now. It will always be a havoc and a canker. About that team for no swa. Anytime you should be to be an hotel.
Ma many Eliana, right?
Elaine Alexis Atto. Thank you very much.
Abrubia ni madi omo mafra brochiri bae no nya ye na so nya ntimi monkola idi o se kola ya adwunu kola ya adwunu oh ne bares ma mi ade o se mi de be fa ba no ko okay so but obi busam say Bobie, who is the lady in the studio? She fine, she fine. Brother Fako, brother Fako. You see the real the Fako. She's our colleague anyway. But Mami Busa, K.O. J. Kansimbi. That more person more body runa. You fix it. Now. The main problem no some winning no was wrong. You don't demonstration among ya na say no because the demonstration amount for beba mumba body rule you fix it but there is a fundamental problem persistent. Which is which?
Definitely we are tackling the road. As I say, business people ply the road a lot. Sa kwan so no motafa. Sa kwan no elidia say the aminu ake odi kan Cote d'Ivoire enti say wo be free in crime e de Cote d'Ivoire by car e ho e na obetimi afa enye ba bia anuane gu no sabi e na obetimi akofa kwan ne so na obefa enti say yetimi siesie kwan ne so ma yempe me gidi say kwan be da honom ama foforofo a wo mo fa so no mo ho atom nanso de enti ene ye bo hu de ru a wo tena ye be kwa kwotena ho no magena ho no mabo de ru na amanfo empanyimfo enso aso ate ene say the moment a ye gina ho no ye ka road no hasem but ye ya smart 19 no empanyimfo a ye benya omo ano disem ene ano bye bye ne omo akasa no ye be bobo sa ne ma ne nyina ho de ru no omo ate say dia e say kwan ne kese no ene sandwin ne e top no enu nti ene ye te ofidi kese so ye bo hu de ru ana permit na class nso e bo hu de ru say wesi eye wessels mo na chi ni nyina China mo no esi waterway Bonigas na sorry no esi valley mu sa valley no na eye naturally created valley anyankropon na nkasa ye na nti enuya ne efi top ho eba e kwhye ho no e ho no yanuya ne tibi kosia emba anymore.
Nti ono nkoko obi de no say na ono so.
Thank you.
Kata de so mo.
Kata de so. Eno nti na ye pese ye bo hu de ro na aban so embisa aban panyimfo be na timi ma permit ama ono so kosi dan wo honom. What I say? Nti ye den a de robo na ye bo no e betwe.
So at the end of the day, government where is sky a road. Government no say road.
Exactly what we mean. Nti ye betwe o madwen aba so. E smart move
na. Can you imagine?
Omo
say road.
Yes, China Mall. The AC West Hills Mall nature. Yeah. And also sa AC waterways. Enti eyana se otafa kwan ne so a West Hills Mall sa ebepem eye SCC junction. De bia na nsi ogina ho.
Yeah.
De bia nsi ogina ho. De be bia nsi ogina ho because China Mall no mu si ye no. Wo mo esi nsuom. Nsuo ni mu na esi no. Wo ye se wo kokasa te se da menua kan ye no obia no aduane ebebo no obekọ ye nhwehwemu e wo urban rural development ne nso dem no obehwe no na omutimi nyankrata ye nim se blueprint e wo sa botiano eye eko tuba junction so nyina nti wonnim waterway nti se ye si a ensese ye si e wo honom nso obehwe no na aban na nkasa na wo ye kwan no na ananka wo se ye 6 carriage road ana se 5 carriage road 5 year no etimi amem aye ketwa esan say mo clear the entire edges of the road say kwani bo bie na ye a whole highway eche N1 no kra e di amaye nanso esan say the who you know and the who knows you ninti ama for afofrofo amanonefo China for etimi from krom abeye de omope nanso me ne say ye kope permit mpo e de esi kiosk e de esi dan a ye wunya nanso China Mall etimi abesi waterway besides no yekoye nim kakra na EU China Mall na abesi eye salt mining eboa ye kro na nkasa no eno so mesi wo honom Empire Cement nso si honom a into they have also built on waterways. Ask yourself ebeye den na ebe create drainage na se flood bi yes esi wo honom a ebe kwa kwahye pomu e de amaye into dachi bi sa EU China Mall honom a start cause accidents. As I said, there's no overpass wo honom a on betimi atwam, there's no zebra crossing amafo betimi atwam no na car airborne cry science and when mo permit bi motimi mo mutumi bi e mo say ade na mo aban na katna se e sika ye wi aye sako borosika bi inti definitely watchna no say ye bo deru no ye be mo maso ate say mo siesie ye kwan ne mayen nanso mo siesie kwan no na niam illegalities na e koso top nyina na e koso sa ade we aside the sand mine in the crown no there's the quarrying of stones e was Samajan building nasia air chipping in Air Creative Valley.
Really? Oh yeah commander me try no last year or last year ebugumu.
Hey?
Yes, ebugumu.
Hey?
God been so good and kubia ebugumu around a whole lots of people live there. Uboha we see you danki to ebu because ebia na when you be to yamano kwamana kusi ebugumu. And it was so scary. I remember honorable slide echo visiting including the MC honorable Joseph. They went there and they saw it. But at the end of the day, you're because Ibiana Obi Kakrabi Efihoba.
Now, Sefas, at the end, high, before the end, high, Sefas.
I brought Ekahun, partly, and leadership also a problem. Leadership a problem because said I mean, I can't, leaders are any problem, no. But Omonia Hoshe. Of course, yes, able to an Amoyokrano. Those same leadership are afraid to obey and Kamunga demonstration anymore.
Really?
Oh yeah, we've had several calls. Obey and Kamunga and a problem they best solve when a demonstration they carry. It's a leader, they know what the problem is, but to act on a problem. No. So they are Kyojan win in a kind. Omunim, they are causing Omunim barrier stretching so a baby a cause of problem. We share a barrier on the drainage career. Companies ACC are dying a wounds you know so. Companies ACC are dying a wounds you know so. So there are some that we can mention. It's a block virtually the waterway in na. It is so to any baby for not yes so. So the most of the times on you should to quite a bear one. Omo moba akran na quite a block. They say walk akra walk so it's in your for 1 week. And you could imagine the traffic. Commander, down someone to Western Small Hole baby. It took somebody so many hours from 5 p.m. or to 11:45 p.m.
Oh,
to from down someone on to Uncle Tobut. Broadcasting just around Western Small from 5 p.m. Maybe Shiano 11:45 into Ondu the final at 12 midnight, and it's something he predicted because a problem on the stretch. It's so to be a young shishano. There's a man be or say you're referring here from Kaswa to Kolebu. That and Saturday and Shuttle. They couldn't get ambulance. There's some more so pay. Kind of fine now. There's some free hospital back. Okay, this is a situation. Not just the doctor saying bra. Now you stabilize kakran farm traffic go for man. Send me on 50 and go banu wuya and get a coin 19 ekunipa. People are losing their jobs. We have an appointment on Rona in Suato. Obey the Monday, Elaine is a witness. Monday, Elaine is a witness. Tuba. Quino fa etutu. Na Sebio cabins was says baby to no macan. Obian Kobima. Mimi drew almost 7:30 and up. We want to be 50. So, a leadership, I feel, Commander, a leadership. It's almost check it. Now, almost share more money cocoa home because, yes, I better was some munja here. That means that motive be so. And I should act. So, a baby and answer a day. Security guys will be so, we are also be a gumanti. Maybe they are enjoying from. Commander, last time I shoot toy. Baby, I lay Nick and West small audience. It should be from one but talk up when we are. Oh.
Because it's
slow. Or Patrick was saying, actually, first run a buy. So, baby, on my block of China morning. A China, I think we did that story. A sprinter bus been obesha say, oh, ACC Janssen traffic light. And I say, it's virtually leadership. It's almost shame a Maya, a baby. It is something which is doable.
But when my dear be more can mama. Now, you have 3 corridors, Nina, we have similar problem.
Yes.
Yeah. There, a bell room from Kumasi Road, there's a problem. They seem like almost fix it. Then from the free Togo side, a bell room, so no. Now the Wenya motorway, and when my dear that only power here motorway no. At least under the 4th Republic, I've seen Rollins, I've seen Kofo, I've seen Mills, I've seen Mahama, I've seen Ekufuado. Say nipa 5 we nyansani bia memu a watimi ahunu say yemfa bitumen and to take concrete road mu not one
unam so na onye madapon
from Rollins to Kofo to Mills to Mahama to Ekufuado nyansani one entimi hunu say yemfa bitumen and
cement
and they are doing it. I've lived on the road for the past 12 years. So at least I know what NDC did, I know what MPP did. Then there is no difference. The only difference probably will make your chance say when only do my jama and but the approach to solve it is not different.
Very wrong.
And I ask myself, because look, Sankrofo ya somunya enko abemu ana positioner. When you meet Bobie Ansah will let you know say on your mind hold on. But the moment you get there, everything changes and power. Are you sure?
Power blinds a lot of people. Power hungry. If on say Yerata Mills, ni fie na wo so tuom ho no. Say utimi cheme ni fie another house I wait me see bioma I'll shake you. We been tell me fear bioma Yerata Mills. The man wasn't greedy. The man didn't want power. He just wanted to serve. No ntimi nye. Yera nkruma wenya no so e pair Ghana de mayen. Monche me ni fie apart from baby aye wo no to ye no so monche me ni fie. These are the 2 leaders I met me aka say one mo ba ye no one man be presika, one man be pre greed, one man be pre power.
They can be back
one mo be siesie Ghana.
Back obi
for yes, sankofo mienu we. Mo de mo hwehwe mu. Omo nso na sabi Yera at Mills wenya ne baby ko. Otimi tena kakra ka meji di say sa ye kwan we bitumen e fra cement ya sabi ye hu say ensese wo nsuo ne oil etimi kabo mu no anka menji di say o betimi aye sa de no so se sia na me no ka say odru eye toll booth na e wo tema kwan no so a e ho ne nyina dade na piepie
ayi e fa ne say mo MP ne say Sylvester madam for anyway o say mo anka nkyere no enti
other party a party
on to mean kasa on and it's
Commander almost like as a meeting here meaning that in the same area we live in the same area bekunifie ye dinkomo he uses that stretch unim say si say on for hobio there's a road that a walk Botiano efro there's a place called Red Top no afro aba besi West Hills no ko on for hobio
That's all. He
wouldn't appreciate what we are talking about.
But the point is, Sylvester, we have mama. I dare wait. Just a obiba eba ofie ebe bo amane. As if say omo yen omo kwan and me mfa. Apart from say be a central region. And when you make why me faso. But I'm concerned because at least a nipa ne foul and a boy economic growth and everything.
Yeah, sure.
Then you have drivers almost cars near the day. So do you need anyone to come and call you that sly? I dare say na AC into wahine ye baba boy man.
They say when Honorable Sly won as a parliamentary candidate, he took me to the stretch. Me boss in his first 100 days he will fix the problem.
Forget about
it. Would have said you will fee say fast and my boy money. Me and no tear so my boy money into sebi. I didn't be a new team say quite nyana. I mean we should be serious.
But because Sly no na you be a Sly like maybe a bit pay na bad minimum Sly pa. So first time say minimum deep. Oh me na dey go deep pa. He's my friend. And no Antisa I don't
American power hungry. Can so as some my drink say be sika so excess money.
No Sly no you here. Nothing. Oh Sly I know Sly too well. Sly nothing. I mean nothing.
Oh, nyame adom wa be ye.
I mean he's been a NYU boss to MP.
Because enye wo V8 na fa ho hye wo mo workers nke twanke shoe. Omo a trot for the bia o cost servicing. The bia mo kwa boss worker. Fa ho hye wo mo shoes we know say no this thing any kwase e be frame Ansah na masore. E say me sorry. Actual leadership, because the problems are there. Anyway, but so far into original demonstration, money area of Akasa,
of course,
or more response.
Very positive, very positive. Said the Ghana's very
money trot drivers
for taxi drivers on the street. In fact, an appeal crano, yene a big crackasa, ye show you so. And penny for it to a question Japan, you know, so I just wow, Japan. Make yourself a communion.
They should join. They should join.
Be part. Commander, my old fly answer.
Oh, remember. Just that from me stretch into honor. It's like me too quiet. I easy cry. Easy.
Commander, omunyina jatum say a problem for all of them. If there are people are omajatum, but because of your politics, Mr. But mean to be him.
Oh, we grab
a lot of them.
We grab and aban back home. President for and your board president for Abaso. And I say no, me sure so obine de a good for the so I could see one. There's a fundamental problem. A system no develop it because our son winning no. And you know say no shall say. Almost say 2 years. So when this came into power and what the thing and I went so buy no more and I develop your bedroom and no more to no. Your sponsors of both political parties.
Of course.
They sponsor MPP, they sponsor NDC. So this one, where Obia or Obesha MPP Atari and NDC Atari, boy, some of Pamno.
Ghana.
Yeah, it's straight. There's some of Pamno. There's some of Pamni Pakrono. And the issue is not about whether the assembly is doing what or assembly is not doing what. The issue is fix the thing. A free flow, and so minimum so me safe, and because I didn't be develop for the
oh yes, that's true. So said you can't say it's me money a year ago
because EP am warning several times because a zone, yes,
earthquake zone.
So they are almost I fear for their lives that in
they don't care.
They don't care. In an event of an earth tremor, and an earth tremor I see wo into say tesi wo no na definitely e kopa yes ato kakra wo mo top ni no munye na eba na eba ahemachin so de na wo se na omo ada inte begu omo so na Christian atu akosi.
Anyway, to what time ya?
Otena ye meet at 6 a.m. at a papa sharp 6 ni nyina yisia e Tuba Junction. There's a taxi rank bill why ni nyina yisia na fe ya nantia babedu atra ho ababedu barrier na fe the petition de ama empenifo
And before Bear,
well, the chief executive, Yedema Gasout, Honorable Joseph
Nyani.
Yes. In fact, your corner office crano was circle on the calendar, so say he's willing to
come. Maybe, because
yeah,
I'm not too sure. Serious.
Serious.
When you say the winner, uti see a Def Traco Estate Junction.
Yeah,
25.
What am go to a fignon, Metro, and when uti simua, ufri finati simua from a hono to Pom Barrier Hono, you know, say no roughly 1 hour 30 minutes. Over Bicha another 45 minutes from Pom Barrier through a pure joy. Ubicha. Course of 45 minutes. And sana ube drumo to win so ajibe 1 hour at home. Into a week near free bear 6. No drew office 9. Yeah. On a bad day, no, you do 4 hours.
4 hours.
Wow.
Now yes.
Yeah.
Now Samboka.
Yeah.
Waketu yanso ne cross road da.
Serious.
Wa ube drew office wa bre wa
you exhausted. Energy now the sorry and nyina so ati sa na ekoso e wo yen so say ba na pass ya e ba he machine. Enyo I was so sorry 3. Me sorry 3 an ba be do adwuma mu se me nya hwe wo kwan so traffic bia wo kwan so dia ene na ma do ntamo na 4:30 na me timi abedu
because I mean, there was a time I go home at 1 a.m. Not many van
na sorry 3 a.m. ne 4 a.m. Uran kasa
e den na we kan wo hai
as a direct question ma'am
na mu say time no sorry no nkasa
wo be ware me no nim se me ye adwuma dada the opposite what no say what
but o try baba
nyame adoma by 6 day ni nyina ehia ho baby a ofiri babia no usi tobuta na obisa tuba taxi rank ho no ho na ye nyina ye ehia na ye tu anamon ekowie ewo barrier ekowie barrier ho na ye nyina ebe wie.
Okay. My many Honorable Joseph Stephen Nyani Gasouth MC Nkasa Honorable Kwaba
Nyamiadumo me nyana disa
Nyamiadum boko mesumi di Joseph Jojo anyway ochira na yenuan ma se bibi koso na mpese omo no ka bom na aja mo didi ho nkomo kakra mpacho so ya we.
Yes, me my TB bisa na me my swati.
Oh, great. But honorable, what is happening? Now saying, yes, I'm a national security crime, a bed chin and you free quemua, and son of man for to me echo.
Maybe I made us see baby, Mamma can always say, may clear some issues via a costume municipality honomo. The Okano Ampa, my admit to say, problem ever honomo. So, Yotos are. Motorists na residents no more hono no bre ansana ma akodo mo juma mo omo return so so bre ansana omo do mo fie. I appreciate that. Now I'm not happy now, nobody is happy about it. That is the fact. Nobody, but issue never hono mo no issue me no na issue no. I have to be frank with you. Issue no start here. It's over 10 years now. When I was the assemblyman, issue we never hono mo. I must admit, Sesisiano, I bear a little bit worse. That one is true. Debana issue, no. When we take Atala, old barrier honomono. Yaya drinks were honomo. Drinks, no, I can tell you, no authority said drinks near too small to carry the water now. Tell what to Masie. Nunti, actual letters are called. Now, I buy about to our aid to make sure you best solve our problem, no. So that ensure a toa and num paniswa amakas and to me for hodomono, a bay a thing of the past. So what have we debated the Siano? The Siameno Casay, so called old barrier hodomo, old barrier. We show on cockroach or never hodomono. Ya started race no 7.7 meter point times 4. 7 times 4, right?
Okay.
Yes, yeah. That must be so that the volume of the water there about the Siano. We are better that carry shooting in so that it should be a Paquanomo. A Potoatibasi.
Matthias.
And I say, Jumano, as I'm speaking to you right now, it's ongoing. I must admit, sir, it's slow. But as I'm speaking to you right now, Ejuma, Kosu, Ewa Honomo. as a Yamiya Pumna, yet me we say Jumana, issue will no and baby. A Pochawatimasia.
Matthias, me follow.
Yes, dear, Mimia, yet to Honumuna authorities are sitting down concerned and Bibia and Kosu. I can tell you, a lot of people don't know a Juma Kosu or Hodumu, but I'll call them to see, and also small reporters courses, almost a Juma Kosu. My feeling say yes, it's your turn. It's true, 100% right. When we talk about toll booth issue never Hodumu. My sister see. Bonigas are sorry that I became the assembly man. I became the MC, right? But I can tell you on authority, whoever I can say Bonigas are sorry that and Emma that person doesn't even know the history of the place.
I see.
The true part of the story, say Hodomono. And yet I am be permit now asking our Hodomo and I is creating problems over there. No, please. Mm-hmm. And again, I'll let you just say. Send your reporters to the place. I want Ghanaians to understand the situation now.
Okay.
10 years back, on the excavation, I started next year, and they call road, N1 road. No, I must be specific, right? What we were supposed to do is to maybe level the place and grass it so that it should be so that the channel and follow. But and that is what is creating. Aviana if we top Hodomono about because Hodomono valid is so toxic here a push Aviano at the back one. That is why years back I invited the minister to the place. Right? So that minister because that issue over there is beyond the assembly. We have not created this beyond the assembly. So that the Hodomono. I'm speaking to you today, right now. Work is ongoing over there. We are all not happy about what is happening over there, but it's better late than never.
Okay, so Uncle Joe,
solve the problem.
Yeah, Uncle Joe.
Yes,
now a be say sun winning project be air cost was raw or mutu anya illegally. You no account and a causes our problem no. Then they cited other buildings a CC waterway.
Senior.
Yeah.
Senior Mamika Beventure and there.
Catch me.
Asamaba, Yentumi Pia no Nian Kano Quarano. I am telling you, say, baby, I'm yes, sound winning one, and I say, sound winning, and then they are petty that and the tenor back one no.
I see.
Or horrible, yes, sound winning what you go there right now. Send your reporters to the place right now. Told what say, maybe say yes, sound winning one man. I am telling you, and then whoever is there, I can follow you to the place. Say yes, sound winning one.
What about baby Samuel Jan Esro?
That stuff is ongoing over there.
What about Esro baby Samuel Jan no etno?
I'm telling you on the authority, nobody is winning stand over there.
Including Botiano top one in Obian and Yabibiasa.
But you see, nobody is winning stand at Asamaja area. Nobody is doing anything over there. You can send your reporters right now. I'll meet you over there. Let's see what is going on over there.
Okay.
Nobody Asamaja top one. The house is here and then Bisa said, nobody is doing anything over there.
Okay.
Yes, there's a problem. Let's tackle the problem. But let's not be shifting the goalposts. No, let's not be shifting the goalposts.
Okay, so say Uncle Joe, young friend say one me who idea back say or constructed kind baby are you two and yandi no or one to me I'm fixing it back. And that causes our problem here. Now, you need to do say you bet me I fix it a year road no. Say sir problem no you fix it first. And now I say what is the way forward? What is right? Now me say, I say, okay, what my problem? No say, a construction worker, or mom year N1 year and honor kofania.
Exactly.
Or man to be and fix it a year yom criticating back. You know na in sota na achi abakwenumu. Fair. Now say no ye kwa ye a year a cry with wordjumano. Yes, our problem no near be fix here because you fixing road no kra no a. That's our problem no wa. Still the same university ababu. So the in tackle which is which.
Yeah, as I'm speaking to you, Sisia Odu baby so but na be a anhwea no eba kwa no so no but say contractor wo no ma oye adwuma ya start say ye adwuma bi we want to stop anhwea na eba kwa no so no and squeeze that portion chart must see already in that contractor no oye adwuma no ya man no contractor obey as party from Malam Jashi to Kaswa chart must see so a lot of work ebe cost war that enclave honomo chart must say but be a problem no no upa house say ye adwuma we say tackle issue so that it's so far ahia no eba kwa no so bio it already no a contractor ewo site hodoma or ye adwuma ewo honomo it's a matter of time this issue will be also be a thing of the past.
Sure Angojo ya Judy
it's never true say we are sitting down unconcerned and we are not doing anything about it. Government is committed to fix that problem.
Okay.
The government is committed to fix that problem. I am glad, sir. Mr. Soka said, issue is over 10 years ago. I checked, and
oh, sir, Uncle Joe Sabe, Yena Crow, Ghana for.
Yes.
I did what who I want to mean Kata when say, to say, and no, you say, and Trevi as a Yen himself problem with a war watch it. And you've been a day, I saw Akotu to Kwano so. But the point is, we have a duty to see in the key trouble. Okay, so how do we fix this? How do we do this? Then we are quite him. You're quite him. That's it. But so, Ochna,
oh, me, but definitely you see me.
Oh, thank you, Akijo.
Definitely you see me.
Thank you. At least, and yes, Bia, Obia Obi, and now, sir, Ebia Bako. So the problem was there. Yes, but sir. What we want to say, and he say, we see a becoming in our more, we say, look, this is Ohawa or Manform area, Hono Ekum. At least for all you know, even some private businessmen can come in and quickly help. Sure. All right, to watch say, I'm here, maybe sure, Uncle Joe. Yeah, that's it, baby. Amen. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so Ocha 6 in the morning, right? And honorable so watching on him.
Honorable send home fan, but which innovation. So honorable Wadarma, Pedro Bunuma Nadri. Now no Paudi share for just for a few hours. Yeah. Now in a tea petition, yeah, Domasi.
Sure.
Atade Coco, anything red.
Okay. And black.
Black no. Person say yetin to so Coco acha by ni ti. I was say to me Coco. Unya Coco bi ana we timi ahye de abeka ye ho. Asamoaja menyanka oba abeka ye ho. We san say kwan no so fa so.
Obi afa so.
Nti baby get.
Let me say to be honest with you. Sa kwa ntino sa da me ko central region no metimi sim 2 am
yemfa ge wo ho se se amo se yemfa ge wo ho wa mo se wo mo to ogu social media sa na o pe ge la na kaswa
ayi kura ho kura nkrofo kwa ba All right, so that's it. Live on the ground 100.5. Benya FM, Elmina, Thadi FM, Takrade, and I say, Nkoma, Dagban FM, Tamale. But Kwame, Mami, Enya Juma, we tear for Mutime, Mami, Enya Juma, we Kwabena Kwedu says he said there is no sun winning going on. Yes, that is what me good. That's what me MC Joe Ekanye. So that's it. Then other comments are them. Me point is say quite to say Kaswa and you blame games. No, I mean say yes, we see say Accra FM. And now media for your motia or more bankro for a waste of time to blame somebody. I mean, one on the even the MC, or no other one, or better the MP too. So the blame game as we just want to help now be anti a voice sorry freaker. So I said, look, how ni that's all. Accra FM as a media. Stage friends company no that's the objective and you blame game as when you feel obi be blame obi can we solve the problem me fa kwa no so bi say me ko central regional me ntumi confirm me kroma santemampo e wa na me fa and as be enya sa kwa pokuasi too there's a problem then there is a problem and you know when it comes to those things let's have like a conversation. To say on my move for Indian Como, ye ho, yen church adwene, we didn't opinion about, then we move on. That's all. enye say MC no enye wono na Sebita Fraja anwanu mu ni dem no kwa na akwasa be kwa. Please don't forget Asamoah is coming in as a parliamentary candidate for MPP. Mpacho was say enjade no abeka say enye no kre. So let's leave it. Now we have senior says Bobie, what is the name of your church? All right. We me time match why? Ubehunu church ni din. Okay, now mame Kwabena say it is the responsibility of the government to solve it. Yes, of course, and that is why you say you kaka so for ho na yema abina so Alex Pinto is here, says good work, we are in support. All right, thank you. Suleiman Amajid says watching you live from Savannah region Daboya. This is coming from Suleiman Majid. Thank you, Majid. Michia, yes, Savannah region 4. Now, Mesramo, me pese me ye appeal bi. And the Christian Council, National Peace Council, National House of Chiefs, Ghana mpanimfo a omukabi President Mahama any President Kufuor omuntie sasim we. They should listen to this matter. Now, on my way on, yatremu achese enipa baako. To be honest with you, yeka obi a me ne tribe bia trapen. Me ne tribe bia trapen. Me ye fie ye ne mamprusifu atena. Matna frafra community mu mene dagomba fo atena mene bunufo adi agro. I have stayed with Evers for years. Mi fie dodo no a mene agbefo na adi agro saa bepe mene. Enkomo ebi kwaswa ese obia ka say hey, let's stop it. Ye besre ye na doma ahene. Ye besre doma ahene. Kasa no nana manemra from kakra. Ade bi wo a ese ye sekire no eka kire pani. Moya mpanimfo mienu. Doma hene asante hene otumfo enkomo no amudi no enye yen emabunu we yen komo National House of Chiefs ewo ho monte mo ho ase a monko settle mo asem ewo dem monko kamo asem ewo dem enkomo no ya abroso enkomo no ya atra. And anytime bia doma hene ebeba be ye video interview eya obetro ni shades no ube hu se eye ono a ne ma ni bi abonofo ni bi omuye tapes di diatem di di manesai na asantefo nkwasiafo no me hu bi me hwe videos ni bi and na you be the video bi send me. I'm not ready to play it here. And mahunu eye rebata especially London for asantefo no more London no. Mahunu 1 or 2 videos so almost a rebate insulting bonus. Emfamfa so bia ma eye bad seed ena mudua no. And domahini enyai kasakasa no. It's too much. Somebody must sit him down and talk to him. Somebody must sit Domahine down and talk to him. Yeah, yetin komo pa. And adeway said Domahine diagra within short period ebe escalate. So offer that can the party here. National security say mutimi piki intel here and komo aye tete no. You guys must sit Domahine down and advise him. empenifo mienu na mo anya asem ye mabunu no obia ntimi ma me kire me I can't explain because me hunu ehu hia ene yatrawo yabro ene yatrawo yabro saade no so abono for try to help Ghana. Say Ghana be a better place. Asante Ford try to help Ghana. O bankran abono for be nyuma ade ade. I mean that so conversation as I say no emabunu no you interested o. Sadia we obi interested. So e be sre do mine. I like him a lot. I like him for one thing. The passion for good governance. And when I see traditional leaders standing up to speak against rot, corruption, and I like him for that. But you see, me asantini so ansana me be Ghana ni ya wo me no ya mami asantini ya wo bunu ni ya manu bunu din ya wo aisrem ni ya manu srem din abeg en komonu a mumienu mu di no momfa nkodem munim komonu odem sebe ya enya ene ayi ye friend say a bad seed bia ewo emaburu nu a edi nwachi no enaburu ni aware asantini aware bunu ni domafo aware asantfo aware this kind of conversation this obi ni yire domani wo efia what is it enkola na ya wo omo no so no omo gina bia ne say some any differences and is cause to settle. National House of Chiefs, we am penning for Monquadam, Otumfo nie, Domahini nie, Mua di Moncomo, Nancomana Kawa, but the where mo person modern commono a ba bedroom nititru ni Domahino no, Masranana because Obaka me bedru babeno, Akolabi be you ano. Obaka mo be you ano. So please, I listened to a tape. Say Asantiman Pomfo nya Asantifo. No, I don't want you to. And you're not obechere base. So please, mo yam penifo, mo nya mo asem a. Mo nka no dem. E me nwanwa sa ade wetimi a travel abepe as a pani ni kromu a. Je ya mo te ho. Wo ko fo te ho. De oni ma na nchia na wo je. National House of Chiefs motito to penny be and me friend and for me and say hey why at this time yade at this time we kasa we will be the yade. What do I care about baby I'm free but what do I care? I don't care. Me found me minya kanjaga ni amne ne bewo minya frafra ni amne ne bewo minya igbe ni amne ne bewo I don't care well me bobra was baby am free ba baby am free ba dem ne yede na me wu am ni baby am eko no akopre baby am free ba please yes rem pa I disagree. There are certain things I like about Domahini. There are certain things I disagree with Otumfo when it comes to the certain, like a friend is a Kenoforiata issue. You say I disagree with Otumfo. Why should you do that? Yeah, MPs say Otumfo the friend almost say. I mean why? But hey, all said and done, I'll go back home, and I have my leader, and Otumfo is my leader. Okane kodru baby na se enkola no bi ntiase a. Ade abekoso no anhwe na anya ofe ade abekoso no enya mofe kra. So let's leave it, please. Let's leave it. Moya mpanimfo monkwada mu nkodi nkomo so ko tie the kind of tapes a abonofo no eye na asantefoɔ no bi so London no almost reply any the choice of words they are using enye fe kra yetete wo agro saa ubon se ba ko ahia ba ko edipam chuku hey asumasi akuma asumasi na we abusia asore na ye no so akofa different problem abraye yesra mo ye pamchew montem ho ase a monkodi nkomo no wodem mamomfa ma eye public because you know you need any interest. You need any interest. All that we are looking and then mabunu no obi mfa ho ne de oye sisala ni de oye ho ahwan ni no masa ye pempuntu oye padwuma ya masa ani je okrom o ye sra mo mfa mo asem no nkodem na mo nkoka mo ka wi a mo asem ye sra mo mo nkoka mo asem. All right, so thank you. Let's do this.
6 packs. And the mark now from Volta River Authority. Microphone now. And soon I found the woman who can matter. Nejina prophet matters. Me my personal clothing.
Enyema abana binie ada manfo so a omo so aba de ewo quick one na menya kwa enya
na mitie akra FM be bia mitie ho na eyi na aba no wo framanten no me yemo shishini se enyina yempe bi famboa nti wo bi kakra me aba se me di ba be boa se na kofa Bobie da bia me tie me voice no any sister ama di yema yi be pe omo echi na mo konkoma omo sisi omo achi wo jeje ya me siswa me fritation na me tie akra FM da bia me tie ho
auntie also yeah da se bebre yeah the aka no ebi obi ya de no. Okay, all right, so a quick one.
Ano pe me gina ha me ba cry FM say me so niam we na me de beboa omo a disaster no eto wo mo voter region enti me gina ha me niam ni am de beboa ano pe me gina ha me ba cry FM say me so niam we na me de beboa omo a disaster no eto wo mo voter region enti me gina ha me niam ni am de beboa
me aka no eba ye amanfo ebeti yenka but adwuma ba koso so a ewo ho that we say ye ho adwuma MC Samira and boss and a boss yes microphone demonstration called boss na almost say mobile phone no wo mo die sika am te boss wo die sika toto no MD no on sorry ho se provincial se why no on sorry anya no anya boss anya provincial on sorry floor sorry on sorry in floor na obi anwene no yanko yes demonstration emra amafo ani abre won't be for institution sika anya basa bia won't be for but yanko hwe adekora course e wo boss and no pay yanko hwe adekora course e wo boss for office and we don't
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, hand him a very good one. But no job for 2 good years. I can't visit my only son, my 6th son. From self-contained to kiosk, I'm now living in Beta. I can't even pay my kiosk rent because I'm not doing anything. And look at my brothers and sisters. Video them, they are part of Ghana. They are part of video them. Look at the young Ghanaians they are suffering. Nana is wasting our tax money.
Ghana phone team ye. Na memfa we no entwa to okra. Muntie me, Ghana phone team ye. Deputy Attorney General akwa nidin ni say momfa ni picture nto ama me. Deputy agent momfa ni picture nto ama me. And I know some agent fit my press conference on Galamsey. Tuya yabua. Okay. Omeka se mienti a. Say ye ka big fishes a. Omuni any evidence biya omuni ko prosecute any big fish. Penny pick from the picture beto amame. Oh, sometimes Nempeni phone wa munim nyansa. Enti say tuya yabua no nim nyansa we de basem. Me money tape. You free so because of baba yi no kura na atoso. Look at this guy. Because of baba be yi your friends ekwa osinum kura de no. Look at this guy. Look at him. You think cause some about tie pink ekeka. Say you can't your friend say big men big faces no there is no evidence. Yes, you can say that. You are in government, so you can spew trust. Well, you know when you are not me tax now we the tuanica. No way or the aduane we very useless person. Oni su nim fa so mo bia we ase we. Me granted na me nim ni din po. Look at his face. Listen to this tape and tell me, say, there is no evidence. And you will tell tape when nipa da se ni jira phone so a omo bo gabi o da kudi no wajimi. Tia ebu a wajimi. Obodam. Gabi we musuro gabi we. Gabi obi amani tua no gabi. Why? Then I pay my taxes near the ya tax near the pianica. No, and then you didn't matter. I could tell you near the. I said, I didn't tape no ya bought tape we will come free because your ho. Now, what's your evidence? Of a sample of tape, no, the evidence to prosecute. How's what Jimmy? Tell I get him off. Of a sample of tape, no, the evidence. The same audio is the same tape.
Yes, sir.
No, can I? That's
you are the moon, I swear.
The actress. Article no. I was just liking it until one side that you brought my name in, and I so wish you spoke to me so that I would have given you proper fact of that thing we are writing about. It is sad. This country. Yes, it's me, Echo. We are living in a disgraceful country. That people, they are the cause of all this Galamsey nonsense. It goes to the heart of Gabi Ochedakun.
Excuse me, sir. Which people are you referring to?
The very article that you are writing about, near the Chinese people, Donald Trump.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Me. This is the same people that Major Mahama got killed. It took me and Charles Bishop, and that time Support Party had the courage to authorize we stopping that operation, and we stopped it. What happens 3-4 days later, or a week or two later, Salvation is framed that he has gone to collect bribe of 10,000 cedis.
Oh yes, yes.
I was called by I don't want to mention names. Somebody close to the office of the vice president that I should allow these guys to go and work. I refused. Then I got a call from Gabby's office. A lawyer claimed he represents them. On several occasions, I refused. I eventually got a call from Gabby himself. I told them I can't do it. I can't allow them to go and work. What happens? Prof, instead of protecting me, gave in. But what I can tell you on authorities, it is not Prof who authorized them to go there, but he is aware of their presence there.
Okay. No, you see, thank you very much.
Let me warn you first. This story that you want to touch, if you are ready to make a name, but you are going to have serious enemies, because you are going to have serious journalists coming after you. You are going to have serious police officers coming after you. You are going to have serious government people coming after you. They will frame you. The next thing, whatever chance will be. And now what they are something that over, it will take you hundreds of years. As someone of our work started, I don't know how you know it, but it's a serious matter. I mean, look at the video. With one phone call, did you see how the military got there?
Yeah. Eko, do you know one thing? Hello, Mr. Eko.
Yes.
Do you know one thing? You see, Prof. From the initial stage, I investigated into the matter and realized that Prof was framed because he was trying everything.
You know something, Duncan? I don't want us to go on other sides of matters, but this particular people and this particular concession, I want to be on record to say that Pimpom Watson did not authorize them.
I see.
But somehow he was informed. Now information going, they are going to do this thing. They have all this. They don't have nothing. When you see, but this someone like then you get the call from someone like that.
But the okay, yes, who say Ghana now, no? Although you are ministerial appointment, you are controlled by the party authorities. And that's what
I've told you the lawyers. Their lawyers is Gabriel Chedako. He called me personally. He made some lawyers call me from the office. They spoke to me. I told them that from these are the same people. You do remember this Kokoma who took me to court? Do you remember that every morning my picture was on the front page of Crusading Guide?
I can't almost see a friend say a tour. What is it? Tuaya bua. Tuaya bua. Okay. And the evidence being bio and we here to start investigations. Eko usino atiasi onguye. The former Peace FM reporter no atiasi onguye. Gabi wache da akotiasi onguye. Any evidence na here bio. Yes, my call mufia ko twitwa pictures ya brew. Sa kwa no sesi na obi test me sa kwa no kan kwase asempa na me madwini nya ma na so. Want to kroma nyina basa criminals want to kroma nyina sikani bre kufado sikani bre ni brefo want to kroma nyina asai no evidence bay and a change the Erastus Donko Love FM Erastus evidence bay a channel. Go and pick the video to Ayaboa. Go and pick the video and watch it. Ube evidence is a bit near pick your free. Yanti kroma ana miami ni ajombodu aye obi koye video send a site. Have you started any investigation? Yanti kroma ana aye akwanifini say takwa nso empino. That my friend Mreku nidini Mreku Duka, right? Mreku Duka Yati kroma na Mreku Duka. Go to Takwa and you will see evidences about picking on Mrekuduka. Go. Videos, tapes. Some case me bought tapes ni nyawa hia asa for jenu kura nya kwa nkasa. Videos, tapes, pictures on Mrekuduka. Ko na kwa he. Yesi a friend krofo bi abolos. Usiminya evidence. Look at this silly talk. And when you wake up and you realize that wo be someone in fifre now uko twade near to tax utu our bills na tax ni bi kwa aban ho this rogue na ye di bi atuaneka na odi ato aduane adi no abeka nkwase asemase a kire. Yeti kroma say Nimri Forest o say Nimri Forest meboa Charles Nimri Forest yanti kroma na lady bi be video ebo wuntumi din anche na ya friend say abuginapo no obeka say wuntumi na adwuma oye no Nimri Forest no eye illegal meboa abuginapo ba meka abuginapo wawu wuntumi wawu. This guy is a foolish guy, very stupid guy. And I'm going to say Jimmy Wong. And I'm going to say Jimmy Ansah. Fool. Foolish guy. Yeti Kroma and a minister for lands and natural resources abuginapo enyo obiao abuginapo be ka kire ye say ayi wontumi operate illegally Nimri Forest mu Yeti Kroma menam kan mini to kwasi abuginapo so wonka menam di microphone ko tuana no Galamse na mokano. Look, we know you guys are more than more yes no. So there is no way mobile prosecute obia. I mean it's fair. You are in power na ka kwasi asem. And go for the to me wo kroma chen wo to aye boy so I know. And no bo position no tantan na mo no aye basa. O wa ba mu kra hwe o wa ba mu kra hwe we are behwe Ghana for anim Ghana for nyansa for anim difo o behwe anim aka kire say evidence be anu against any big fish. One tiana galamse for no small scale mining for the car say o magege o mu gold ni o mu nyina e de ko your friend say Jubilee House Akufado en China wo wonti kroma me na me kan wonti kroma ana omode national security your friend say nana upon asesa Jubilee House cars edema national security for eko etiwa forest emu a omu etu galamse wonti kroma okofa daily graphica cars the numbers na wo ho omo kwa nyina wo ho no wajimi wabadam abadam today dey sikroma bia wonte bibia mente
bibia mente. Are you mad? Say me need evidence. Udo ya bema ya masase emfiri wanum bio emra. Uwe gawe you. Yanimo kase ya yanimo kase kura no. Mogusu a mutu munjai. Why? On my way, Ghana cry, pa, dear Babon, and I Kufado in Crawford. What is it? Eh, Namongo, no more who power we are 8 years power pay. If you had the 19 years, 20 years. Today, where are they? Amoy. O providence afre bugina po ebusa no say eye den no beka say ayi wuntumi operate woni forest mu illegally what the amount no mo achi wuntumi no mo sase prosecute no no obia hu say nyansani nie yeah. Mamon fe nipa dwene na akoma ni agro. Now we are not fools. If you guys sitting at the Jubilee House ni say munye fools don't think say yeah what I street no we are fools. Fools like you people. Mokura munim say munim nyansa. Ekwa usi wo asem na ekwa usi ka no. God go to that court ya. You can start prosecuting him. Media ekwusinim, I don't know. The reporter no, a former Peace FM reporter in him, I don't know. Go and read. A friend say from Pom Boating ne 10-page you know what ball is it Chebi youth organizer. Chebi MPP youth organizer. Edino boy no. Enye to be a youth Yabu Bonkro they are there. Yabu Bonkro they are there. Now here him catch say yenya evidence bia. You have not even started any investigation. Then can press why can't you say I deal with your investigation? No, so we're causing them the say where you was in evidence. Well, they are me and two one honest Sassam Nibu. Madam Munina say, me but I start for 1-3 hash. First two. Me chamo 500 Ghana Ansah mako break aba. First two. Chaze yakwaba. Boko de.
Nyame no mpai bo.
Eda nyame ase. Efom boko.
Nyame ama ya sorry obenden. Ya sorry na enye easy.
I know.
Correct.
I know.
Oti kurum na call about so emu 95%. Any amount pressure. Any amount pressure na emu 5%. And so your announcement any information a day mount. Na day ni be kwa na wiye no. Na business is not doing well. Pictures and indications if you are buying mobile enchira said there is hope. Baby I need taking inspiration free a papa no software for her. Also badly damaged because on the street what Moses say you know or soft penny frost of penny so your trofo and they say na ma uhunu baby am for an inch and do be some what to say na asamalanko. There is no hope on the street at all. There is not.
I'm out for business in Queen.
No, there is no hope.
There is no hope, Kwabena. And I say, means me no be crank be mammy. To me, can say, on my 18 for $2 million, say, yen mini home, and you're part of our budget. Ye reading anywhere, say, ye be sky train. Na ya koma company ya nini contract, ya nini any agreement, ya nini any procurement activities. Kwa Bobie Ansah, $2 million. Me atam de amano. Yes, a board of class or money. And then CEO to Solomon. As if you say, oh, moo, be adding and say, Nadam for Neken for Riata.
I see. Solono.
Aye. Nadam for Neken for Riata, on the coffin, ne buy. We saw a presentation. I have first candy a man is here. To say, oh, ye brim crop when you no more time 2 million. 2 million so company here, you much I can't be seen there. And yan to say yan to ya. Come me all my back, who chrome man ko to private jet, but you value and also who say, who enko here into the talkers bears 70. Sikano. No, I transfer Sikako bears 90,000, $900,000. Edru baby no company ne kan so okay so when to me anye dia ma 250,000 so what you say but usika no enie enti kwabranti ye Jimmy say oh my Ghana say ye nam IMF panacho ye nam international community no so say omun defer ye debt ya punish the retirees of this country Charles Nyame mu nkrofo nkrofo genuine money nkrofo ape na say etimi tam $2 million na Ghana Infrastructure Fund ajo mama create you ni ehimi no Ghana Infrastructure Fund GIIF ajo mama create you no yatam 2 million chair disenke ye be ye efenesen we ama ameuzo we anya no kore we minister gate so enimi nkrata biem kwabranti
say why na this can koy
I see you no
Solomon
what sign ye adwuma akufo do tete mi wasan mane da so tewo
give
Ghana Infrastructure Fund because akufo do ntimi the 4 years no but oil zika no mfa bi nko etini oma ebegum adwoma ma di begum no ahye there is no hope for Ghana na kwabranye say bi asem ne epewu eti institutions e okro manom no omon keke omo currently are you happy say as of for ayeji omu dipa krom hanom and we ka se ni nua mpenku ntabu a we so se ni nua trofo ha baby adronie
as of for omo ko accountability
yeah so payiri papa say yemu kunta say yemu afedi say papa hu obo aye nyina na edi ye si edi dia ye nyina na edi ye
aboto
ti no kwara obi sam say me I'm sorry, sir, Massage.
No.
There is no hope in Ghana as we speak because decentralization has been centralized. Jubilee House has taken so much power. Seat of government. Local governance are good. There is so much power with individuals. Kwabena, Kromanum, ye detective to the extent say. You can even sit down and predict say ni asema ye kokot in ye be free mo abani. Did you listen to audio no? Kwabena winim na ya abodu NYB.
Yeah.
Winim NYB.
Yeah.
Mini NYB dam pa ba akoso. Minim NYB abusu minim ne manim ne yire enim ne dan.
Audio bia.
Mwa so omu na MPP pani bia no bongalam say nu. Are we stupid?
Oka tuya yeboa
wonim ekwa wusi uko aya industrial area North Canada na hoye den aveno side hono baby no mo di excavators eguo mo na mo se o nya na ebeka yo MPP for say mo vice chairperson ekwa wusi mo na mo di safo ahye ni nsam se ya chichi nkrofo illegal miners and legal miners, small scale miners, yajiji omu excavator kwabrei. Sabi, enye konko ka na ni ene nkola abire no mu. Enye Uber taxi bio, eye excavator. Anwode mensa sa ni friend na ekura ase. Yajiji dia begu fence wall e wom atumu puno aban dia.
ye de MPP chairman ye de bia begu airport 500 plus ye hu me nana ye boa eka omo ano omo ye galam stop yi ho live on television and odi mu sister station Adum TV for why we say video ni bi mesro mum pesa video ni mame ekwa wusi arrested on Temamoto way or something ekwa wusi omo video on the live ya china NYB jina video num nipa na minim say arrest him he's responsible for the excavators any echi ekwa wusi live video video evidence
evidences ni there.
Are we stupid to say ye ni adansie bia nana Akufo-Addo na so anana esuma nana ya obuadu so onkoye galam stop and wakwachi MPP chairman if say wan chicha asako wanti evidence ni that's what they are trying to say. That is what they are trying to say. And Kwabena winim ebe ehu o nyakika kono ebe ehu se come di youth na pro so temperature was street no so no enye normal.
No, they have no idea.
Enye temperature
they are joking.
Me obi mami fie o.
Na memory ai.
Me oba mi fie na ebi apeso obedi mawu keke na osan ko. Anye sa me oba mi fie. Why we am me quick loan be ma no atua asno asa de awre wo kofie. Oh yeah. Me di me MTN quick loan be show nsem no aprabo se asa atua ma me. Na kofie. Beside that I have nothing for you. Na hand tiny journey. I say mum fa no kreka krabi nya adwuma. O de mum pesi obi ni enka se con system no mpo na delay. Na sabia mu. No mri forest. Ani ni akika wa na nkrofo ko wura mu no.
Me say abujina pot ni mi ka tire say wuntumi ade no a oye ni ye illegal.
Dabio na company na omko che no be ka kire enyina say ya man of krata say on prospecting and party mpanimfo bi am embolden no and o mine no me nam this report ne bai. Kwara me nam be kai.
Ewa. Nanga.
Oh. Entitam omko hye e ma mi kate. Ni excavator Kejemfu MPP National Women's Organization illegal mining no eye chance akowua ana kwaka say kejemfu a munkonkwashi ni mfidie abrantie ya oye Eastern Region video yi a o si MPP fo ama na bofom o tietie mu a MPP fo ma katue nie man kwachin say oye illegal mining asem a ye kan say Kwabena Ghana for have one option. The president has failed.
It's too bad.
The vice president is useless.
Very bad.
Vice president Nigeria or country Joma Masa or incompetent. Say no munyina tibo nkoso fo ni komko hunu.
Na ono yasi twa watwa MPP mpenifo adapa.
Ai. Say somrofia Joma krama enya dabre.
Omono aye bitter.
Wasi oma ye bitter no omase amen.
Wo
omoma me
wo Samira wose
omoma me
meba Samira wose
no
meba wose na PNC chairman wose na say PNC mu na mufri want me anya bibia mo PNC no meba want me anya bibia mo PNC no ama PNC na anya yie ufri Miss Malaika na abeton mo wonima wo Samira ufri Miss Malaika na abeton mo ewo nima eya ma ya figutie
Kwabena wani nso ade
na MPP no woni mo nkrofo a omo aye MPP no efri 1992 ama wo ayi Samira ena woni wose yese oti Dubai o sayin enu agigi ada akudwam ena MPP fo ayi adwuma emanidi wose
dabio
omo ye MPP no a eye wo mo no aye MPP ni ye wo mo no dia no wo Samira ene waye yetimi fa bag mienu a ayi makeups egum ekura nke kroma wo Samira nka wo de da ho
Kwabena
dia na wo na ba omianu amu no braba na ba omianu awabo e owiase anka de na wo
me kura me no gasa me nso me safe me
na mo free baby aba join party no a enkrofo te se Alan Kwabena Japan nom afoko nom Efrempon boate nom wo benyo omo kasetia wo Samira se ogina wo fun se
kora wonim mane unse se mra so a me machia nkrofo anatumi kura omo both NDC and MPP na omo hantan ayese krokoko nye nipa nyina na bete aboa Turkey, you know. But I tell you, say minim kan se Kwabena Bobie Ansah obia mrebe den ebeso enti omomfa ento ba bi kura ne okeka ne ne me ya ne say mete say obodini amansefo. Did I hear that?
Yeah.
Ana nenya amanse na no me audio no se kwam kwa chimbe chemi yem so yusu amansan or amansefo. That is something that I heard. Na minim sa santimem no wa say amanse dia na me ya amanse ni Kwabena enam san ye kwabri ni ne tie ne say amanse ni ade papa bi afri MPP aban mu a
the point is say
ukogina omo
nyame na ebokwai so when your opportunity no abeye second leader just shut up ura baumia ne amanfo wo contest allow them no mo nyom contest use Samira
Kwabena
abayin sisa emobia mebusa bibia because me ba wo won sign krata ena Ghana for ye ni contract bia me say Samira asam nyama asam because me ni contract Samira omaji misika omewi amade na sab medina ko gina baabi it won't mean sorry mama did mpenifo atem just like that. Anyway, mama come ra me ba near the food discussion no atwas live on Accra live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Quick one, mama come ra me ba Mislamo *413 hash me first two me do mo baba betudwa me first two me do mo baba betudwa. I'll be back. Me basis ya ijadem Sukulafia Alabama yawa o donation aba
Usika seme nkoyi ana quick credit siasia se sika pe ennafom intina yaba se ye becheche wo yambosia bon hyehyɛ ye ho wutumi babosia edifi aso ye fi 1500 Ghana cedis edeko na ne wo hia ne wo national ID card wo hia se wo betu susu wo hia awowa ye ngiseke bia nto ho wo nsanso hia se wo ne ye bebue futuo bia quick credit wo homao se ye dwa na wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye ejuma frase ana say your school fees ana po eyeye bosumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosua e wo internet so afen so omantika krobia batan Bank of Ghana Ansah wo dwumedie yimu enti tutumri kana freyen wo 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833 quick credit London made simple kai say dwumedie yin hyehyɛ kakra wo ho.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden
refuse to grow any offense back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready Pedrian Musamaya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso. Any Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. Now Yamwa shooing in no, a boy who buy every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana dada.
As a separatist group na here besine ye hu bi ye ntin wan say bio voter region unimadia na ekoso voter region and some part of mohonom ba bia Cote d'Ivoire border no so ba bia ayi onabo amedu unim dia na immigration ni soldier for na Kwabena udi kiuma akoyo registration omuduru om se bonjour oje so bonjour om se free line mu ye Togo ni Kwabena enti akufo do so nko ka bonjour me say dia omude ye voters no say me need queue mo amekwa registration no so ja ni twam won chen a otimi ye bonjour oje so bonjour a wo se wo ye Togo ni na wo so ye Ghana ni wo te French na de ono te Togo border no on te French ɛna mo yɛ ɔmo saa na mo ma ɔmo nya saa feeling ni sɛ aban we mpɛ ɔmo asɛm and clearly the agency a wo president o attach it to saa disaster yɛ asi wei akyerɛ clear say enya dia said that form and nobody is asking questions within VRA and in fact Kwabena, let me state this Matie Metro Director no Ghana sabro for na wire mintimi mo Ghana meteorological Matie omo say throughout this year omama VRA 3 reports on the weather 3 reports on the weather ni nyina indicate here say ensuo beto bebre enti se VRA betena ho ama de na duru sa level we ama sa disaster na kwa akosi wo eye on friends mepe ama ebi wo ho amehwe obi hotel bi yes say one of these ISS pass pa ni bi na Kwabena ensu afade no to almost the roofing level obi ajapade a ebi kra taking it by 40 years and say no wonya we or dey call retirement o ensu afade ni nyina na omampani ukọ ho a politics na wokoye na ese o ka tro mo kra se muti na ye se me ye mampani na maso ese mehwe mu nyina na nka mo kra nka meja ma se mo be wi abuo se mo be ye den o but you have journalists today defending this thing say no di agro
why no
oh just a vacan sefa ka ko fa professors no professors ayi ba ku de na okasa wo ma na fami
oyina jekuma
ja ohene ono
no but oyina jekuma so oyina jekuma ka say adie we ni yemfa ni agro ni kwa say kufu
no what he was saying is say president accept no all can asresem even the people around were laughing
who
sefa kai me say on peace FM I listen to him ema unim oye mistake bi o ka say even kro na prof what say obi guma bi kra ka say o mampani why fresh na prof no so ho de mebo na baso oyi na no say fresh na o ka na sarcasm o ka kire say o hwe ba bi o man we say de ye bre ekomo a e de yen ahokira ye wom ene say de nipa tete apansa ma o akufu ado why fresh na oni na o man ne ho
akokra ye fresh
na dey say asem minimum what is and that was the response Prof Ohina Jekum gave to him Kofi Ajekum e ka kire no ene ho de oyi na no ye pa na akumya na no ni place ade no na akumya na no was on the show and na no ni place o we omampani kan di agro and the prof say sanka wanka so anka be ye den busa sefa kai
nyansa wo ena sefa kai no say
oh kana no tum so enya support
ena obo nyare jojo
what I say yes ana and see they do this PR for government and they think that we are so dumb that we don't see through Minya Abbas call show no so I think yesterday meboa UTV anopa yakunama try to do the same thing. The video is on UTV for na nkasa opo bi anko we bi say oh na o kan di agro mahama ko kumase okoka about Rose MPP for call doctor sa tape no say o say oyi the gold ye overhead kran so asante for ani no na ye tribal issue besi ne MPP for nka sa asem no akufo do akoka bi voter region dia some key journalists in Ghana
na omo ye journalists there
and some trofo bi wo kromo say na nado de ndie no o ka di agronti yamfa nche no na ye kosomu a the tribal issues beba the division be den ebeba ba na Jomahama de moja afọ ni munya red Jomahama de sireni ba no ti ono de yanwe no me say da bia meka sa problem we Jomahama face ye nyina was from people like this Fakai and microphone nyina mostly were tribal undertones mostly because enay o hwe aduma Jomahama ye o hwe ne records available now the tutu akufo ado ho now where how tolerant ye buafu nyina no you have media houses still waging a war against Ghanaians to still hold brief for this president now Ebuza say can at the papa ba kwa Mahama ya Sefaka was able to look into the camera and say but today you are always on the show on your show promoting and telling people the positives
is it wrong that he is an MPP member?
It's not wrong. But on the Kwabena say obi ti say Mugabe money de huntomo they don't hide their sympathies for certain political parties.
But don't pretend.
But you don't come on your show and pretend that we need A, we need B, when we are so intelligent to see, say, oh, ha. You want to
but if you are down or G position, what can clear or no support to MPP government?
What can I be free? Because he comes there and you see,
I'm appointment.
But he can't behave like you.
Dabi, Mr. Metier, MPP am appointment.
Now, Kwabena, what who are be a course, my made the way chat for unim. Professors now no mobile show no so. On that time, I expose you. MPP for internal contest we buy. Obia take his side. We see me there, me wo Baumia. We see me walk in Japan. We see me walk Akoto. We see me walk.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic the Bright Soldier capsules and a Bright Garlic Plus capsules aba. Yeah, Juma papa. Greenfield says Odom Pemubua. Yeah, I say a World Best Herbal Clinic 2018 awards no. Omuna a solid na stroke in your joy dear or saya dear infertility or young Juma pa. May come out for say Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. War a year and Dogon. Last stop. Esther Johnson from 024398396 on sabet mi akamo marema eye listo akwaba boko de ye de radio chale ya nanti
yanko meda se kwamra na kruman sam doso se fa kai de metie ya yema mi posu a yema obi ya ndc time yema obi a ode fuel attendance qualification akwaje board member de kwamra board members say one MPP nyina no mo MPP4 timo bia metra mekeka say we na kwabra asem we ya ye mewure mfie o ye di jade che say journalist woni ye say e de niema pa na edwomama problem a otimi ka say edum so e na dollar e 4 Ghana cedi e wa abochi wo okọ interbanka e 3.8 me ye real okọ abochi e 4 Ghana oko eye interbanka obi anim say 3 Ghana 80 pesos boachi eja akunum nyina confirm sa de ewe ena records no so ya available na kwabra say ni pantimi ka say jomama problem dum so any dollar na ebisa say de na jomama ya wa hu Ridge Hospital jomama achievement ni say wa hu Legon Teaching Hospital wa hu Bank of Ghana Hospital. Kwabra all the numerous project maritime hospital they make crime make us a bro dey be on time or see enye na adwuma say ndi obeka na sabi o criticize obi kura na say wa hunu na strength ba ko a kire o say wo onye fair entini yetem wo kuruma no bad ne de ne say ena de watimi creative ayi say kwaku ye bo aseshin se hwan no de omode kamfo akufo adunwuma ye de omase na ya mi dese Ghana fo na social media dawroma se so nse nkrofo gina so kokoko hwe ne awoye social media dawroma obia hu ne ko so jomama time and obia hu say those days are over ne ni true mu so ni so kura se bi so e journalist o de enku ye nim na men kama asem on national cathedral Ansah galamseso mon fa chame tifo mon fa chame pa kwabra on national cathedral say no me problem me problem ne say e say me ko papadanka sorry ana me ko so for boku mensa sorry ana say it's not about na kala soja ujina fifi say o ma friend say o ye trofo but endra me so penyina me ko na sorry o friend me phone say cha so ni say me nka ho and I don't pay reverend friend between five na sorry o say dey better this for na yawa odi wonimu e wo the behavior of men of God kwabra awre ho Wasi ntinsanka man na ye den. Ena de wa ofa ni ase ne mpabo abako se ka hino ze hi wona no abetum. Wasi renal department e wo kolebu mfanhye a. Die nyansa na wom ono an MPP aban no na ofanso ye campaign coordinator mabawumia. Eti am confused for the free ba. na no Obribu ahin say onim nyansa ewom say kolebu dialysis for air sofa na ban no e concentrate on National Cathedral and Kwabena wo nyame send the signal.
I think say let me use this opportunity to commend
Obribu
but na dwene yiraya na say the comments no I find him more wise than he used to.
Memini of Obribu ahe enanti okumase.
Yeah, I remember.
He was one of the
finest
guys in MPP. Look,
God closer.
Oye, nadwene mu da ho.
Oh yeah. So what yeah adwuma na che.
Until say me baby on me falling out. Ya da on me di nkomo wa Akufo-Addo me back craft foforo. Eno say nkrofo keka say me mpe Akufo-Addo asem. And I'm telling them, Akufo-Addo as my president. I wanna fall out.
No,
but
Obribu
say, "Utie ni ye pa."
Oh, you greedy too much.
Yeah, sometimes because I say we there, wakasem Kenya.
Kwabena, enye enonko. Nansenya na omoka UTV asem no. Oh, he took a swipe.
Or condemn me. Yeah,
to the extent that wapesemra enye adwuma
o take so one jukeje na ngugu to senia ahiaba eyeye ni bi edi kwabra masem nyina say I'm thinking about the psyche of the church members for so many years or magie this of ntwatro
they so for back so for
a problem na yenya me say the one said now chief ma won say ne bufu da ne bufu yi edi say the bufu because most person decide say okay when the Jesus meet the multitude no go can say yesu ko shia kon konsafo so react that crowd the assembly show. I'm thinking about the thinking of the church. Any members confidence for 40 years, confidence for 30 years.
Me kura chance what the asmabo into almost say that shall not touch my anointed one. No. Yes, it's anointing.
Anointing, attach anointing.
You want to make Ben say, yes, anointing, attach anointing. They say, one the body for you.
There be unim. As somewhere secret man, and so now say no dear. Reverend JFK Akanda says our statement in there, it will do anywhere because was it said that shall not touch my anointed one. That's a me my anointing. No, don't say what mean to me touch you.
Trust me.
O making it clear.
Trust me.
And to say no, anointing mu penyini pe okroma. Happy because anointing control for them benku tabu. It is what no be bogusi bu atimpa ni na magu ase together there. Papa dan kan say wakin hu afrim. Chidi ankrofo wo asofo we mu Kwabena obu ho no ma wuja na obeton na sase. Wonim say minim krofo ma ton ma sase akoso osidi da.
Yeah.
Ade nso ano ombo ho mpa no nso amam. Eti assassin nso ayede. Assassin mobo. Na den asofo no universities ni ade ebi mo de ayeye no Kwabena nyansi di anom de ansi. Ezika foforo ye tax nso. Ye wo genuine pastors at least well. Omaye nyame adwuma bedu ne omu money asem bi Akufo-Addo otu ba bi dwiro ho a no afanya nsakwaso no ba frɛ nanim kwasiem no nyina ni magwase together. We should be a signal to obi say wonim now to baby na ba omia afie do ye kramoni Sunday o ye kristoni no me nda cross me ndani eba honum Kwabena
ye hu ansempa ka nyina
odi hu ba jim sesia eba honum Kwabena be kan kire o say wono wode o ba be fore no ho a mesro se wunimu a wo no ba be wo no eya tiato entudu ko frempe o mu no nyina be ko fam se o mu anko ani nipa o ma twatro ato nyame so se nyame so mu si asore dai. God has never lacked when it comes to providing for something that he is interested in. Why are they struggling to raise money to build a home or a house for God? Because onyami ni momo onu omunhia nya meeting bia ohunu omunse omunsem wo moja ohunu omso omu ya mamboefo na nipo otiri nkuntabuo de edensi asore dan.
Imagine
nipo otiri nkuntabuo Kwabena, this issue, I trust Sudanaba.
Of course.
On this one, Papa Duncan, I trust them against opoku mensa ene ne nkrofo opoku nyina ne nkrofo omo aka na den na kurei na yesi minister disika akwasha ne mpaase kurei yesi ofori atase oil sika 2 billion cannot be accounted for afedi esofo nso nyiska nkosi dan a sofo kosi dan na sofo obienu akase yemu nkonta nkyere omanfo asofo se dabi Kwabena mark me they have decided to president mamanim mesre no Saoba National Cathedral Commission na be ho probe no yenye ne live on television. Yeah. This should send a signal to everybody. I all misbehave na say aka fi any busumi mienu pe ene di animu. No more better TV so sa ene immunity na kusibuati enyama state apparatus no abo no by 18 mu no Kwabena ye be wipe no off. Na sorry my way edi wani ma ko heaven. Wash it. Tuhufo Kwabena me clear Samira na ma wie galam say simple Samira Baumia Kwabena unse so be your tipe a otimi boni din said it here ahantan ne ya doso eni enso ade no e ya doso so antitwi kasa ompo obi man nkyire ne yie pa
otebro so
Kwabena me ka asem odi so oti onti say ye bodamani atie so mo and why not you say obetin krofo a onsa me kasa na me no kasa ye sha ase na papa na efre me no omo etu entuma gu so ebo kola edit MPP no wo manhia no ana UP na abusua no ba ko no se wo se wo papa wo ye PNC ni Papa Ramadan or PNC.
No,
at the expense of me, papa, at the expense of Ayan Crawford minimum list of nanum, Kwabena Bobie Sanum nanum. Now, what do you know? Wabusia where he went peeping. Wabusia says by MPP 2007. No we need identity. Mami Samira, dear Antino no. And dear Naba Samira so.
Point of correction 2008.
2007 na mukofa ne baye meboa
8.
Oh, list 2. 8 no obeye modwuma. Ba 7 na mukofa na meboa. Nye 7 na kufu ado to aba. What the 8 to 7 no. Okay, ni effect. Ni odi make fan say
2008 January and match.
Me ba cho ba na mo ne na kasa. Me de me ka asem. Odi edru so anu wa kire.
Oba che say 27 na say waba ntam.
Asem ne nahi.
That's right. I made wa kasa.
So no. It is Samira there. Only root in the NPP. Osi ebinom no omom papa nom no omma amen. Now papa na no onka hu bi before 2016 election no kra no. Mo kwa akoye no ambassador den at large.
Yeah.
I not UAE and Ameboa, one of the finest communities in Ghana. I want to prepare for retirement at the expense of PNC.
What the PNC?
At the expense of the PNC, who papa enjoy, who near enjoy, one person enjoy, what monso for munkumamu enjoy, and about me a kwa Samira mo last born or TV etimu, Eddie Bobie a convoy. Momo last born ha Kwabena ni amansefo kwan kura mo befa so akomu fie no muni kwan shantan we free hin Kwabena no akoto kire mantin so wote before kofo a ukunu na no koso wokope mampani na chia no watwa fa kire mantin so na aka sa adwosofo ye nkwasiafo sa santifo nyina kura react mpo a sa ye kukuru mponi Samira Baumia ye kukuru emponie wona oba MPP mu wunya ya friend say 20 years no wo be ka kire wo de UP ebesi MPP sabe maame no wankasa yie so obi ami wo MPP amanyoko ma eye Ramadan family na obi ami wo MPP ko ma eye Baumia family Baumia ni mi opanyini da so ye NDC panyini se si ameka se wo srem Baumia NDC fo na hwe ni school entu de obi ban se Baumia ni fie ni hini wa MPP ena ne yira benya ahantan pieto ahye ade atie si krom se ne ono ba kire se binu ame Kwabena aya punishment na na de dan kwani ba omia kan bo ma punish MPP fo no enu nti na ma na MPP fo na tie atua panyini ni MPP on listo you know say na panyini ni ho enye se mpanifo no mu ni ho listo minim mpanifo bu MPP mu a omu nkwa kakra aka no omu suro so omu kokan hwe ane abebro omu enti odi nkwa kakra no waye den no wawu Kwabena enti Samira should humble herself enye too late so beba be pa achew ni e ka omu adidi amia na aspirants no Kwabena why na ni team cheska sin ba omia ni na busuafo enye omu na omu cheska omu police station executive no war for the past 7 years no oma bre omu bibi da na de ebeto aba 200 Ghana adane chiwinga ma ya tugu nipa so te se efenesa ade enkramofo AI fro omu enwene ho Kwabena mi wie me bomasem topa etofa ewo galamsey Kwabena kontama
ma me recommendation bi
dabi mesra o wi anu aye
dabi e ho na no book bi courtesy for boys and girls Uncle Toby no kan no nzua kasa akwaya fa so sipe nyina ubenya ubehunu ya de nod in the chair
Kwabena akontama ne ye hwan dia wona afra asante wontumi dia meboa waje atum se ne dia numre forest akontama ne ye kuhu no ye hunu okwaku good wontumi wa party ben chairman
MPP
onye big man wa MPP mo
oye big man
actually say attorney general ne report no ba Ansah ba kusi enim in summary Kwabena
sa atu ayebo ane de
Kwabena me say attorney general report no empty Ansah ba ku pese enim because wontumi onye small person within the MPP mo kwasi excavator me sha se na me ka mo am keti jemfu a ni mfidie shi emo koye worship MPP women's wingini nyina akohia ba bi koto nyum se mo kai sa incident esugu mu triso I think it was at the house sanifio se conference obi no mo kohia yo sympathizing with the illegal mining of sa forest here that Achimasa so at Etiwa forest munyina munim se Etiwa forest no Kwabena Ansah may etia thousands of dollars Emma Ghana because of the existence of that forest. Yes, World Ecological then Service Force or whatever. Yes, we mutia sika at the Ghana because of that forest every year. Enti mibisa who say NYBD na asemi say video no kwame am say mo anya amaye esi wotema aya omukwachi no say we there ya chiri MPP panyini live say camera si no so say sa papa we won no na ye dey excavator ni share ni nsem won ye dey excavator ni share ni nsem it is excavator ira na related to galamsey fighter Kokwansa fueje na be catchem say galamsey report no entimia indict any senior member of the MPP na say be oman meaning on the report ne bae me be say me bisa asem bi Kennedy Japan wonye MPP ni so MPP ni Kennedy Japan ebe kan say MPP for eba galamsey tuo na Akufo Addo galamsey fight na Akufo Addo si wo say bia any den eni hini video no ho wase niema wodi na ni ehun MPP mpanifo na Akufo Addo si wo when it comes to galamsey fight na Akufo Addo si wo say dua eni hini this on record again oka we wie no o send it to us say wo mu gi gold listo so wo mu gi gold wo kan say safi no wo mu kan say Ghana gold dey call UAE Dubai si gold ni yeden ekosoro enti omu bi say gold no so hwe amfa abankratam ti say gold aye koton na dwaman so no gold no so no kwakwasafo je na ye MPP mpanifo and the head of Galam stop and fight against galamsey gold no mo gigi ye ni nyina gold no so ewo hene. These are some of the fundamental questions we could unye any legal understanding about say Brady Nyankopon. John Boadu nti video no enti committee no anka ho asem. John Boadu video no go for damage on the deputy omonte. enti frimpom boati asem o kan ye ni nyina no Kwabena he ayen kwase asem enti sika na ye kotu gu wuram se asojafo enkoda wuram ko fight galamsey no sa man ko fight. That is the total if anything explanation go for dami person or the magana for say soldier na nchi nipa excavator 500 no anyira gold no amoje ya no Kwabena o ma anyi gold the small scale mining for asema anu o mo be kan ye ni nyina no Kwabena adane nkwase asem ba kwa gwanse for je kan asem bia me pese Kwabena me di manu tum say ye pesue u say ye becho say ye chase u say de mra bedi ebedi udie enne wo betimi ayeden adwane ba Kwabena se metu video bia twene wo wiase a sa video nso ba bia da no ukumi kura winya me metu video bia twene wiase a eye Erastus asare donko anandino media mabon se dia mabon wo correct no mame
Erastus
ni video no koye no wo mikrom kwa abere no a okoye a sojafo yire no a eka se sojafo a yeso omo ma me fight garamsey emomu fight journalist na okwa expose omo 18 Chinese people against Ghanaians. Kwabena me catch us say de no kwa de be investigate number forest ye be den ye be investigate Mashada keep all these videos. Na me nya nwan say me phone back so video yes say 10,000. Phone back nkwa ye di biesie. People must be punished because damage or ma cause against Ghana. I tell you say Kwabena yentimi mfam fie aduonum ensign repair. And now na enyinam na hwe densu 100 meters na China for any Ghana for bia kan bomutu. Our Kufuado na achimasa so na timisa Kufuado. You can't trust him when it comes to anything. Kwabena, next all about me head of police and me abenya no me the manu esi.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Mame enka oman for say top choco for see and can't Ghana for nyina. Say omo ena the top choco chocolate spread abba ya the fabrudumu and omo the top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink and so abba ya no de ohia ne nsuhie mu amo pese mutu no dodo no from 0243 033 afe ya ka eye imboost heba mixture wansem omo say ya boost immune system no ai e ma yare be me bon Ansah Omamu Dankes People's Junction and Abuachi about Kanshi Tema Ekus Pharmacy and with Dama Pharmacy Ubenya bi assignment for Kings Walker about Kanshi Tinated Heba from I was 054 071 0113 listo any ABM ever episode fa yanko tell
Obryan watch me 2 minutes
okay all right
Kwabena
yeah
one let a letter na aban
kwaku
na Kwabena uni madi a shock me Ghana Police Service Ghana Police my body is imprensa and Georgia Kufu Dampare IGP dia mu hwehwe bia mo nsa beka ho
akwa bia de bia wasen de abreme mi yempa hye
and you see Kwabena
koranye o
dia
boys no so mo ba be petition akọ ministers fie ama akọ search o
one na me by o
amode kan na ekodu
no necessarily da papa ye kwa kotu sika wo de de yem ko ni fie me so de edin
enye omufie o Akufuado ban hotel no amanfo be amanfo be bu hotel ni nyina de I said that but we
not say ohun su bempa ewo akwanya say ono wutimi eba de John Mahama office for council
enkasa
now you see if Ghana Police Service Greater Accra Regional Command
police ni no man say no deputy commander no otu no
problem
ono na ka kire me say mimi ntimi mfa petition koma Akufuado
no problem
Flagstaff security
sa otu no so otimi do osu bempa emaache ade na efa epie je amu a otu no ne osu bempa nyom nkofie
o de Kwabena Wait.
Ha, adani si from Uswa.
You see,
police for 1 million.
Me say they may have to move the entire police force to cantonment. Because the entire party, the 6 million, they should expect the 6 million members of the party. NDC. All regions will move to cantonment. Cantonments,
me say otu. Any damn party to me. Omo match to me ba.
They have released an official letter.
Ebia letter no usu bempa na akọ.
There be me say.
Ebia usu
bempa.
Ebia usu bempa na akọ.
Monday. Monday. Mitie usu bempa. On Asempa FM. Yebusa ni say. On command no original command no agree. No mama na kwenya. He stated in the affirmative or say yes.
You okay?
But I was doubting. Say police looking at the current situation, the security situation in the sub region where you have
Pacho. Not even the current situation. Obi private property.
Yentia taxi man.
Won't me match it. Hold on. Sir, a Vatican crown. Obi private residence won't me match nko. Sir,
some class the same way free.
Hey, na Ghana police omo dwene regime we ho. There be omo dwene regime we. Dia ekoso. E come e wo Ghana.
Me say.
E no ma ekoso wo Ghana. Fuel ayentimi nto aduane kura ayentimi nto. Enso for voter region for. And some part of Accra. And who here Ghana police
otu timi de osu bempa machi. Ekọ Jomama office. SI bar otu sire.
Yeah, ya ni say osu bempa no on ma bi. Mesi wa usu bempa yi se wa
ma ndi wa na baba
so obe fan crop from me say usu bempa beti be di animu so oba
hold on onipa bia ni wa asase we so a opa omo national security for car matre omo majo mama officers and
asedun katia honorable asedun katia
ya ye transport na wie
ya kan ni say adie we letter omo di abanie we will urge the party leadership to show force
chairman
NDC obviously may NDC making for empire so you see some of these psychological operations are part of their rehearsal for the 2024 elections.
Bro.
But NC it won't happen. Nobody can walk to John Mohammed's office.
Me say
police a flat gate. I will urge Opariado to schedule a date, go to the police command. Nenkos is the other fee ho.
There be okos.
I was say a call.
Hold on.
Labon here can for your fee. I was say a call.
And for ma adia e be ye wo mo
ko na me kan. Omo see so mo be flat gate ni say amount for private residence here.
And I dey kabel 5 minutes per na maybe yen ko.
I crowd me imagine say can me shedan me because of
who dey jai
your friend is saying. But I think say upon several reflections in mami check for ne when you are nominated only upon Kwabena. I think I disagree in principle with all the arguments advanced by persons that think say adia ekoso no eni kwan say yema ehon kwan democracy and yewo na obia will right to do whatever he or she wishes.
I want for private.
Kwabena na den. Wo kan say na mo kan say. Obia will right. Na IGP kwai all right to go to his house. We have the right to go to IGP's house.
Okay.
And we have a right to petition to want to go to his house to inquire about the killings, the extrajudicial killings.
Yeah.
Don't we have the right?
We have the right.
We have the right to make sure say IGP could be put to strict proof. Na when na mu dwane na say say we have to say be maybe na what TSC na say ma obi abohu egosia for we mu aboa we aponchi we aboa we why ya de kama opposite for man kwan say won ko ya de na no so atro bi eti na asafo jesi yeni na ti ni enko IGP fie ade tia ye ko kanofo ya
betu nkrofo
ade tia governor Jimmy for governor na afra toto gay no aboa no ye ko ni fie so say ye hooligans no ni akoche how hooligans behave we ya dey say NDC na mote be
omo nya hu ade kra omo nya hu ade kra young boys na okroma peso omo no omo ye if we have our way
we democracy
obunim
and ye nyina ye practice
they don't know
and the police for as a law abiding citizens almost say you have the right to protest and picket and whatever and that right you know sebi in preduasa say IGP no wakoje aban sika dia ko high officer amajo mahama enti no say wo say won kwa e wo say mu bosse na mu mama ni je eye floodgate and wo bia bie na we obi abie political floodgate we ya na mo tra na mo ye gitri na mo me dey na mkra na mo ye nwanwa
udi bim
we have every right to enter everywhere. That is the meaning of what has happened.
Yeah.
Obi aheda mama.
There you go for the back.
And
1 week now
he pays for his private office. He rents it by himself. And your mama na kase sika no dia renting the office. And na wo se wa ma obi kwan se onko ho. What you say? Wa bra aban man the office. Wo se wonko ho. Anu nti no is a floodgate na we bie na we yade no so ye be ye hu dede. Ye man ne kwan wonko. Oko wi a ensan ye.
Ya ka bone.
Ade atia dan pare ye pese ye ba ofie. Ade atia nkwasiafo na mudi watini nyina ye be ko obi afie maako. We yasem. We yasem anu nti NDC na me hu se Amos na baabi ene ye man ne kwan. Aboa we mu man ne kwan. Mu man ne kwan a yesu no na be me yesu enya kwan dia kokofo fie we yaw
ja ya man di be
enti me de anu be si ho Kwabena cathedral na sem no say enra ya brusu bia na Martin Sempi na say Papa Duncan no kure nyame animu ni enra metwe na abo so kakra abo na metwe ne so no enye se sabi Martin tesu ato form na me de metechire mefa ejina ba bi ejina wa hu nyansa na ode ne hokọ ball afodifo okotena afodifo tena bia na ehu anim guase ayeden aba but again Kwabena masa dwen ade bi hu so se me kenkan letter ni wie no Kwabena what your mind to pa kese pa wo say Ghana fo nyina yebo Papa Duncan abaso what your mind to na wasama ye hu say auditing bi wo say ekoso enti mesre say much as ye twinanim for his wrongdoing no because sebi as a man of God no e was saying ka onya hunumu na ka ohu se Akufo-Addo isu ne ban a wada na di akire oman onye nipa a was say sabi muta na chi man ye oman dwirim so mpanifo se wo se ma aboa ne nko ho ma akwala ne nko afichire
wakọ
na okonso na aboa tia kana ye na duro you say wakọ aboa tia kana ti mo ye nye Papa Duncan any Sofu Eastwood there tembiano na we are becoming so obsessed with his character and traits a dumb donor and his stoicism cry even beyond the money woo and still went on with the word and the evangelism and the prophecy and the prophetic word and all that no and the teachings especially no they are very exemplary enunti me sa ejina stanza 2 stanza 1 ye animtwie bo mu mienu abaso pa afoforo aka o mu so e free ho Ansah na
we kura mo say manya hinti say mienu bi so be resign
it's going to be an
yeah.
In fact the me tell the crowd here say
Ebeka opoku mensa
opoku nyina
aye
opoku nyina
da bi ba ko opoku mensa on ya na church nkwasi asem no
opoku mensa na secretary no ha wono minim so ye sofo a
Ebeka oni aye. Eye maame no.
Salt.
Salt.
Light soup.
Ya me maame. Ebeka oni no. Watu ani ayire.
Na watu ani ayire. Enti omo nkoso na omo ye mpanifo enyi kwan se ya na enu asofo bi ne me kasa e maame hu se Papa Duncan ewom se wa chede na so no ebi ya na but next time no dey me tune phone say you see listen to the pulse of the nation. Say Uyo Badrimba, and he has preached about a lot of things. And Nyoma Ebesi after 2021 he preached about them. About this African your friend is how
can you aid
I'm just
somebody?
Surprised
how can you aid somebody
relate with the no any the tension and
how can you aid somebody? And what was squander or mine sick up this what destroy mine? How? How can you aid somebody to do and or says will destroy the no? You are telling you that Papa Duncan at the end I was supporting Ipano or destroy mine.
Now how can you even think say now you see the shame before you crack Kwabena. That's what shame before more.
Why?
And you say a bare land and the be I will say where the ye cofa excavator na be grade so keke na be a sidan so adia ye si aban japade ya boka hwe amobrofo te say yen Ghana for na ye timi atiti mo rem taxpayers money the sisi adan akese ajaje for dan mako 120 apartments 120 ajo mahama asie ye betimi afa ajaje for mako 120 no ye buni nyina to agu now ye sofo na aka che me say ya de papa say obi be dwiri dan agu e de akosi nyame asori dan then you have a problem with thinking and logic and reasoning.
It's sad.
That's how come I think it was very low on the side of their thinking, and so may God forgive them of their sins. Yes, sinful. Omonko say nyame bonifache, they should go and bonikano omonko sofo ben kra na omonko bonika woni ho na omonko bunkotodwe na omo se nyame na omfa omo bone nche omo ye bone atie nyame ne ne man Ghana. Kwabena, the last point galam say no me Godfrey Dame, you know my stance onye obia we Godfrey Dame
we grade ye two ayebu na beka che yes evidence for the
big Godfrey Dame na suma no Godfrey Dame no a local champion. He only knows the judges. They don't know any law. We were born crew, we were born rough. Okay, the case between Trafgura and Ghana. We have lost up to about 142 million pounds or 172 million pounds. So that case, no, it is clear. Ebemu how the someone say won't go UK no. Wa bounty no onim judge bia nti no okoye asem no wa lusu no poto ensemu a ene kokwasafo ejei a litany of them are kind one by one che say okay wie kura na wabusa ho say enti we no say evidence ni ho no enya de wo say higher ho. You don't expect a thief to catch a thief. What must I say? You don't expect say akronfo na where your friend is saying where akronfo penya ko say we no ya akronfo. You don't expect that to happen. And you don't expect say akunta mine no no die nti your friend akunta akufado na ya akunta no who to me is working for akufado na akunta no. So do you think akufado will not come and exonerate him of even wrongdoing? He will. So these things, don't be bothered about it to make it look as if say it takes your energy away. Time is the mightiest judge. All we need to do is to struggle and make sure we rescue this country first. Once it is done, the evildoers will be brought to book and justice. Where you are now, Sembia. But get say Crawford say, "Whoa, me too adia me yo." Obe watch it. What must say? It's mummy nya butre. Na Crawford no. Ya nyire ye ho.
asafo je kai ne say we kura no or pinity
or pinity
nti adwuma wo say edika ye
en worry wo ho kura
ya
na me catch obia say my friend say akwayi osu bempa mumma ne kwan mon kan say
no you have a point
mumma ne kwan no mra o na den sa enkwensia so ho
sa o ma apartments no masisi no yeah amanfo be match akwa asase radio akobusa kwaya de gabi after da kofa so si ye da
ofu we kura ne nam ho aboa jimi we gabi aboa tan we honest man o gabi na so man
na honest man o de waka no no
jimi we
de waka no de
the nice job
de waka no ye no kure o de onko listo se am no ka say eye Allen not mo na ya mo ntwe ni ya na sa J's food ni nka call away on big money mu asake
I know who.
Okay, so I'll just mention Allen. UK was send 1,000 for a year. Yeah. Then I say Mahmoud Alaji Osam I send 100 Ghana.
Yeah,
but when him there come pa, and they were about 2. One a year Jacula George Doro. Or send it 20 Ghana cedis.
God bless you. That's his widow's mind.
Yes, yeah. Only me who and many tata. Any panic catch us said, this is all that
I have. This all
and
I have.
Beatrice are sending 15 Ghana cedis.
Wow.
Yes.
Be Yehu and Shao.
Yes.
Obia Yehu and Shao.
Obianko Beyama.
It tells all our audience.
Yeah.
Say Nyame ya adom na se bi biki tu ebiensa.
Yeah.
Ye nyina ye mmoa ne yanyi enuanom a omowo ye amanehunu ne abebresemu no enfrimu sabi penifo se account 90 na account enye omo pe amamu bone hyehyɛ bone a sabi o amfere wase di yanimu die den a bibi sa beba enti momien kɔ boa enuanom yenyi omo mfiri meanwhile Kwabena asɛm na ye ka ba sagleme no
yeah
I wish say Ghana for Japade. Say, Omunya baby na. Kwabena utie, I don't know. You have been corresponding with them.
Yeah.
Obini baby da obi da street ho. Blanket crowd de kata ne ho krampo no. Say aye bibi e wo ho. Eti mesre. Say aban ebedru baby na untie ya. Me. Ube jeli me kra over semi lead o mo akosa glema me de ombeko. Because I was here mo akosa glema. Ayo mo dia. Eye Ghana for dia taxpayers money ne dia sie wo ba na nka hu nyansa na nka wadwene nte sa anoma anumu a na nka wo si bia nka next agreement nke wo be 4 na 5
ma me fa we nim so Bashira Muhammad ascendi 80 Yusuf Musa ascendi 100 Ghana yenu ba ko send through wo say dia through dia o send it through dia merchant so yantimi allocate edino James Coffee ascend 200 Grace Tete 50 Benis Abochi 30 cedis. Thank you yada mu nyina ase pa yada edom ni nyina ase unim ene meya de bi bacho enka me yanam person me fa college Tabia Herbal Center me bacho Arise Ghana so yebeko
mame nyina dom nyina nim na me so me fa enkaibo we ntwam Kwabena Arise Ghana se mini kan mo waba so enhye wunkran na adwuma pa oye na ombema citation for being a proud member of the philanthropical activities are Arise Ghana a part of. Enti omo be person ba be bo chidom.
Yeah.
Na nyame ya dom a kwasiada.
Enyina.
Obum se yenso ya ye bibi ketua bi a ye pese ye de emma
ni nyina afra.
But ye ba be bo chidom because you are also one of the pivots in our midst. We have to revolve around. Enti no. For showing that commitment, say you want to do a philanthropical job, which of course we share in. And again, so now, Arise Ghana for na yatete war.
Sir,
ama we send you see philanthropical job. You have a boat chidom. Na nyame aduma.
Okay, but menya winner bako ha. Hello.
Commander.
Hi, abom.
I phone from
offer the form 500 offer the form you go utrinkwa weekend ucha say 5 cities. Okay. Mo. So all right, okay, so CMG Sika there. Last two no bomb 1,000. Last two no. Unya nkaya no about tell star 413 hash. Tabia ba center the tabia ba Mr. Ba wonu mu ato honam ye ya ntumi ni di ya de. Osi atabia ba Mr. Nanumbie. Ena West pains and answer constipation tabia herbal capsules, and eso nom or cancy drug lane. A man phone call 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Unsa ebetumi aka omo. Yemfa enase emma domo amotimi abeche bibi. Give us about for a P power capsules, a co capsules, give us about measure. Omuna de ensuo mmu onwunu aba amanfo enom no borbor mama hwese betumi afa memfa be 4-5 callers bi na yenko 0302208090 quick one mama memfa callers ba ko mi memfa be 4-5 bi na yeko hello
Hello, Bobie.
Yes, sir. But your first of free.
Me did Philip. Me can say older Showman.
Okay, Yanko Philip.
Yeah, Chairman.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. Me trouble being almost doing. I list over. Friend is saying, I bought Papa there. Munjano. Now, yes, here was sanitation. Here was Mahama anymore. And 2 manamra. Right. Yes, was sanitation. Pie. Big Juma. Be about 5 kind. So bibia prana ye done ye she into bia ndi sinibia amra yes yes sanitation mo pa nke no
Mate me da say yanko fa another caller. Hello,
good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I want for the winjan anala yan fant for ya ka se mi de so wa dwini ye juma ya be show be mo wa
but you free
well test vita kware.
Okay. All right.
Into Winjan, on the 16th, Mammy Fita Quadamaba, clean up exercise in me. All
right. Okay. Thank you. Yango for another caller on the line. Hello. Pacho first of free.
Mr. Bobiansa, Covidia Fita.
Pacho Yanko.
I work for Funoso or Coffee to Mahama office. The same business. It is a MPP mono. And you have a phonema home betunofo. Mahama, on the wa Bemana. Ghana, a task na digina man penya gufa di supreno. But it's a Mahama edi di supre. This is officer. Won't be biasia. Come Mahama wo a kunjasono. Scandal any idea the airbus no and some seven a quaswa. Special prosecutor ni wo. Yoko ni wo. Tiadi ni wo. It's petition ben or the Koma Mahama.
There be say yes say your police ni bi otu also be baba be jano oni ne beba nti
oni abusia
o don't worry you be twen you be be bi on be fa
Bobie Ansah na me kono nisa ke na ye den medi
say dey you
Bobie mu start me and me last 45 ndi gusu home na to afa
ila o aya o tira de nyo obedi we catch you a draw kitikiti ba me draw me show bo so biasa hello
Commander.
Eja your brother free
Akwesi kisi no gomonkan
yanko
yeah mami nchama of Alicio manager no fondo Commander Pacho bisa una kena hapo na ba metum de bankan ni biaba
over me say clean up and ya so ye wa de bia e be ye nti
aha but yam
me say clean up mo be do nti we bia sese kan ya ba
okay yam ya do mo china fan ken kaswa face the kaswa wo de mo no Commander wonu mi say kwana mo ye pavement na se na be ya nsu ni fesuru a emba matige no nsu mu no omo be ju finfin no se na be ya nsu ta betuma afa soro a den agogu nsu ni mu in terms of mo say tina na do na ba no nsu ani e kin do mo mpa na Maybe so.
I don't know. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mame finance here. Emma aye dom and empempe mamote yenka. Free aye Accra FM. Na say there. Anyway. Ah. And there's a Kwame be team.
Say the Mako who ever Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who crave me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eya world best. Obian transe Emma Dumpem ya de. Kase anase mo boya de enkan to dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te se. Ne ekuro etu no. Ne enka ewo nanum. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye.
Nanse ma me kase ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield adoromenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultramodern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sa. Ehwehwe di pedua di mu ankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Those trees, some of them 700 years old, some of them older than Ghana, older than our ancestors, are more important than the gold that lie underneath them. And the point is, if we cut all the trees, we will be leaving a barren land to our children and grandchildren. We don't want the forest zone to become the savannah zone. We must protect those trees and rebuild those forest reserves. So we would stop the mining in forest reserves. And
100.5 FM. Abusuafo na Jordan awia ma munyina ha. Awia yi empom etisei. Awia yi edwaso etisei. Awia yi driver for ya mutisi anim. Ye kone sei. Adia san ya ye monya mesobo. About 2:35 35 minutes past 2 p.m. Yenim se no nsia boni mprenu so. No nsia be boni mprenu so de. Na yen daily says ni yensa etimi aka. Wa wote wo shop ano ene wiei ekosei. Baby bia wote minka bia wiei empom ti sei. Citizen show bra enadru. A citizen show. Said ya sumo Monday to Friday, 2 to 6 p.m. Whoop social political talk show. Ya eja etiatua. Ya kosu wa my Ghana baby bia. Ya ma wo atidia. This is Accra 100.5 FM. Accra 100.5 FM. Timin kabia said ya wuni me dada no abosum kasiana na Kwabena Bobie Ansah the empress bakupe nama ejako nama ejako miana wi me sumwo wi join me Facebook na me ma shout out executive producer NST Kwame Kwachi Johnny me share me Facebook page in the fama me. Meshak Coleman Tete. Joshua Atise. But you mun share me Facebook page in a fama me. Joseph Johnny Mierie, Yao Vincent Etamechirie, Emmanuel Odum Jr., Abdul Razak Saxon, Osman Hudu, Agwejan Natania, Araf Omar, Gideon Kofi Abedu, Stephen Blessing, Mine Stevo, Robert Jr., Ebenezer Mokhtar, share. Patience Ado, Yaya Jafari. Take his side. Messiata, Alhaji Abu, Acoustic Dabaka. Da basa na da baka Ochirikoko si Foster awie dia mu me se enen so awie dia na Monday na me ho mfa me na wiki mu start be Wednesday no so na me ho shada mfa me sa na ja Friday odi asempa ebe di edwa ebe sum Ghana for lady obosum kase an empress na kasa maba uploaded to a Ghana nyimba me ho sheda nto me sa but na ya Monday ne de ne osi ebe ginam Ghana nyimba me come china me chiachia obia no cry, yes,
so odofo wu odofo nkwa yi o odofo nya yi odofo nya entimi nkwa weekend ya wasenka me kon kenkan so ayiye na ama na me da fom se team meje me ho ba bia na nji ye Patience ado ajone me awie Kwesiata John Wilson Willett Manor Nekwa hodin sheda masaba o se me besum Williams Ameko Jonan Jr. Isaac Connecte a Johnny me Connecte a Johnny me awie Christopher Defo Ernest Arthur Adam Suraj Yeni anum kamo fo awia ma munyina assalam alaikum yabo se yabo se na frama ho na baby she Willie Wilson Williams Eric Derry Daniel Amenu Nico Metete Yo Nico Metete Abuka yo adaha Benjamin Benjilo in Dala DH or say I'm here from Zapokwa Wazabzigu northern part of Ghana in Dala GH in Dalo rather my Bobie waha Alex Apau Prince Sadat Eric Mensa Jeremechia Wie Atakuya Ko Yvonne A. Andor Feel new love Nyaba Muhammad Samuel Mark credible Mr. credible Simon Buomete Solomon Brook munyina Johnny me awie Solomon Brook Joshua Atise USA Chicago Chale na USA mo want to say Donald Trump awie I mass deportation na no why no awie na America juana Coco C. Foster Amuzo de Love Patrick M. Ketia Mr. Moya mun share me page in fama me because uncle for complain is first no munya notification by say munya BM Alex Brown for me complaining sasa na na I said the Facebook no especially omo muni Ghana hanom no omo complaining sa they said yenya mu biem o Accra FM yenya mu biem mo complaining sa
Wase ubeba kra 100.5 no kra na do ko old videos be current ones no kra won sanka. Enti Mr. Momo ama join me ya mon share fama me. Alex Bra wase where is commander? Bra Alex commander bebe we kra beti commander ka enche. Raf Ken Jinamechi wiye. Ghana's #1 television station, CTV, we are demo live. And to wow, fear no, we need data no, Utimi a Johnny live, our Ghana's #1 television station, CTV, CTV, CTV. Abdurazak was received your healing. I receive it in the name of Jesus. Ansah Juana. I receive my healing in the name of Jesus. Anna Abdul in the name of Allah. Chale, interview. Menti bibi amiso. I don't know when me ano. Jangum na yenye juma busuafo awie me den na ma ejako Ghana's #1 television station CTV live ya ye demo ya ba de ne ya ba juma nti mun share me page no na frame more Raf Ken see more munyina na sata munyina mun share me Facebook page no na mun fa mame na yento aso enko ye nim fast ejuma wo ho pa ene echina minister me bena me bisa adwa so to say e de na China Finance Minister Dr. Kesa Atuforsen the former Finance Minister Keno Foriata Aburo Hine Keno Foriata the odin fisha nwotwe ebesere no abrante kwa Dr. Kesa Atuforsen odin fisha 9 of sick Keno Foriata Max at a Max Max our creative Max the Max Keno Foriata Max we creating 8 years no Dr. Kesa Atuforsen what the 1 year 2 years 3 years 4 years I fix it some mess na Keno Foriata e create ya what the toho and then me first said your free appointment so before the weekend Minister of Communication at the presidency fellas kwacho for suye press conference bi na odinsembi to job at lead government here NDC eka ho asem omo manifesto wom in opposition President Mahama kacha se ono no lead government no de be ye adwuma one appointed ministers perkese 120 na taxpayers money on shino and the ministers regional ministers deputies Ebeye 60. Say crime so mo appointee bi nwie and less than 60. Names aka be 4. Kwame aka Ansah na do 60. 4 aka be 4 Ansah na do 60 ni bata adwuma no mo ye. O say lean government wo de ye adwuma. Enti say wo hwa wo calculate ya 120 no I drop it to 60 ministers. Lean government no and we frase no. 60 government so 60 ministers what it means ni say 60 bungalows. Yeah, be use taxpayers money. No, ya scrap with the free one more. Yeah, the free ho. Electricity on be use muntia. Police phone be do much no mako. Ensu omu be use. VAT on bet na muni escort omu be nya ni bibia no. Say no say one no. Because say ya test with the best system no. Enti sa kan taxpayers money. Yeah, bo ho buy. Kwa chofo say omanya 2 months. Lean government no aka kwakodu presidency abankesie mu entudu hanu a presidential staffers na some year 26 no the directors aka ho and year 29 less than 30 but me no kada na me kan say mo teso aba mo se na nado second term in presidential staffers na wo mo year 340 kosenka president Mohammed mi fa 339 see at so one. Oh, say ya teso aba ade na ye 340 a aburo hina memu 340 na see ya teso aba na nka ya teso na nka ababa bedru 339 by lean government. It is say after 2 months omo ba ba mu no presidential staffers enu 30 29 and so adwuma ekoso pa lean government minister so far omoye 56 presidential staff so far 29 lean government ba Ghana ndumu ye Ghana nhye ye Ghana nsa ye adwuma ekoso pa but adie so one mo so ne say enye lean political party supporters and ye do amoje power o enye lean political party to say CPP, PNC, any other political parties no, any adom energy power. And your political party emu dom, ekuta a dom. All the 276 constituencies a dom egum. All the 60 regions no a dom egum. And in any pack a credit say PMP ni CPP no mom keka ho no a ketua bi chichire mu a bi na kwakwaje power ba yo enipa ne doso but President Mahama say lean government and what be fix Ghana your crisis your predicament and how ni amani ye wo mu no so the lean government enti bebre gu akire appointment ni bebre nya bi bebre wachire bebre su bebre buafu yanka yanu bi denke be hu anka president Mahama ko wontrem but enye no na wo promise Ghana ana wo hwe enso ahunu say Ghana economy ni yesi kasam ne te say kete weso yesi ayesi dudu awura kete weso ayesi dudu awura say 30 presidential staffers and a good presidency. And when one mobile juma obetimi a control system no because at the moment here we best start was a sound crop for 200 300 400 etwa ho ahia e wo presidency one no now ministers and so abro 100 no and your scandals there wo fa ne kwa scandals there we be record the scandal until na under president Mahama 2 months ko 60 days a twem yente scandal ba kokra but na Akufo Addo ba mu no less than a month na when I started ye senior minister na ya wasafo mafo crow money $1 million crow money scandal kese ba ko ya started ye no se wo fe ni pe 200 300 ekogu presidency twa ho hia na afi na trap da apele ye obi ebe pebi obi ebe fumbi when ni ti wura ha na when ni ti wura ha na when ni ti fa ha oh me wa presidency betimi aboa contract we metimi di amawo me wa presidency oh ye betimi awura ha ye betimi apie president hye me bottom oh president Mahama de anadwo kra me oda ofra me so ho afa na scandals na doso na ani bra bone aba abanim obi ebelutu bi obi eba be fum bi entu betimi ayi papa akokora wate se na ya wasafo mafo so ye senior minister na wono start scandal pan no de abo $1 million ni ya de sako Bank of Ghana sikam $1 million ni ya yini a chedi ba president Mahama say lean government and a war building wona bem and pounds no to one among ministries bi on ma wa merge wa kekabo makekabo and also entre say ye nya bi a short force bi a wo ministry bi ama minister bi adwuma wontimi ye obi ye ne pepepe but after say they build that lean government no a ministers say so for 56 presidential staff say yes say 29 na omugu presidency no lean supporters ne dem job power there be o enye lean political party supporters and ye dem job power be bria kagwu akire. So what it means ni say mo amanya appointment no a enkrofo frɛ mo amomfa no mo frase na mo mfa fonso no yenya report o eya na ye ka say na budget nkwa is not about say budget nkwa ye enipa na wo frɛ wo no wonim say appoint o as chief executive officer deputy CEO minister no onim say budget ye nredi ye onim say we lack resources tule be kwade abeya adman onim se wunya ye mo amanya appointment no amafrase e disappoint mo nkrofo no mo hwe ye because you obia ne benyu opportunity e share president Mahama enra mi hu video bi abrantie bi president Mahama e kwa akofo ne car abrantie ne gina ho no mo bo ne din e de house e ka kire ne say o meji appointment obi na ekirem e house na o ka kire no enyu obia na ye adwuma de ama NDC a obeshia president Mahama ama president Mahama aka kire ne say frem na beji appointment enye wo bia ne what chief of staff honorable Julius Debra ne contact anaso obetimi asori adware atu ne car akwa bank ese mi say okohu chief of staff akohu president akohu Dr. Kalustos Muhammad ono kwa Mahama enti munu amani opportunity na ya mama appointment no a mo fra asese mo telephone numbers no monko back na monfa mo sim card ni ntutu enkrofo fra mo no amonfa no enkrofo send mo messages amonfa no mun fra sie na mon pick enkrofo calls because obi anu adwuma na wo ye ni nyina national chairman me ti wonu mi ana obajansi ase du katam na ehia event program ase ba me ni ntina ho me ni nyina ho sen kasa ada me ni be kasa dis radio so. But obi aye adwuma ma party ya no wo hwe se oh kwame kwache dia na wo de me fa se Kwabena Bobie de se me ne Kwabena te ha die Kwabena nya appointment ya oh na ama misumenya kakra project Kwabena nya appointment ya wo fra Kwabena no akate wo fra Kwabena wo mfa eya emu eya na nadia me ka kire mo ne se wo hwe parliament ya ho asa minority for akwa kakra bi no amugum majority for atwa wo ho ahia wo parliament wo afeno markins ne nkrofo no omonye NDC enemies o they are their political opponents parliament speaker tenedwa kesiem and a majority NDC MPs atwa wo nyina ahia afeno markins ne nkrofo hye mukitua bi they are not their enemies. They are their political opponents. But NDC political enemies, they are within NDC. NDC mu party name no amatan for war. Party ni be hwe ase a atanfo a wo party ni mu no e na be sori atia party no ama party na hwe ase. Atanfo NPP na na akufo ado amemu fun tantan e build a town within MPP muno eno ne ma MPP ahwe ase enim gu ase enu obia ne benya political appointment enu obia ne wo CV enu obia ne kuta degree enu obia ne kuta masters mo amanya appointment no mo na wo mo maka chire no e wo se mu bie kwan e ma wo mo di machie emfa nhya wutiri mu say position na wanya no eye wo ne wo yire ne wo ma ne wo mpnafo dia mo ba be di yie. Because within your political party NDC muno se mu build enemies atamfo ewo mu a na se omo sorry etia mu a eno opposition kono eti mu amanya appointment mu fanto mutirim se enkrofo complaini se ye fra mu amomfa ebirum asesa wo mo telephone numbers wo yasa wo mu awo party no wo ya ye greedy. NPP win 2020 no eye NDC for na ma NPP win 2020 enti President Mahama na tamfo within NDC mu ene ma ni lusu ye they did everything se ka wo ma nya moa anfa free NDC mu a enka na akufu adu ko lusu poto 2020 but because of say na atamfo bi wo mo pese President Mahama ebe win 2020 no ena President Mahama lusu ye. And this one your chief executive officer, managing director. Wona womo makachire no. Wo ba be boa wo mo. Hwe na no no obi kan we kire me. Me ni boss yo dane agena net wo. E na ye kan me kan si. Say within MPP for anya NDC political enemies o. Hwe Minerals Commission boss ya woti we. Martin Kwesi ayisi. Yes Oti region ono na head MPP. Council of Elders no on the chairman Martin Kwesi ayisi ye Minerals Commission boss we ya President Mahama ba ya 2 months no daso si we yes East Oti region ono na ye MPP Council of Elders no na ye chairman but NDC ba enso daso te wo kwadwo ya bua ye aka no wa hasa say even national chairman contest kwa no ko okobi. But onye NDC tamfo. Onye NDC tamfo. Enti mun bie punu no nto ho. Eye kasa kwa. Kasa na muni ni penkrofo be de ebe kasa. Meji na mini bi enye me bibia o but eye kasa kwa. Fa ofun na ni panen kasa. Oh, my brother, wo beti me nka ese de yi. Oh sister, ma wani kuranji. Oh wo beti oh sister, eya bra office na besra me. Ese de yi. Ense hwe. Na no mi hu se Dr. Samuel ya oba he. Na oti stage asem we ye started the free her. I think 2 weeks ago. Kwadwo ye bo ane Makati. Kwadwo ye bo Makati start am ka se yen main topic no because that day na President Mahama I State of the Nation address no. Na am say yen main topic no so. But later kwadwo ye bo the tum. Gaming Commission boss na start ye. Gaming Commission boss side of NDC communicators ya omodo omko constitutions ahudwe yesi de yi no di ko Gaming Commission de President Mahama mo eyi ni so ko Gaming Commission ni say onu woni ni pa oni ni be ye adwuma na meti ya na me kasa onu ne te office won mo no onu kasa o woni ni pa oni ni be ye adwuma no ye kwa akwato aba no ye presidential candidate Ansah no ye parliamentary candidate yesi ayade ayesi akokoso enkrofo ya appoint wo mo so mo konko head state institutions other institutions no ye the NDC for no kokodu anu a obi eti akonwama aye hohorote ahohunu sim se mimi wo obi a me ne ye adwuma Gaming Commission start na me se a time was 7 December ya kwa akoto aba no presidential ballot paper no so no na ni din wo so na ni picture bo so ye to aba de man no Ghana for NDC for na ye adwuma day ato Obama President Mahama ene bia so say wo Gaming Commission won kokoye boss da no ne yayi wo bi no ya de na ba mo na afa na mo kire me ena yesi we de me mpra na me girlfriend me girlfriend hey massa girlfriend sam no ye fa bi nya adwuma wo krom ha se wo pe won kwa wo de a wo no wo girlfriend be ya adwuma enka 2024 no wo kwa wo constituency kopre MP ene okọ constituency na akọ pre MP na awi ni ya wonko awu seat esi parliament wonko anu akọ tena so office nso no ene ya wonprafo na abeche ho no mo de ama wo mo achede fa ma wo mo ai se wo pe wonko awu seat ya wankasa pesa wo pa wo powers wo gira wo tumi so e de afa nkrofo abetimi ni wo ma ya adwuma de a enka ye kwa election wo kwa constituency ekwa pre wuti na awi ni ye wudu parliament ya wudi bo wo table so no akono akwa tena so wo kwa na akwa tena so wi a wo office kura na de be ma wo no na wo ma wo fi so betimi ni wo ma ye adwuma no na wo appoint wo mo but Ghana for NDC for enkonkode enya adwuma den na lean government appointment kakra no enso wo so na ye mfa wo bi ma office na wo ntena office air condition che mu kan che nipa kro say mimi wo bi a masa wo da ti wani o sa wo so da yenso ati wani because ye descend wo mo so a mo be ye mo bo wo Ghana ha mon share me page ni fama me mama dia na mon share na mon fama me na ye nkoye ni hwe ye frase ye si ye descend aba mo so a me say mo be ye mo bo wo Ghana ha say oko election oko usika fia na uti anu fisa na ma ni wi e ma wi ni ba ya na ene vivi upon dia be gaming commission should be we now enko for fisa na ye 100,000 na ye 200,000 ye tia utu aye no sika no ne kokko gina wi asoto aba ai bebre entina appointment ni bebre ba ya na ho na enkrofo bi adwadwa so obi hono ma NDC supporters entimi company bi office no ne ade no mubu of it's true 200,000 no $1 million ni ade eto aba ento aba chale yenko untumi fo no so na menti ho no mu ni mfiri so na yenko yanim me ne Kwabena ba be kasa somehow is true because nana your friends nana populi story say nkrofo an appointment ache congratulations see enti se wuntumi fo so no omuko huru Kwabena omudi huro na populi story after 2 months ni obi ante se abona na populi story dia so bi kwa kwatena wuntumi so akwa huru na eja Kwabena Bobie Ansah so say Japan
Abeku Santana obi anim so NDC ni
yes
but Abeku Santana wasn't active politically on radio
na the program no ye no na nya political
ba no de ye
ba obi se Bobie say
sa uja Bobie ho na ma Abeku Santana appointment ya
this Bobie na so
justice adint
or not you this
Bobie di ni kra Kwabena ayema
Bobie NDC no this Kwabena Bobie Ansah say
Abeku Santana nyimu 1,000
oh me tia say but the issue is that you are so obi awdu timi me Bobie say also money bi
hwe na making
opposition post e wo opposition no Bobie nya bi o
no ye coordinator
for disability na Kwabena Bobie sa de ka say me ka say wo mu nye disabled wo le de ko hwe
ya obi oye able no hwe disabled for so no yes
but now the able man has been disabled
no say
the lack of position
make ka say bia se Kwabena Bobie na decide say on pay bi dia
well decide this
say won nin ka say
obi awaji bi opposition
say omu nyina pa bi
oh
to
to boase ebeya me nti America sa ne say ebeya me wonwa se Kwabena Bobie Ansah epe bi ni ye ma no
na kwana ne papa
say nti na America say bia no decide say oh because why
akwana ne papa say ya obro no se fi yo suni na o
papa no
ono o mama ni bi
wonu she party kroman friend
ono de o mama ni bi kura
party
obi obro ni papa de
na wa obeja banti esu
no
ana me se na wo fuka kranti ni die wo so didi ba kwa ku the issue too is that menu Kwabena Bobie Ansah menu Bobie busa me dem wo da pose a wompe
me say bi
wo pose one can just one pose
no na kufa do buy ye te say wo so wo ma kwa me sifa kan bi ana chairman general say onye
yes
na obe bi wo na ene ma board bi na no koda ana me kan tie bi ato mo say
mo ye Bobie bi anke ate
the fact say what ye no say
offer bi amai
bia no ono na decide say
was what
radio
there be that radio what retirement enye
anabi ano nye time nso for
masa Bobie gina akono nye no
enye na tina mi kan
Bobie gina akono Bobie kan na asem wa asempa ebe pia no ma
mi say insha hello
o station bi kura po
power
ba ko akoso bo kwan no so
kra no ane dia bridge
ya gosi se bra obreye atese bridge e fuma se
ye kra
ye ko se ko fo bi le se
ye ehun so aso musua ene dia ye din sentwefo sika be ma no ene dia din fo no mo mani nko because am be charge ye din sentwefo
Bobie sika de ko di ba dia Commander Boham
ye na ku fa din sentwefo sika ma ni nyina wo di sika ni nyina
akoye se ye hu no
ani se ayira
o muso odi ha
enso fa no crank
o muso odi ha di Facebook ra wo hwe so awo
enso fa no crank ye pe
ma ye didi mu ahwe ye se wo ko butu Canada e dia obeba di Facebook account ye se e active
oh you discover myself come some traffic no
enti no go no me de masemo America ni say owam didi na ya achinchan so didi a eye enti say Bobie nom e decide say post no mo mpe
from way back asempa na ewie bi ye wosuru newsroom sa ye betia ne ase ho no na Kwabena na Kwabena bro na sansem wehwe ade ato Kwabena ane Kwabena se me kan kire wo da ade ato Kwabena wo ayi kokomlemle ho no me ne nana ya abrefo sa me ye hia Anthony Kabo ye hia Anthony Kabo me ne nana ya abrefo me ni nyina wo ho na Anthony Kabo ye din kuma ka kire se Bobie ade ye be ye Bobie no ho sabe le social media na enye effective ade ye de be ye Bobie wo kurom ha no ho agi so odwane me si Anthony Kabo na ya ba na wura fi nkai no oda ne salu ka bim sa ayi kokomlemle wu sane abadan ho no mo no a sane abatwa ho no mo no a no mo ton left ho wu free joy ho no mo na wu sane a won sta left to say no mo ton shop bi o mo ton shoes paboa ho when ye hia na o ka se mi ade ade be ye Kwabena wo kroma gisu odwane eni agi ye wo soro ete se joke MPP fo na abeto ahye Kwabena su yi ni namu station back on the Kwabena ya on tanka chief of staff station akoye adwuma go Achimota forest one more sometime Kwabena ho ago kone nam ho kakra ni nyina opposition adwuma ya ni namu breeze sometime ni nyina kwadwantwi opposition adwuma ya 8 years 8 years opposition adwuma ya na Kwabena namu no namu ohwa me papa wasi akra no akoresti kakra ni namu sa 2018 Accra FM sometime tuon na obi ka se ase Kwabena de obi opeso otena radio so de bia Kwabena de bia ntetemu na na apede ya bre papa before 2020 general election ntimi na ade wo kra wadamfo bi national security no otimi fro ka jo sema madam pe ba bi koda o wa hwe na ade mo ana o ma be yodo mbe yew na after 2024 years Kwabena jirem wa man tasin era me ka say obi onu mo a yete yai me na na ma me maka severally say me ka say me kopa appointment bia mo a mo ya na wo dia be na abenya appointment na be no me na na ma tra ka say me pa appointment me ni godmother me ni godfather me ka say me pa appointment Kwabena so eja ye say ya bo ne sahene prekope ministers nyina ministers interfere no honorable so enti se woni ni pa ba ku mienu bi na afre no wa fa me fro no afa ma betina radio so abodua I swear me se me fro pa na minimu na wo fa me ba ba je wa ya aya o ti asa be hunu se asantini abayo me ba mikuta mikosua mikuta me shinap mikuta me dia be kra na kan kra de ye mikosua me shinap aya aram de ajo hwie nipa bra wo kra yimu nipa bra me akra na kire se MPP fo no omo hwe kala no hwe face nu a omo ntimi attack me na nka se de nka omo twa me nka me kura nka omo twa me bia fine na me nim nipa ba ku mienu miensa na me frɛ wa na wonfa radio yi so ara me de ajejo na me sin enche Kwabena be bane ne no adi nkomo ye ne Kwabena be kasa because enkofo bebre wa chire enkofo frɛ yei enti ya anya mo hwe enti ya anya mo hwe enti Kwabena bra bre listo we kwa ye say so osori o hyedem ne poko hyedem so enkofo bisa we me declare me stance say me me ka say me pe bibia I don't know about Kwabena. Say bia Kwabena say no honorable di bre na na e di ama no. E di na e da no so say no anu opede a. Ye nya no anu aba be ka wa ha. E bia na poku nso. E bi nso e bia na kwa wono nso. So ahu. Ne ye nya omu nyina no ma e da ma be ka omu de wa ha sei. Ye nya omu nyina no ma ba be ka ni nyina wa ha sei. So ahu. Ba Ansah na Kwabena be ba ne me komanim. Dumso akoso na dumso na akoso na ne president Mahama de make can say light no wo betimi adum no 1 month e na wo besiesie kura adum no na siesie maye se 1 month kwa na president Mahama kanea no wo betimi adum no na fix maye because crisis a wo beto ye no enye 9 hours 8 hours na bedum kanea de asiesie me buofu na me deba but na me hu mfa me ti o sese ya na me kono Ghana fo eye nipa bi a ho de bia me ka your political colors ena e praye ena ekum ye eno na e destroy wo man ye party a ye de ye ho adon NPP NDC and then some micro political parties na ekeka ho no PNC any PPP no ekeka ho a o ma che wo mo ho no those parties no o mo leadership no o ma che wo mo ho ebi wo NDC ebi wo NPP eno na e haye because I wonder why ade be chia as a member of parliament edima MPP ebe ye dede ebe tene TV ni radio so akasa se Ghana ye work dumso mu enti president Mahama nka na nuntum no won fixe President Mahama Emma Ghana for light because 8 years na Akufo-Addo Emma Ghana for light. Last week me baby ametie ye dum light to aso Tuesday ye dum no be 10 yes on be 5 Wednesday to aso enra eye. I wasn't surprised enye me nwanwa because eyade na ekoso eyade a ye de dum so mu before election. Obia follow me on my Facebook page bia hu say 25 days to the general election me drew fear me pon adwuma me drew fear pe ne ye dum light and me fa phone e see me so say 25 days to the general election ye dum light that time na ye dum no ye be so light be 2 am adente na ye complain under President Mahama on the very day ni swearing in ekoso John Jenapo ne ye mo ni dis obey energy minister. What is swearing in ase inaugural ceremony na ase and a worker crisis e wey yanim di a kire Ghana for adenti na ye hypocrite sa adenti na ye nya atwom sa adenti and ye nya atwom sa and then today MPP for and e complaining say President Mahama en fix it na Akufo-Addo 8 years am I light like seriously Ghana ha 8 years and Akufo-Addo my light election year aban bia bedi eniemehunu aban bia ye fua not in election year aban bia be ma ne manfo ada dumso mu a ensumu a not in election year say yakwa election mu even few months to the election few weeks to the general election ne ye wo dumso mu but today the audacity say MPP for ye benya MPs former deputy energy minister ne di kankaye na nkansa buadu ba mavisin kansa buadu Ghana ojina parliament kasa last week ni munimu a na nkansa buadu agrekens ma hene ne ba no afija se kire ho no mu ba bi no ye MP ejina parliament say President Mahama entimi fix dumso a onkoje afutuo afri na Akufo-Addo ho na wo moa no because 8 years madam shadow member of parliament we are shadow MP wo pese Ghana fo ate won kan wo pese Ghana fo hu se na nkansa buadu ba e wo parliament enti what start na wo kasa Kenyansasem because se wo kasa no wan Kenyansasem a first na ye se ye mfimu no ye be fimu woman to woman ye be fimu Kenyansasem mavis nkansa buadu agrekenze mahene na nkansa buadu ba se wo parliament na se wo kasa wo ye shadow member of parliament na se ne you want your voice to be heard in the public in parliament Kenyansasem because I was started say wo keka ensem a eyensem hunu a ye be face you boot for boot 2024 na po ye energy minister MPP program as assembly no kan ye e wo branch entwofo ko bisa na po say Ghana for call for timetable sena dumso ni hwanu mu a den na po ka che Ghana for say ye yankoye timetable mama me na po video no sena dumso ni hwanu mu a dai ena na po then energy minister or can we say March I think 25th or 20 March and waka 2024 sena ye ni dumso ma election year dana na po e ka kire Ghana for say ye yenkoye ye timetable okay yenko
video administration energy sector is 300 times better than your mom.
The current power cuts. Some people are saying that you made mention of this. You use this as a campaign against John Mahama, and now we are experiencing a worse situation under President Akufo-Addo. Would it reflect in the 2024 election? Would it be something that people will stand on to vote?
If you are comparing 4 years, MPP administration energy sector is 300 times better than John Mahama.
And we are still experiencing doom so.
Nobody has said we haven't. I'm just saying it's far much better than John Mahama ever did.
You do admit that there's doom so.
That is the word you use. I have never used that word. I've promised you that we are going to work on it. And it's not a work that is a single event. It's a process. And we'll continue to work on it for the energy sector to become better.
Have you heard of calls for a timetable?
Ask those who want it to bring it. They should bring the timetable. If there is, I haven't seen any timetable. So when
people are calling for it,
say bring a timetable. What do you mean? The ECG says that there's no timetable coming. Why do you want to bring a timetable? What purpose? Why would somebody get up and wish evil or bad for the country? When it is not planned, when it's not planned, you can't tell the person. Were you in Ghana under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you?
And go for person mo wish evil for MPP abayin so ho hwe na poni away match MPP program ase hwe join ni city for and na wo ye akrefem for the MPP program ase ye ko mbebo ye ya nko bi da hwe na poni o etina March 2024 no na on say journalist ni question what the man ne say ye you so dum so and ye dey fight John Mahama but na Ghana for say ye west or see a west way journalist no asem obisa na ponu no na po catch or say obi anu no nka say ye experience outages power outages ye wom 2024
the current power cuts.
Afimunie say o match afimunie na po granted this interview but today this same MPP for no catch the Ghana for say John Mahama sadi dum so aba eno obi frem aka say na ada John Mahama de ye dum so abo ni dua na ade na ye wo mu no ye timu no omo baba to oman a enka ne agina so oman a ye nya president wo wisdom wo ye problem solver or how about solve ye or fix it energy sector crisis e wo ho Emma or many gina yem or mani cornerim. Or mani gina your mani cornerim for whole year 2016. Like power outages here who be Dr. Bobie after election kind. Say Mahama fix ye. Honorable say Chairman Sabosu, what can one interviews who don't say Mahama fix you do so. And then election year, you will do so crisis mu. Ye de remwa ba samra no so kwana e do so crisis mu no on. Na o ma catch up kofo so mo machines na o mo pese o mu shutting it down esiesie ro mu nyai enfamra me hye January. Mo ma me Mavis in cancer boadu agrekens ma ehine ne ba no video no anano ono wa shadow MP.
Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker. To 14. Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker.
Say President Mahama. Enkwana na wo say man. Country destroyer. E ho nkwankwa gi afutu ofemfiri no honom. Madam, me say we shadow MP na pese yete won ka afani asasembra because the way ye buo funi ye ni bere abere from opposition. E dia ba ban mu no. Wa wo do ho bebe bia we will deal with you accordingly. Ye be dealing with you accordingly. Madam, oni mu nyansa just imagine. Papa Council of State member Babet Nemo. Or Papa Council of State member Ababet Nema be to president for agenda for Kwanya NDC be fairly President Mahama be fairly and non kwan agenda. Madam, shut up. Kawanutum baby before ka ho asem kawanutum because Nana Akufo-Addo a destroy Ghana, a say Ghana. Ye hear wisdom obi Nyankopon e de nyansa nimdia adom ne say President Mahama. Na mercy Nana Akufo-Addo 8 years on the Dr. Bobie akreti. E de abato Ghana force no wa fix the man. Shut up. Mavis in cancer board shut up. Kawanutum. Mufisi ya Jimmy. Mama me and Nesto Wusu Bempa Ghana gas. Ya tu abewie ya Nesto Wusu Bempa. Eye interview. Wani mi nua Parker Wilson. E wa yire pa ya interview. En wa ka kire ya tu abewie ya. Ya tu abewie be se 10 January hwa. En Nesto Wusu Bempa ne Parker ya interview. En a wa ka se dum so a eba no. Aho kira eba no. 8 years President Mahama no a cabinet minister. 8 years President Mahama no energy minister. 8 years President Mahama economic management team meeting no Kwabi. 8 years President Mahama ono na we import wakra fuel ye di generate thermal plant ni e de ba. 18 next Wusu Bempa ka say President Mahama crisis e ba Ghana so Ghana fo ntimi nso ano because na onim say o ma ye energy sector ne bone next Wusu Bempa.
Many kakra, which is inevitable. Na John Mahama di moko show many kakra. which is inevitable. He is going to definitely do that. But there will be doom so coming soon. There will be doom so coming soon. So I know. I mean, the energy sector, I know there will be doom so coming soon. Expect it. Doom so will be coming soon. There will be a lot of economic hardship, serious economic hardship coming soon. And I'm being prophet. I'm prophesying. Tell me, I'm prophesying. And there will be a lot of educational system. Probably they will have money in the programs to pay for VSHS. And they are very one or two months. What they say, take what they want to test the minds of the president. And I made sure. Diplomacy, the country's international politics play a role in how leadership lead the country. Many of these great leaders are anti-women. They make. And yes, I know we didn't come as a hi, Mr. President. We know we trust him, we can't answer some children, my TV. Na jo mama di moko show many.
Wait, abua papu. Ghana gas na. President Mahama, any the late President Mills na ye omo legacy no. Sa kwa wei. Sika wa konya wo Ghana gas nya asem ketwa. $1 billion project atuabo. Processing plant no. Sika abua papu or catch Ghana for say there will be doom so very soon. Or catch Ghana for say energy sector one war and one or tear and one year juma. And to what nim say doom so how much say doom so then today see your doom kania na MPP ni complaining and ra like this will be me danchi pray and pray and I'm say President Mahama say kania na say we doom no 1 month and a bonny mess on my created the to one mono we bet me fix President Mahama when you energy minister we doom no 1 month na mo fa fix it. Because almost 8 years and I did Ghana for best do so more. It is a 1 month and we bet me the aya mundu no. Asa eduaba ya MPP aban edua 8 years suno eswa ba na ye tie dua wo mu dua ye bone kro no wo mu lutu energy sector no aba wo mu guye no na aso dum so na ye twa na ye da dum so eti MPP for shut up. Me say video na say Northern Radio 6 March nkofo sheshe MPP party ntade na omo yese dum so no mama me say video no ena me ba dum so me say President Mahama so be dum kania na 3 months kura dum no President Mahama 8 January after 7 is swearing in pa na ne cast edisu no office meetings oni independent power producers meetings Chief of Staff any for your meetings. President Mahama kwa Nigeria ba wakofo so omu hia maintenance e wo so omu tu omu machines mo e wo se meeting we koso voter revenue authority for green kofo ni nyina ye mess ya Ernesto wusu ben power Ghana gas ya no wo ka kire Ghana for say dum so beba no and no na President Mahama after the swearing in even before the swearing in no ofra sesen kakra o fix it before election man tra no manka say change of government ama dum so be bun kam dia Ghana for so manka enka Dr. Baumia ebetimi akọ independent power producers akopo mo chew e wo bra mo na ma wo musika enko before election so na sogli na on shutting the machines down tema plant 1 and 2 mi ka wa ha ni atum ni o ma shutting it down tema T1 T2 no o ma shutting it down ahaya meni ya friend say benenzansia ene tena ha no aburu we nyina so bui solar panel ni ya shutting it down. There are other ones bi on man ya shut ya close no ya tutumo but MPP for complain that and then in less than 2 months ade amwankasa mo political party edi enfie nwotwe asene no you people are complaining shut up. Ye no ye Ghana foi ya rescue o man ye na wose ye kasa enye mo mujina parliament wana mu ye dede no mo minority leader mu misa ne say eyede na 2024 Electricity Company of Ghana ECG wa ye board chairman na ECG a oma account in PWD eye auditing ECG account almost auditing no sika nko a ECG generate 15.8 billion but under declare 15.8 billion declare na 10 billion as I say even 10 billion no kura na omutu akakwa no omutu 6.3 billion sika bese 9 billion sika over 9 billion mumisa board chairman afenyo markings say eye den na ECG sika 15.8 billion no declare just 10 billion the car for heaver independent power producers esu edutu sono na sogli ni other plant thermal plant mu no na ECG sika generate ye no na mu ankasa mu mpanifo energy minister Dr. Machopoku Prempe Dr. Mamadou Bawumia mu presidential candidate akwati Haptel e de bo o man ne krono na board chairman ya ono na ya minority leader Fenyo Markins no maka bomu e bo o man ne krono enti MPP for the you people should shut up e ba ne say ye kasaba and kane akwa dia shut your mouth up mon kama nuntum Fenyo Markins e ye board chairman ECG e de course energy minister ama change of government ama John Jinapa ama and ke beda ne yate say ECG etimi di sika ECG sika ekoto niema besi tema habo $500 million $500 million container ma na esiwo sika ECG di kwa yie no duty enu $100 million $100,000 eniema ne $500,000 sika omode kwa clear duty enu $100,000 ECG force wo mu ni bi but yetimi maniema ni si hwa akọ auction yekoboni don komi emobi koto niema ni 100,000 Ghana cedis not $100,000 so 100,000 Ghana cedis ECG fetchre efa kania na omotutum bum 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 hu sika $300,000 ekokoto ye under the chairmanship of minority leader na ada Fenyo Markins enimu a obekasa de fedum so du ebetete ne wogana ha ada Fenyo Markins enimu na no bepa na wonimu na no bepa na Fenyo Markins ebekasa afedum so ho me se ebetete Fenyo Markins wogana ha ECG bonia MPP adie ewo ECG energy sector na Fenyo Markins mo minority leader no mo minority leader sa me no majority leader kofa container $500,000 yenye sika enyi $100,000 kwa ye nibi buapaya na si hwa na kodi mortgage a ni atwa ne don komi $100,000 de ama MPP ni wa mo aho ni asase sika $300,000 na se ne kane ani dumu a waka kire me seden MPP fo emom na esu Sam na ado de nkane ani si so na ado kura no ado bebe na no kura kan bi kura no ahwe yi anyankopɔ bɛka na no atumo nkasa da ada MPP former president Akufo-Addo ene ne vice president Dr. Bawumia ebe kasa de fa dum so nyankopɔ betuo mo ka ahwe anyankopɔ bɛka wo ma no atumo mo nkasa wo Ghana hada. You people think we are fools. Ye jimi wo Ghana ha ho ye jimi yo obi aye ESLA Energy Sector Levy Act e dia to ESLA Afibia ma 3 billion Ghana cedis. Energy sector mo bebe to eka na denya energy sector se 10 billion na no so na yate se ka da energy sector etwamu 70 billion ESLA no president mama fa ne sankada e generate 45 billion Ghana cedis 45 billion Ghana cedis no ESLA eka say energy sector 70 billion na mo MPP for mo ba be daka kire Ghana for say Muhammad Dumso Dusaba me call minister Kwabena Bobie Ansah ho honorable
you say no em say uni untumi radio for na mo age pa me ho pa
honorable
you say honorable no crowd up from me
honorable one honorable one honorable now appointment way
But the other man, they say, okay, energy sector, no one say. Now, all the Bob figures,
Aye, many abrepa.
Yeah, where's the way me brave, but me no, me will how can crowd was out there now.
Okay.
Yan to Abama, MDC, so no more figures in train. Yet to Abama almost say, so who can not say why establish a slap fund? No, Jessica Wom. Not the other fire, no, what misuse a fund, no. I'm a car bar. Ghanaians want to know how it happened and who did it. As something here, I don't know. Ghana for the of the court to Obama and this Yanni, you Rajo Mahama, they say. I'm a person who said you Rajo Mahama, no, I can't say. I'm to be bishop. Say, I'm sorry, you at the cross, ya almost so. Say, Yamu Asore. Why a teacher Sabi? Ya man or why a teacher ya no motivational? And ya why? That is what Ghanaians.
And only as some no Kwabena.
Oh, individual. Ayana, no, the Kwaka wants them. Oh, because I mean, look, you guys should stop giving us the figures. Figures, maybe we don't need it to because we know. Kind of only by the crowd for 4 woman in the they know. And you see, when you check about one resource, strength, especially when you say Mabrupan to Obama and NDC.
Mabruna rescue Ghana.
Because almost they read, they travel. They say Kolana near P. Oh, and now I never a question, a young match. You don't know what it is to about. So when you come and just tell me figures, oh, now this is for assume, hey, so you before you are Kronfu, or we are Kronfu, no. If the former energy minister, yeah, current energy minister, go now the ones out, but no more air. So Kronfu, the politician, they are Kronfu. What they are saying, you know. And this MPP politician be anyone found so better because but the establishes anybody a conform and say, okay, so Esla fund a car a dahoni a can if I say so buy a quite fast buy no and you can train Nana Jaco and a 2 course or Sardiano. Namra and Nana Jaco, the Nama
Pepe.
So, yeah, Pomacho.
Oh, Kwabena, dear, me, I'm a many aberrant, say, a piano walking. Ya complaining, a figure see ya bar. Now, no, ya, mobile buying before President Mama swearing in Krasina, doing an apostate, and a war broso. So, nay, President Mahama, Asakwa Broswa. Ya, Bruce says, do so, and Kwabena, and yan this if one ATM. MPP for one ATM, 18K, you know. And energy sector levy friends Esle ya mo say generate 45 billion. Yeah, our former energy ministers ho and we invite so ma chair do mo de ye. ECG kaya mo say over 60 billion yi. Nanka ECG board chairman na no ayi professor Ameya Kunfi mo say $2 million kra no and I before inviting. Enanka Dubik Mahama nom ene afenyo markets nom mu to on some we invite you some mra mechre e ka mo beto ye energy sector 10 billion akwa do 70 billion ba we dey entiamu yi a ye dum light so a MPP for the trouble NDC for
nana onim o mu timi flow bi aso meeting yeah transition they have the information, they have every information. The NDC administration our every single information as to what happened, how it happened, who caused it. They are just trying to, I don't know, Madame Fournier, Minia, sorry. And I know, all say I'm a Kadanka Williams as them. All the Danka Williams could you have say, on Fabonente.
Yo. Oh, Oh, akate Kwame Musa Afre. Ai, Edu 4 years asafo Danka Williams. O ba betre radio so akasa bai. O ba akoye campaign. Na no he. Na no obi ka kire me. So okọ hehe. NDC fo mpanifo nkomo omudie se omonyoma anwekra se mo bechi obia. Asa, na President Mahama ka kire Ghana fo se o tena mepe voice na bebo. Si e pa accountability dia, I just a change of government ba. Some President Mahama catch the Ghana for no. Oh, sis. President Mahama Kwabena.
No, sorry. Oh, well, they have the figures. They have every details. But problem no. Ebi fi Danka Williams no. I'm telling you. On my way, Danka Williams no, and a best say Ghana. Omo ya mamoya for oh bako car na yeso omo kura Bible say the entia menka. What is the meaning of fabonate of fabonate benche? Oh, Ghana for entina Rwanda omo gun so no. Oh, omo car omo so ye Christo ni na ya na cassette ya Christo for. A chief imam sabe ensamfu say onkeka. Danka Williams Ajire and wafe aboya to the pumpem. And on their part. So this is the problem. And say even when the president wants to crack the whip, she said I didn't hear Kwakwa selecting. Depending on which case. But she has here from sector by sector, agency by agency. That's a Urajo Mama no jiga so mu bie niema so akere Ghana for a MPP begu but sensia no ebia ne se na no mkosi ayi omo bompa ye wie ya ayi de on de nyame bo wiase no wo ho no Danka Williams ono na eka kire JM say on fa bone nche bone bai JM apart from so obe pushing for accountability. Whenever no be no. What is the JM? Obi akwajina sase. What is the JM? And I know one Nigeria no be MPP be akotemeji. One year MPP for dia. Emma man for dia hometie to aba. Emma NDC. And they said they should come and punish them. But and I know me say Mini Abema, a Yakando, honorable Kando, so can be Ministry of Health, a Jen can be who are both. We got Tracia, Sikawe.
Figures now, no more Bobby Bonessa.
No, so Bobby Bonessa.
Anna,
figure no watch them, maybe figure the figure no watch them, Nama, or the other. And
I figure no so I will born. And you have been a quiet, you mamma say, figure never daho.
Exactly. So tell us that look, you're quite a chief doctor way. Why you say? When a man I can buy, and with him, they say no. Almost setting up the whole game. I'm a MPP. In Jaguar, the normal political game. We are conformers, Yeah, that is what they are doing.
Yeah, we are. Mumu, we are. Yes, you are baby. Ain't Musukra Massa Babia.
I don't know whether there were NDC fully between say, oh, you baby have been to Omoba, normal soil. I don't know.
But Kwabena, yes, idea, not just a President Mahama and this disappointed Ghana for big time. Because President Mahama catch Ghana for say, see a accountability, sika, aba on mine foot to mu a car, daho. Any yellow 2 years sheni and se Ghana for accountability unless say any change of government. And it's a Ghana for what asem no was supemu. Na ye the change na ba. Na ye pa accountability na say the that game no a mo ya akronfo ye nua for father for all. Mo mfa nche no ne ade ade nkomodie ne dia. And I just say NDC disappointed Ghana for.
And America say if we don't take care, at the end of the year choose and pick. Me said na pose NDC and penny 4 8 min kana pass them
because of Otumfo and Menshia and Baby Wofi. Almost. Musra, Buja Maya Santifono. You bet me in Nayo. Napo on your Santi. There is a Musra, some of the ones are back. What about for my
But Kwabena de okan Simon no nti ase because of Otumfo ntinu obi anso ye obi kromu hine de hye
ye na me and asem na me ka kire me ma example wo peki wo bu nyina no a wo bo se enipa we nke bi kwa se nko nanti abonten kasa kasa he afanyo na koye ECG board chairman afanyo
yeah, ono.
And then, after you know, I catch this for some of your comfort. Why? Because you have NDC MP leadership. Afenya is a fine man. Afenya is a very intelligent man. Afenya is a very brilliant man. When in Ansah, but the area, Omo, in Jomo Penyansa, and the Aji, almost the area. Wait, what you see? Look, Bobie staff and you never. Any person could be an opportunity to this and say, oh, yeah, comfort. Never. Oh, I didn't go forward, yeah, no. Yeah, we are no at the 2 almost. Sometimes, when you would take a prayer, now I say, what's wrong? And I said, you, to me now. You to me say but to correct the wrongs. Oh, the other issue they say oh, it's too early. Let's wait and see. If you figures no more number 2 1 more because you can't tell me say 150 billion Ghana cedis eka then you pay yeah. You only put us in yes, Adia.
Almost in Tiga Etias will be angry.
What will be angry? What you know? So, any Papa was there, means no. Church was being treated. Ah, what's it the most say? So, how do I come into terms with that 50 billion Ghana cedis debt? How? The ordinary Ghanaian, and what they do is that they mention the figure. No, be at him. Hey, the money is big, oh. And no. And no, it's there. But you see, we will beg them.
But Kwabena unim, eya na enkrofo ka sese si enipa no ochi no kra na court kra na ade ne beko. Court won so a wode ne beko no, ba ko hia chewa ne ma wo ho. Enti no.
Nana, America se mi and yes, aye. Nana, they win, and this win, no. Even the judges, the judiciary was overwhelmed that they were ready to align and do the right thing.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. And this again, young performer, yeah. The win by no. It was so overwhelming that even the courts were ready to align. Now, Nana, what call ECG? You have been able to identify. Okay, Sikawi, concession in you. Say, okay. What's running we are? One by evidence. Documentation. What I say, Nana Jaku worked as board chairman for ECG from this time to this time. On a sign way. Now you could do court. No judge will try because any player Ghana member the court to abano. Any player of the two abano. Nana, Sanka, and this continue with that any brepa. No judge. No judge. Oh, but Yayama a general job. Oh, and quite a job and anusinum air cabishet. And quite a job and anusinum air cabishet. And this in Kenny Crescent. NPP bi wo ma no kura kasa e Ghana ha but ye be sra wo mo atia ne mui encourage omo there figures maker but they should explain to us how and I know yenia ayi okuja travel akwa honorable ya fani sa ben mo on na yemi apa yo na yemi abaka che ya jeje Ansah bi and I'm sending message mi wura Ansah so me say wo bi ho and you want the fast no let us go wait of our brother e kwa say no fast so a ofa no ya je ne back wait of our brother so ha e kwa body say no fast so fire then also ya get the back okay chere say ya je abansa as foreign ministry I was a foreign ministry say ya je also
enkrofo so din na wa hyehyɛ ya asase kora na no se do mu twitwa plot enkrofo din na hyehyɛ no
ndiko din na sa no oye ya na ayi doctor ya brachum asantuma mpo MP ebe kisi ne so eno ba bron senso a na no se ya se no ni Bobie say mi ntimi nka bi na nyamwa omo eno mo kwa akon no na aye nkanya mo na aya enka wo brachum ka wo to wange kan sabe ensemfo say nka omo di ba no ene ese brachum Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Kufadu regime. Oh yeah, asase we e wo ha. E kwa say no fa so wi ano. Ya je Bobie Ansah ono so fa asase ba ko ha. E kwa say no fa so o fa no ya je. E ka wunya no no mpo gira ho. Na ba me didi okuja chatem NNDC for atem. But abanesa enti wonye mu ani ebeye mo ba fa mu wadi de bia dabi na kwankwanko ye to mama administration na ko ni papofo
ya wasa Kwabena ya wasa mbɔ ni po because I said ye unim kwasa Kwabena na na obi fra me asɛm a wo ka kyerɛ me ne sɛ ahwe ye kura contract ni nyina akra ne be kwa akodi di MPP fo nsɛm because omo ho na sika kwa akodi ejo kwa hye MPP ni NDC ni bia oni kapreba oben wo bia no omo akotua sika no o hyase na ya the contract na ma no because they said ja omo ye we are brothers one can ya carry one nation
meme die kanama meme die to be honest with you outside politics, yes, we are brothers. But me, about politics, me who MPP in say we are brothers. That and see what my life will that because MPP didn't know when they say we are brothers who own young wa. A quite of over fashion. You have no clue. But you see, and America no. There was a who be up by NDC for say that should be almost a co-position. And when they go to a position, they want them to treat them same with kid clothes. Anybody know in the year that yet the chroma and a kufoba force on better and crofo egu Salome nom
Victor Solomon Kwame Pepra Dana Bodakpi and a him for no cracker home.
No. Atamus any Yura Mahama omunya opportunity ni bia no mbeka kire ye say o de say bia enya hwe enya hwe say obi afa omaya de wo say enya hwe ena omu ejaye omu jaye you are my brother omu wi bi ya ayo wi ni ya no mbeke Osman nu ya kogugu Osman omo be tira ngotum
ai
ya fly TV NCA one of them Eddie ya said we are brothers we are sisters wow we can kese no near you if you are grown and just so be an can kese no you if you are grown
you na duodum ye di mu bi
yo na me go kan bibi ni asem na obu mefume
yo
David
yo
obi no obe say adwuma no
yo
you say no every before no na ekro
eyi na kai ye kan Japan was ya bregu Yeah,
I don't believe that, right? What I believe is that, look, we have saved Ghana.
Oh, yeah.
We have saved Ghana. There are certain things, meaning said your mama and crop for almost 5 years, almost 5 years or minor. Your mama or Atufose will not wake up one day and order the governor. And Siama said, no, so at least me just sorry, I'm a Nidian United back. So,
hello, Kwabena. Hello. Hey, Kwame. Okay. Hello, Kwabena. Tell no who you na online breaky. Hello.
Oh, 8 years, no, 8 years of, I mean, horror movie. And Yame, Ayayadum. And in India, no. But I was a process. But your best from say process no. Na obia will be figures no ya bre Lotto numbers no dey mine no. Ya bre 80 billion, 50 billion, 30 billion no. Ya bre. They should explain to us what happened. This is what happened. Anybody who say ya dey we. Okay, so your China Attorney General. Attorney General should deal with the matter. Okay, so we are looking up to Attorney General. Yes, Uboso Maino, Ubia set it up.
Okay.
But say you know, acquire young cabin. Nana, when say you were in Tigana.
Oh, there be where the Betram said, I will bet on common house would be a goose. Now, honorable. Honorable, Eti, I was have honorable Kwabena Bobie Ansah, and then Muguswa Menene Casano. Honorable na, won't to me for any first time, yes, I can't tell them some phone person do appointment here, Diagro. What could Pebina Wanyana, and Nadia catch the woman?
Well, Nana, my main chair was here for one. Ceciano, Nim Dintia, and Crawford do money as Simiso. From last week, I have received videos and other audios, and me free media colleagues know. Obi cross and they me tape be say, oh yeah, and then they could see ye. And I was in Minia now, me patrol, oh yeah, Mels and then Mahama no. Yeah, you interior minister and I say you defense minister. You see, and I'm my main I say we am to that. Me Bobie Ansah. I lived under Atamel's regime. Atamel's, the late President Mills was a very good friend of mine through a year Minya Kokonido. President Mills farm sent it back. And a public knowledge, and I'm a boy. So, obviously, say, ye ka appointment. That time, Pacho Menka.
Kwabena with them, Metewon Kappa.
That time, President Mills' time, we worked from 2008. Me joined in this campaign in September. Dominic Isi and na oyemi producer and then President Mills as a reporter. Dominic Isi was a perfect in Mejuma year that time.
Papa, another Kisi Abu they said ya one no.
Then and this winning year. Look, Nanama, President Mills winning year. Me now for na me no mo di agro e wo radio so that time. Me Felix Oposukwache, Dr. Manebuama, Kobi Fiagbe, Pature, and other yeah. Maybe so even current ministers are even farming some and omobile into limelight. Maybe I so be bring. Men so be our office that. Never men so be office that. because na ewo mitrim say we jai oman we ma kufu ado be say oman no. And for President Mills to come and fill that gap, na me okay. President Mahama offer me neba straight. Ni 4 years. Minim obi osme ba ne ho ebesle contract. Me nya ba contract da. If you say me di NDC, me nya ba contract da. Me da na me sorry a me ko bi me ala. Na ma to bi edi. Ma pe bi akoma abusuafo na mtem ba bi. Me no obi ani asase ho manso. Me no obi ani oba ho manso. Me no obi ani ejapade bi ho manso. Ye no na mete me ba bi. O ma me bia me da ase. O ama me a fa. Before year babe 2024 elections, Nanama, the castle way, Debiana Mekase, the issue is not about political position. Send this to me book on my ye. Nasa ya mama she kranwa. Me ni or how bia. Nanama say we mekaye. Kwame no beti
Debia Kwabena woka no dia sempa no dia pa me am di adanse.
And yes, and a me baba way. But what is the issue? And the say ya mabo be share says I binding to me and koso. Is that the argument?
But Kwabena, any argument no kran no nkofo hu ni say Kwabena for 8 years. Last 8 years active. Just say wo kwa de media lawyer, media actors ne professionalism wo de atonche. Wo ye party adwuma. And then ye hu enkofo a true you say bi no ye chief executive officers no ne ade. Ente bi no mo hwa kwan say enke ye bubo din a na nka Kwabena Bobie Ansah so din apie mu bi. Ana
no, you see Nanama. Excuse my language, a business argument. What is it? And this will be a family free. You see, me catch say almost say, me catch say won't me a radio phone say, me nya NDC sympathizer. Me say 2008 me say me support NDC no. There is nowhere at a point in time where look even multimedia ada omu yimedi etikwam numbusa me o ya NDC ni na say me ya NDC ni me NDC ni de ope biaye omu say ni entimi no nya adwuma and I'm saying from letter fam na me nkofie ko me fie na me de me ko fa me fufuo si ja so na me bo me jemo e ben ya me wodi ye na me de me twere dan me NDC ni I'm not a sympathizer me NDC member and I'm proud compare say me de be kwa da kamrem. So I'm not running away. I'm not shying away. Being at NDC. Now, I'm not as an NDP for no. I'm going to NDP for the appointment. What would you have an appointment?
Sir, Eduma, we are been one more year.
Eduma, me NDC no. Me na me call this a ballot box with the team in Metri. I'm NDC.
8 years. Eduma, we are no. Do every crowd now with them. And you're more expected to be.
And then me try to me can say me. Look, me JM echo a provocatra. Ganama, yeah, this studio I kasa bag na my bread and minya she na minya she ha. Yeah, me can say we. Me a mini apani kofi buachi beti no besre. Ya ko Christian. And the JM num die wura ekura bi ase. Ya ko sa afi de kofi buachi se Kwabena me de my bro yen sai. Nam so hwe ofa yanko o ga se adwuma ketua be bia JM ewura ye no a na mete se ye nia ba ko se wa ko se sales constituency o 16 constituency o say o nam se wa tie oh we talk as if JM no de wa anya hwe oda sore ya no be president we talk as if so JM abusia for kra de o man contribute hwe look even to fill V8, Makumakubaye 15 tank to move across the country, you have no idea. You have no idea. So, enye Bobie nkwa na ye adwuma, enye Nana nkwa na ye adwuma, enye Joma nkwa na ye adwuma. Ye nyina ye modern mo ene de asevu o mine no. But the question is,
Yes, if you are minus here, Baba, we are minor and I see a better minor fat. 4 years. What do I do now? What I need to do is to position myself that at least one day the president will remember me. So, Kwabena Makairo, and then midway shows that. Now, I'm expecting me to Ghana for the meeting me.
The teacher said, "Oh, try resha for me, boy. Oh, try resha for me, boy."
No, Nama. Menka say, Menka me try resha for the other say. I don't want you to say as a reserve player. No, Obi move na member Debbie. What I want to say is say, and never be brave. Akwanya be brave. What do you say? Hey, Obi minimum Obi kura no na appointment here. Dia man on there. Na news so. On say sha. Me minimum be brave. Ba ko ni mi di nkomo na me ka kire say bema. So mu sa. Ni nyina ne say, you know who ye dey so or company person wo ye. Ebia after 1 year, 2 years, obe move you akọ baby for. Who knows? What the other mawa or say esa. Na the onya bi e. And another that mean na me ye adwuma me na me say ye ni asofo ba akọ ni TFM. Miss sa odi for no me bu ni pa. Wo complaining ma me ne kasai na me ka kire ni say prof. Yes. Nyame na mo so aboa NDC. Na sabita frache anyambia no nyame adwuma no ene say tintina nipa de ntua oka na. Yes, NDC for ekai wo no mo ba hwe wa. But you see, we shouldn't let it be like bitterness be everywhere you. I don't have any problem if you lobby. So we call lobby position there. I mean, no problem there. Because omo lobby no, omo nche. But my problem is the kind of utterances. And I mean, I'm here say, and I mean, I'm a party in bar power. And I mean, I'm here say my party no. Look, NDC won 2008 without some of the people talking today. The founder himself, Onwa party no, so the party is moving. NDC is a movement. Party no founder no party no gusu. And maybe by 2028, a new generation will come and take over the NDC. Almost kasa name no more relevant to you. So what is it? And the room to me for no. Gordon, as I be there, ku yeminia. Kwaku de ro yeminia. And in animated same crowd, so take one of the multimedia platform back na almost me. Me Kwabena Bobie Ansah many bradio obi oni me dia agro bi anime me nya ni brefo. No way. It has never happened in my life. And every situation I may find me home biano, I'm very content. You understand? Why? And then me sorry, not I said me see me business. Then me be a Page FM, a global FM, and you be a sicko. Yeah, me catch you. Then this will power Page FM frequency. Only part that's a new town, mammy. What is me complaining that?
Debbie Kwabena.
Me see radio station we and the GCC no. And you ramp them that.
Okay.
So the government say obre.
Okay.
Kasa no doso. Minia no
Solomon Usumu atenase no. Ani ayi fo ho.
Before no. Omo ntia say me nya hwe kra no a me NDC it doesn't change me, that's all.
Okay. Yada se abusuafo entimu a mani abre Kwabena appointment ho no osi mu nsu mani wawai na mo na opposition afa no mo twa 60 days mo 4 years na afa na 2 months afiri mu ya Kwabena na mo de na ye twa pen enya de a ebeboa mo ye nka se yekopa appointment ene ye enya bi ana amate se Kwabena ka se yekopa appointment ene we enya bi Kwabena nka ntre obi a se yekopa appointment. And I want to say Yamani be or say a fear on pet. Want to say Kwabena see a man appointment already a fear on pet on copper appointment. Aye, Kwabena, ya first one, ya survive the 8 years. saa kwan na so ne be fa e be di survive 8 years Solomon Usu I join me movement for change and lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah I join me ewie and ye be komu pa ne ahwe echna budget first budget yeah President Mahama na be mu ne finance minister Dr. Kesa Atoforsen e de be kwa akotu edwa be kom atwetwe hu komo nyina na solo
oba
me mo akwaba na say no constitution we bia mu ana say movement for change GTP for book na wo bia mu me mo akwaba
be just GTP no ha
GTP wa
ana constitution wa ana yewo opposition many NDC for no opposition so no enzemo omukai nyina de la monzemo omukai no so matro no ha ana parliament is so hunu nyina so was standing order simu ha many mo awie ma me fa chiem wadin emfa mawo
oh de la edem head of corporate affairs
when you be ntino oba osre na na mo betum sanso ha when you be
so relax
what you here Karen so the chair one of the finest brains and this momuti I don't know one man movement for change
absolutely say girls are your home fin na you call
what do nyansa no home fe be movement for change yellow sadia no what you call one more hey and more problem more narama
movement for man so kwa me share dem hu musa
omo akono say jai na me bi fi say
na ho ma so me ye mesriwa
wa mesriwa le say ye mrewa grow hana e de o so nya kasati ana hey na me bibi na bibi abesriwa be na beto no
ho ma na me hu TV na so omo ye mesriwa
wa ba ye meet abe uze mesriwa de de oro
de me hu omo TV so na me ka
TV ha no ha ne hu ya o ba zo ka tre say ma na ko TV so ye mesriwa na
ida bi ba jo
e de asa na me ka o ba so nya kasati na me tell you say do ko Bank of Ghana
solo
corporate affairs
solo kawasa miss
David me pese mo ti won from
na corporate affairs o mo do mo kon me ye communicator man this
juma wa ye Kwabena Bobie asa wonya nsem hunu no job radio no so keka no ana media mi godi me nko eni ye juma wo ye na ye wu juma wu juma no ye no Juma Kwabena Bobie Ansah ye ka one man ka ye the positions versus 6 go no me trade your pa e can see any Juma wo na na ma ba se besia emre bi kura na dubi de minum ye no nyame am be ba ka pupo o ka sa enkanta o ka sa de no ahia me so gba kwa chire me dance for me ga no kwa koi am ye sa ko twe me bai adapa na wu che kufuado eche mo mbedwan no because papa no yedi papa ni kufuado no no so otu ni no sa
I said o sense man na me dika
ala dika no de me support mo
okay
mala me catch us yen kotuma alanchemante
oh then
mala de kura me de kura enti Kwabena Bobie Ansah nya sansem na wo ka no fa na nyibresem because you see the woman is en comfort down
yeah
unknown to him nkofo pena sempa wotie nkofo pe wasempa obi wa want to me go to Billy House. You see the problem with communicators and representatives and say my interface the lobby any pa a bit me approaching no more than the week me call penny bi o baby o ebia na ono no say ne dia ma no enso sa fo soja no o feel comfortable coming to him that's only sa rapport no with that penny no can for that time no finance ministry na MPP phone to me kono take it from me go no aka say nanim na wabode nanim antinanim
you want any approach ni cry
obi to me man no by communicators you only down the grassroots no
okay
and ti Kwabena men fan say ya goodie for the sake of omo do achi man legitimize say wakoko amatumi aba masa do waputa na fe no nti so de bomio
ba se nyina obi nyina ntibi nko
and you won't qualified persons no
oh you qualify but
when I'm dra na mo vanyi chance mu no a engofo bi ya obotan opposition chair no me ka kira mo nye play fa mo nkonkwaje mo de Most of Mutia more Jubilee House one, yes, a position, and I'm a President Mama or Mobi appointment over Fuka. Yellow, see Callistus, was the Mongo, yellow, was yellow, see Callistus, was a Kobe. Young father among.
Na ya any godfathers no.
Why God? That time I was saying, oh, Casano. Now Casa true godfather. Some godfatherism to crown a politics. I told you, I may be Fabi Suda. Men Fabi that. Because a godfather read me, I was waiting me. So, you free no. There is a reason why Yamibo be out of my chedia. Moment of espresso. Namunda godfatherism no. Yeah, go campaign and cause more godfather for sons and a best campaign.
No, me won't fear me to say, I'm saying a morning show. So, say Syria College of NDC best or may have say, Joe Ashama. Onyashi. It is a okay. Yes, Joe Ashama, say quality, say 50 befra, and would 30 be body. You go in a capra nominated. Yes, and this one no. Say, only your bibia. Quality no so kakra mo so ben no so anya bio me so wo bia phone line so be won say me chia dwo ashaman and a serious quality chia dwo ashaman alama mate say am so ba me show so be once be after once be omumiem omo that is not to say so being qualifier but obia ni be bi obetimi ahye obi wa business or person ye mon from obi ono mo a obetimi di teacher mo financial mo onim na me ka say yes say ye building lean government. But you lean political party support and don't go JP. Any lean. Why the lean? I said the lean. Yeah. A minister sister. Yes, presidency, presidential staff is here 20. But that lean and Crawford no contribution of what JP. Mama men country. Oh, say effort as obinya baby. Vanya ina mama monya imo betrana. Wa Kwabena Bobie azana mi kodi. Pa Kwabena jasanse muno. Oya sa wabusu afokra bejawo. Wako ye duma man vaso be mo man govo etimu lan cruiser mu dimu de woti ana aka chem se medie de bia no se mu don't do that. Oya sa obi de ho ya obejai wachidi wa wankwa wonko so tias yes and do visa lanchemante ba power me mpe position there enso ka ba no me dimu akotrepa ene ka me ne be se one pant hey anope bia no betra ka me ka me tuache no samaza nyongwa na 2 million audio she chaja kra enitiro omomo obia bi obia obre bia no se fata se momo mbi mo ana mo ti radio so anaju programs etero bi na me ba na me kona me hwe am say anaju sa for what reason saka na me man da bi wo so de na to ba so a o chile alama bomo am say obai woni boyfriend kra ana wana jo de o nya bra ya chile wo kem gigi solo ya dase wana mo ka jira o mo chief of staff who tie ye na mo mamu bi na Bobie so wo ba no ja sanse munu no me amefre no o nya sanse munu no sala ana me kodi me nku eni e kodi nku an ka be tra ye de mo mba pa tumi bomu sa bomadia no asar bomadia Kwabena Bobie Ansah makramu obwa juma Kwabena ye Kwabena titui bia wa rasta dadi ba dada bi dada no de na Facebook ma ya ma ne ya kadem yuji we and yuji ama mo nko awo mo nko are you with me and the way ya to monkra someone die ni ya omo ade letter beto aso me mom de be metie samo ko na anye ya yellow book no a mo ba dwan de mo na mo besa ba bi ye ba ne ma kamtia Orada say me ka say mo de mo ya agenda na wie wani agenda men kaka bi wo ba bi da ye ko gitumi na anye ya na say guy okay mo da so tia African ya start mo tia se mu ye ni bro ye mre yo okay ye mre okay e beta tamo akopim say mo be ye mo nya na mo register as political ye banche kra ye party ne ba say no send the last time mo ka say MPP begu yes enti e say say movement abe replace MPP and you finishing this so quick ma finishing this yes you don't be quick okay that's no watch it busam de la edem okay ma bi akoyi Okay. Ochna ena Minister of Finance Dr. Kesa to Forcing co-presented almost first budget. Na over the weekend who saw the deputy na makola ene ne mua ene adwadi fo ma ne bi edidi nkoma na bi nukra ka se na budget mu kra ma prepare wi enti budget mu wa prepare wi enti no e wasan ka wo market ne kra ansa na bia I start to prepare
man bia some markets the price I give it to them over there.
The finance minister on any deputy and weekend no omonam dwemu a omo engage traders ni ebini solo
budget there a constitutional provision.
Okay.
Article 179 now. Obeka said the president shall cause to be prepared and lay before parliament at least 1 month before the end of the financial year estimates of revenues and expenditure. Just omampeni ebefa the photo samfu mu aba beka akire oman no sika na ni da so se ebegigi na fimu eni di bidi no afimu eno aho adwuma na minister no ekwakoye eni nti no na ebehia se yehwe se ampa se nyuma ekoso ukuro no because nyuma nkoso a wunya sika na wo ye de open no na aban so abon ho mode se kakra na yebegi no eno ani bidi Echina me expectation minister no ba be de kenoforiata yero e be sere ne se hwe no wan hye white amfa china antoni kom amfa bible ambe quotation because na so be yaza oma no kredie on kan no kre ewo on man month or the propaganda by any be expose no say ye AI o man ye betumi nya 10,000 on kan chese betumi 10,000 ye betumi dia ye betumi dia dua buru nko on kan kire after all ebufu e de koto aba 2024 no Ghana fo nyina nim na o hawa ne ye dey ye nemu enyi ye to aba no bumsa mo ma me yese ana ye kotak nyoma be brabra wow ya we se wonye isi yesu 1990 ba nyina na ekwan ba ko board ya senkregua na wo budget biem na im se payet no
ekwan ba ya
board ya senkregua what is akwada afibia from started from kwesibo to 89 come wonyina board ya senkregua de dumemi ma ehemfo no bufui sa na board ya senkregua ya mo tumi ndili chimfiri mu ana enyo man bebre won mo ze copy and paste cut and paste to mo di shemu a no wa be kan kire ye be sere ne monto mboase kakra bi am betua package no mo be kan kire na mum on ma na ni nko kuayo ho nipa didi wi a na nasema ya den asa aduane bo adi okromu adodo ebe de se NDC ekoto aba no ka se ombe 11 fro yeso movement na ke be ye fro fa ye ne kan ya omu se yeso mu ifri ho e china na ye hwese obe ye fri ho covid levy covid etwam yentumi massa levy no enton koso enka ho almost betting tax me disagree betting tax de me fi se o boys bet tax kura no mu twa burusu tanya boys ni kura na etwa ma no kura twa sen boys no na oba yetumi bo match bi team bi wo yayi Turkey no mo catch just o mo hu bo ni mo ama erenti somso be ye free wa fine na mom kakra na ye begigi o man ni mo ye nhweso yi pa because obi no odi ni sika ba be boy there is no free lunch anywhere
but on say Professor Steve na there I can say we no kwade ye mfe nsanka 11 no kwade ye mfe nsanka
prof no so nyanti wi asena se wa me 11 chrono tax medicika to me phone so be send ya kwa akoma na nama was what to be a film. A dear Juma na your mom in tea also got to be a film. I with me. Auntie, and also saw your man go for be eba into the digital space and as a financial space. Tell them now the tax in the and only go for be we are also from Sika physical.
11.
Now bank transfers require the transfer. And no yeah, I'm on to no hole.
Oh, are Jose.
A chain of video was Kakra Mobose, or Martin now. Yafes canina. Sort ya say. Meanwhile, Menoka say Vata Gino Kumano, a compound calculation. I can overrata the cover about 2018. And ya calculate your gross, ya calculate NHI, no. Near side ya count gross no. Ansah they apply VAT to 15% double taxation. Okay. It already Bugana for the faso. And the VAT and 15%. Oko money VAT and NHI in here about 22%. What you say? And the problem as of mine, and yes, you cannot emma or mindful to more because look at the tax to GDP at 13%. And you're bad. If it's a Singapore between 1987 to 2024, on the average, almost tax to GDP, no, at 12.1%. Singapore, the only 13. It is any okay. As a Singapore.
Okay.
The only difference between Singapore and Ghana, and say there is no way any Singaporean leader ever come musika diakoto akwakoto amena $58 million. On ye big all in the name say ye de bakoso nyame ekufo do ni kenofrata ya Ansah. There is no way in Singapore you better $12 million. Say they kwa ma obi so onko ya irrigation poalugu na omuduru your friend is second tampoa no machedi. There is no way to happen in Singapore. $12 million. Sika me bonya dollars so. Hwe no one facility account. There is no way yeah that sit down akọ London. You said your friend is say Japan Royal kwa list London Stock Exchange. Now omako chesi Kennedy. Yoboko ba ya list ya nyahwe. Almost $12 million in Suko. Near young man was famous in the parliament. Now kind of trouser because one brother. That Mev guy, no none in them. There is no way Singaporean government and our president Bia ever make a young ghost name to the tune of 81,000. Anchor national service. No, Kwabena Ninko Jindi, ye are more chile. Yakofo by near ye love me. Love ya. Oko nightclub. Sanyo say love you, I love you. What you be that? I won't go club, Monchele.
Minko be that.
Nani obey do ya na boso buko jimo nyamo jene say.
Minko nice club that.
Ya ko bi na wusu sisi.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah, be family ko.
Oh, why not? When your position na enkwan ba ho na ma be fa wo. Be call na me spend 10 cedi ka be bon ho no. What the movie say man gwa na je yi. What you say? There is no way be see. There is no way Singaporean president and now buying everyone got come contract ama company to say SML no matter 1 billion say omo na ehwamia digital it will never happen in Singapore. It won't. There is no way Singaporean government bia ebe tena say ye very canny GVG omo memu na data board from pa ye dey say question mo and you into data. There is no way. There is no way any Singaporean government ebe tena say PDS emergency sikanko. There is no way. And in Toka Kawan in Abumwa, that's just a consugu can tame. And yes, ye Niska Ukrumwa, that is Canavino, and go for Bichedi. No, Masaba the catcher say, Yesika Yagen and Shia Hombra, what to fee, Ama, the other be a young one on the show. I told you out to Garida, Josica and Swan. I told you now, Josica and so taxi alpha trotro.
And to Math.
What you say? Now the head and idea by a mouse house in the Bianson. Because you're this kind of mamma. Mube, now motion ho ya dio abruchi. Nothing men for a to Abamamono, or Modasoko Colebu, or Moko a Convonoche, or Moko Sunyani Central a regional hospital, any idea. I don't know any more to mestre finance minister. Say, opposition no Kasabi Bree. And they the amount. I was so yet the bebo man.
Okay. Minua a Kwame Minka.
Was it
I send me a
Kwame so bre catcher no minimum how. Kwame Minka TV it. Kwame anu demu dabi no ne me ya argument. Onya sa Kwame mu nya mo bre.
Na de yaka say ye bre solo. Bi ti we me bre.
Kwame ye orkwa na ye advert no ma ndisi. Kwame na ye voice over no.
Who bet to us when say President Mahama ye call lunch ye fan say. Manifesto o wini ba me ha sa na yi. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Banda MP. Me nua ba say me ne Pentecost.
Pentecost also go be.
Me will say be person in my ba me de unim. Dito President Mahama speech. Manifesto ni dito.
Sasa o chire mu otwi.
Me nchire ni nyinam. Oh, se ne ye bo wa ha kwa. O se ya de kwa Western ne bono no ne ade no akwa
na obro. Me obi anka se wa bra me ameka.
Na NDC for twi me condemn. E wo opposition I swear.
Omo you should pa.
Omo twi me condemn.
Omo you should. Any candidate that be oboa wa on kama mintebi. Enya metiem.
NDC for twi kwa Bobie ansana. Omo twi ya condemn. Oh, dear, no commodity, you're better than future. So, Unim says Ghana's economy is now valued at 1.2 trillion with an overall and a Ghana statistical 7. This 5.7. Your GDP, gross domestic product, this is approximately 77.44 billion US dollars. Now, Kwame say Elon Musk.
Ebe tu ato Ghana times 4.
5 times.
Yeah.
Ghana ya mo bodo.
Cristiano Ronaldo ebe tu ato e kra.
Ba Ghana ya mo bossa.
Ya wa gudie wa ha yo bibia wa ha ensemu e kire ye value no. Hwe America for sika omodi ama Ukraine entokwa omoko no e more than 300 billion. Ya goku keke ye goku nipa no. That's why economy ni anu ani age ho.
Nipa ba akukura che se edwetire kura so no Ghana fa.
What you say?
O minus
na companies of America do na first 10 o munyina no dwetire eso sen Ghana.
I think your friend is Nigeria is around $500 billion.
Nigeria there another disappointing country.
Because the last time I checked no message check him.
You see the two of the matters you need value addition. Yeah, the nya raw to be value. But make us evaluation we need your fun serious. Akufado menene disagree ni o ka semba ko bi na menene ya adwene. Sa Moody's ne S&P ne feature they be omo ene eye yi no omo nya papa. Omo share that downgrade you. Na afi wako on the negotiation table as a weak negotiator. Because you take room way. Many are by me na mabaso me say Ghana what the mama one matter only media cleaning system no. On pay go that way. O da also pay good ko. On pay ko akwe. Anya great kroma nipa do say na no milo. Mo na mu hia dia ye mo nyoma. E do dia on pa o dia ko. Also to be gina na so yes ade bi. On pa ko. E chan boy ba ro ye bibi. Ye tua. One survival. What are we talking about? Ya try na France for any UK for Kate boom. Kagana nkwani ko divo Kate pa ho. Ya ka se kokoo no, ya be restricted. They said you OPEC for the to be oil no, or to be restricted. Me tell you say kesike be nyafri kokoo mu. Na de kwa no se kokoo abade de kwa abotu to
na me ya sa francophone Carmel nom ne Burkina nom ne France nya yi. Say Frank wo economy no France e tika form. Omuni after sa omukuku yi afenome Frank because I say France no ejina wo na so because of the omunya edifri di
Africa beka no wabu mehu ne right no ewiase nyina be back to a standstill because the Congo basin alone bet na supply the whole of Africa electricity and njira de bia ntokwa demu ha no enya e fa ho de pewiase ewu na China ne nyoma raw material was for Africa America ni Europe wo mo favor it is yeah no masho dadi ohia ne yi to ya abeko IMF untumi nyini da IMF ma osika o se menfa nkoshe kuayom ekom na dia de tam me fisika no nkoshe me enfa nko the real sector the productive sectors and the chroma nko na interest rate okobo bisia banka and the dia ma fopa we nya no fopa 37% na aton ko ken kura be nya fa so se mu akwa ne ateto ne ka hobrofo
wow interest rate is
37%. Policy rate near 27%. Oko commercial bank, you have a risk profile. You have why I see an ama. You have why I say your risk profile of about 8%. ya di aka ho wo the process ni bibia aka wo 37%.
Entina enkrofo nkwa jinti se wo ho ma bank frɛ se ko me kom ko free ne ma.
I say ya dey be show kon se dey be ya za be tata o. Nipa bonisam
37%.
Obi to Japan ye pa de cho asero obeje e zero cry sa pa de cho. Ti me de la minister nipa na compete. Obi ti American interest rate low. Ye chi ya Togo policy rate 5%. Cote d'Ivoire policy rate 5%. Burkina Faso policy rate for 5%. Ada na yankwa yako Yale, yako Harvard, yako your friends at Cambridge. Na mo va Cambridge adwene bi mba say mo ko am go dizemu no. Well, maybe at this time at force on your call KNUST. Obi hu Ghana for no Ansah no. A common sense approach. Na omra omanyoma mungugo. I don't believe say also taxi any pano Ansah wa yi. My system ni nye loose. Any pan bebre any omako for mo ombe start aye production. Hwe your service industry we dey dia ye GDP ni kosra. Ejina service industry.
Okay.
O ti ase. Eno ne pops ne sanyoma no. Obi anu ani sika muro so obekwa kwotena bia ba so onum bio. Aye se dipa ne mpe bia ba o. Ba hwe nipa dodo a sa sector na form adwuma. Enti oso man yoma ba form. Na nipa tumi ko chele. Na omutumi nya sika ne bi. Na economy ne ba na eba. Omunya sika no ombetua to. Ti ekira me hwese the tax regime no ebeko form. That young working towards the depreciation.
But solo tax regime back off from we NDC manifesto and yamana a woman be brave na President Mahama Boboso e was so na say they have a lot to do. Omo wa niema be bra
omo this or yen nyina first year more
enya first year
on try baby or ye be ye mistake say chira no o be dada ya adwene no ye nim say sika sem na nye anya ye chira Yesu Kristo bai and be before any ye.
But expectation ye high.
Why the expectation ye baby da or mechanical no. Expectation be no and before na ko engineer say most of that gas say almost no so many credibility. The only people who have credibility are you bet me a bobochi a movement for change. Yes, you are tears say baby I'm for money free no. Nanye. And yet change over buying a buyer and this some confidence ka krebi buyer. Anama, I tell you, say, but I can go for Tom more cry come. And it's what by a Thomas here, and it's now quite only TV for Kodia, no say, baby, I bet to a man in yet, mamma 10% TV for the day, at Tiasiano. And to what by Twasosa, no more just say, yeah, to us, and yet, 30 about now, would you lose studio? That is not going to happen. Won't you can you maybe so man mo buy na se sika be mu a after obi no oye hwehwe ade woni bio na de what is can why am man na gro a wodi bia na ye de and I don't have a problem so man ye na wa ko me akogye besia na wasase wagye ho percentage kan furata and ye menti ase and it chira de ye wa twen yem yo kan wi a atofo ye de ni be hia wa kire ho na ya dwene ho se kama no ya kama no ba ni nyina ni se aduane ana ose ne bo no ekofom opposition beti dela a ball of kinky no fineni yanso ba betena a ball of kinky what me man ba for mo e be ma ya dwuma na as movement for change I had the basila e be yimo fro ba mo maintain ni sa de a
onim said ya wo kan a ball of kinky no me ya nyina ya kan bia ya te
so kan na so me avoid dia men because
sa do kro be gu
so wa ka de be bo cho be
edi beti mu but obi no expect say a ball of kinky akọ 5 cedis a within you know say no agree no fair enough
sana ne kai
oh but
ala ka so bia ni wono we
dia me kam na kwa kosi
kosi hwe dia ni ya ne say and na no na ball of kinky boarding and they say bafom yes sana ne kan opposition maybe that's all opposition no et me ba me expect say
solo san ye nyina ye hwe no because am na ye bone de ya te abre ti say figures here ye debt to GDP
mo make ka sana ma
no ya te a na NDC fo nim Ghana economy said the necessity and one year campaign see for my woman. President Mahama so obe fix it. But say what can you now so who say a resources and already or the be
oh my God, so many resources. Finance minister or no one ma make o say be fix it. Hey, me na make ka finance minister o nyal naso. O ja naso tiacha wa twanyam say be ba na meburu media especially meburu no engo for bre. I'm telling you. Se be yima mebunu nye adwuma no mani beje pa what the all starting free baby nya de omu nyina benya adwuma but on my private sector nyoma mu go a one aspect interest rate say to me ko for my private sector be fa emebu no bebre ana mebu no so ye fa mo no so no hwe na mo ko obi adwuma mu a mama mo nsa nko ha mo wo ye kan no emebu no bebre so man nkofo nsasifo o fa na adwuma a o ba de obeje wo no ebe de na go bi agya na adwuma obebe mu na odi sika koto treasury bill because office okwakofo obi abie na adwuma bi a headache ti mummie mu na meburu nya adwuma be meburu so mo so no boko a mo mfa na se mo adwuma na mo mo ananye de entumpo adwuma ne de oso mu biem because a change of government ama and ka ghost names yi anke gu ayi NSS su na mo so so mu su na mo so so mu su oh yes so him for so Mustafa Yusuf ne ya fere say antwi ayi ya fere asibe omonte o na bi no mo atio no mo ye press conferences are you with me the gospel of God ye can Bible say Paul ngomo trokoma Korinto for erebi na kerofurata ne ye what American what Korinto for ngma ebre yokroma o shiame lawyer shiamo sham fuwa
ene me lawyer start
sham fuwa kwa
enu dua me melane ne ye kwanimu
ala how be say okromo ni ade na ko bu wiaya o mon ko fa lawyer for say bo me lawyer nkasa e dey nsem hunu na mo ne aka no okay because Paul trong ma ko Korinto for Kenneth trong ma ko Ghana for what American o man ana mo so ana mo agye atum wada ma me fancy ana wo mo so nto aso ebehia
okay so lo abusuafo ye beto aso na me fa seda ma yaboafo na me nto aso ye ton sase ensase amanso twi bia ni ho e de ema ankrankran ti so lo Thursday ana ye behia ya wada there be this week ya enti no on say after you know I was say hia na yes abobobo so budget no eti ya to asase amansontwi bia eni ho mene edemo ebeto so na ansa na no estate developers any individuals ankrankran ya mo passas yesremo mansontwi bia ni ho kumase atasamanso residential area e wona asase no edekrom fifin edeyi ankasa eben headline educational complex Manzayo hospital wa ena asase ne da enti wo betimi afre numbers amebo bobo so no na just won set me aka asase no 0549 436442 0549 436442 and now say 0549 436442 0549 436442 asasini da krom fifi enfesi kan kosi obi so onkoto asase mawo asase wura na nkasa betimi afrene direct no ama wubusuani wadanfo bi akohwa asase no da krom fifi na kama ya your document di amawo afa ye ton commercial building efi ye dwapade kese e wo circle efikasie pa commercial building circle odo rice honoma eben American mall ho circle fifi pa na dana me kase baby sa no nya na wo di bia radio station ya eye pa TV station radio station di ota bia no residential area ya na mwakra na circle pa no bia adwuma radio station working announcement na flow sa wo so betimi atode adwapade kase pa de your business bia ya wo pe fra number 0244-810339 0244-810339 and now says 0208-178953 0208-178953 yes say ubet media school B&B banking hall be abetimi ede aye top chocolate spread and so the fat bread ede and chocolate anka so top choco 3-1 chocolate drink and so cocoa wo milk wo sugar wo do hia no so hie baby ennom frɛ 0243 033033 imbusable mixture your number 1 immune booster imbusable mixture ebusu ewodwaso ebustu immune system ema wanka se hunu se oni padua no ahoɔden sonko ewomu enti yade akwankru bi hawo no phone wo da dro so a borwe baabi etonro wo Ghana ha bia ko pay imbusable mixture to frɛ 0246 208496 0246 208496 Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital watch your appointment at cha hey me a wo frɛ me ni boa bi ade ma wo for any chef Father Abraham ho twedin kwa ye be body say ya ye be body say ya wo se me kan che so pe promotion e wa adwuma mu abra bom cases bi da so wo pe lack wa adwuma mu adeton mu awadie mu bibia mu a ai open appointment ya Father Abraham Herbal Spiritual Hospital ene so jejo mani su ani eye ni appointment ne bem no age ode afa obi a cancer house stroke diabetes ya de bia how sickle cell koko no BP num typhoid no HIV no nyina no for Father Abraham abibiduro fie wa yare se fie no ho ye was special soap ahodo bia enu so dware bi de bi wo huru wani mu a ene ne chief of staff no Dr. Callistos so jejo mani su ani of Uncle Barry Ansah behind Star Filling Station, Fresh 0244 371695 0244 371695 and I say 0559 114122 0559 114122 Nama Eddie Asembebo or the Asembeba or the Asembebo or the Asembeba Abusia Tabia Herbal Sentence you do Papa Bejaso what the Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Mixture and no Ebua Papa na eno no obi a malaria fever no honam duamu ya wo no mato awuntimi ni dino na ohia Tabia Herbal Mixture afei Tabia Herbal Capsules so obi asisi yade ne yamutim hawo 3 days 4 days etintimu yem bomode apɛ Tabia Herbal Capsules esiesio ema e clean o system no kama eduano odinti ma wo mankoda no for wafafuro wonya 18 years ekwa Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Capsules Ghana baby oton no bia no ubenya bi na wato Fred 0243 686861 0243 686861 0245 749206 afei yeba ne ababedi enkomo ewo efia ha sei medical kase lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah ena Dela Edem head of corporate affairs minerals commission wo ajo ebusiafo me sanso mama Kwabena ndase
na ma ya joso
Dela esisei
na me adum nana
me ma utiri nkwanso
me dase
he said the nkrofo framinti no amukwa Father Abraham ho me am frame de bini mu abia but Father Abraham de kwa trade ni ku pipa so na fa koma no why no anye izo edu sa mre ya wo mu mpanifo no so bro edom egu won so course a eba ene kire se enye ize kura enye ize lawyer memo akwaba biem
Njoso
se bibi aboko de
patron dadim
no appointment aba and I would godmother
me godmother for so mudosu
godmother opemu kese ba hokra maintain appointment obo obi ada akọ obo obi ase ye dom de na chipa menti unim election ni me ka se me post no me ne share da but one on one ye nya that encounter ne da me post because me hwe adwuma no wa ya obo bia no mawia sasa afa bi hwe no kwana kala ahye e kala nyina asesa ne kala ahye ba maintain a point and then this lady Bridget under 18 that lady no Bridget oh idin beba o trinity sa ono so nemu sa maintain ono so appointment Bonnie, yeah, Bridget Bonnie, ono so maintain appointment. Bridget, and I dia fatable na se dia mawana. You see as be brother de ma ye nkan pie.
Na ma hwe. In University of Cape Coast 2006.
2006
June.
Okay.
Satana Professor Moss, opposition leader. Our opposition be almost 6 years. Na we school na e be fam say the lab boy.
That an am co-opposition.
Your co-opposition.
Some co-opposition 2000.
Yes, 2000. The opposition. Until we school no it's our time near the two radio so. June 2006.
Okay.
At radio so this is the 19th year.
Okay.
19th year. My radio TV so 19 years. A fair appointment aba.
Really?
Yes. This will be our eduru time bia metumi ye Oman FM Boiling Point me ye 2 years obidum say odela ho na wani ye den fi bae metumi ye program ni John Boedu Samia Woku Popsi na doye na so wusu bempa Kwame Kwachi obo nipa 4 na me show mentem we debated 18 years into your position 8 years atena ba me 8 years asa ba bio nti
19 years.
19. It is not easy. So, Obefi say, only am away appointment. Easy.
I don't know only godfather and godmother. And I say, Kwabena dia also on castle of PowerPoint. Now on pair. And I channel so.
No pair. Saying. This time, on say, I find you a human so. Until this time, immediately appointment in the buy a pen and media radio so call for the meantime. And I'm starting to say, and I face so one more no my ye juma for the past was Italy a quite with the financial baby. When the Samia Juma, in a position 8 years. When the fellow scratch ye Juma or Bem 8 years. When Julius Debra no more. The who doesn't know you, everybody. My Baba Yakola Bonia Yakola Papa or party, no one time on time.